Hi, guys, and welcome back for another night. 37 Days of Dwarf, Day 21. Now, when we last left off, some sly dogs had me monologuing for far too long and not actually doing anything to get the fortress constructed, so I apologize in advance. Let's get on to actually getting some work done, shall we? We've blocked off the aquifer. Need to get our beds made for the hospital. And need to get most of our industries up. At least I didn't leave it off pause for too long. We're still in the first year. Need to get some drinks brewed, but right now we're really low on supplies for that. Shouldn't be too large of a problem. We have an abundance of crops to plant, like at a silly amount of seeds. A truly ridiculous number. Something like, I don't know, 100 seeds from Embark. And we can provide brews for our dwarfs most efficiently by simply plucking a bunch of these wild crops, including these whip vines, and processing those and replanting them as needed. We've got a cage up here that we need to get downstairs, along with our forge to disassemble and some bars that we've used to produce that we need to be taken downstairs. So let's go ahead and get started on some of this. You already know that this is the sand level, right? Double check. Yep, sandy loam, where we got loam, cavern floor, and then damp peat. And then from there on in, we're into chalk and lignite. Tasty. So my guess is we're going to find sand. Yep, there it is right there. These other areas slightly away from the fort. There's some over here too, it looks like. Edges out here at the north and the eastern side of the map. So from our standpoint, if we want to have a sand farming area, we're going to need to dig out to those. We'll get to that in a bit. Put that off for a moment. Let's go on downstairs here. I believe we got, what, 18, 19 levels? Yep. About 21 before we start to have things appear. Maybe a little above that. So we can probably count on getting up to level 20 straight down. So let's go up to about level 10. This is where we put our woods, and that'll work. That's a good thing to bring in the front door and just drop right there. That works fine. So this will be public areas. There is no luck. Trust me. If there is, I don't want any part of what it's done for me along the way. Alright, so we'll do our public area a little over here. Now, unlike in our last fortress, we'll do this a little differently. While the barracks will still be centered up, and we'll have to be careful to make sure that we do that properly. We will instead go down one level, and this guy will have it up, down. Go down to the bottom level, and this guy will be an up. Well, okay, so, funny story time, I guess. People don't believe me when I say that I'm not really looking to count on luck. So, I've been a software developer for a number of years now, and one of those things that, you used to see a lot of and you don't see so much anymore is going to technical conferences. I mean, they still happen, but companies don't usually want to. Companies in my field don't necessarily want to pay to send their developers there. Remote is one thing, but hotel rooms and the overhead, yada yada. That's fine. Back then in the day, we actually were sent to a conference down there in. There's a resort place down there in Tennessee. What is it? The Gaylord Opryland Resort or something like that. It's basically a giant building. It's nothing particularly super fancy, except they've got their own little, practically a float river and a ecosystem. I saw it after they got a big flood down there, and it looked like they totally got the trash, which is kind of a shame. I can't imagine the fish lived. But, they've got us scheduled to go to this big conference for the language in which I'm programming, and, the hardware on which I'm doing the work. Educational stuff. Learn how to do things. Good stuff. All of it. And, we're going down there, and hotel rooms are randomly assigned. So, when we go in, it's just luck of the draw, what you get, right? So we go in, we get our rooms, everything's kosher. They send us on down the way. And, everybody says, okay, look, we'll go drop your stuff off in your room. We'll meet back up. We'll go grab dinner, So everybody splits up, goes to their room, drops their stuff off, comes back. And one of the gals we're there with, we're all programmers, she says, you guys have got to see this room they've got me in. So we go down and we look, and they don't have her in a room. They have her in a suite. It's like 2 rooms. There's like 5 TVs and 5 dressers, and this place is like, you could play racquetball in it, man. It's like enormous. You could have a party in this place. You could do the hangover in this place. But I kind of laughed and snickered. My boss says, well, this is much bigger than mine. And she says, well, we got to see that. Let's go look. So we all go down there and look at his room. On the way down to his room, we're passing room service trays. They're in the hallway, champagne flutes and the whole 9 yards. That's cool. So we get to his room, and his room it's nothing special. It's just a hotel room, like pretty much any other. And, it opens up onto the grand vista of this, like I said, indoor, almost like a tropical garden that they've got in the inside of this building. So he opens up onto the inner courtyard. Not a too sweet room, he's not rocking 5 TVs in a racquetball court in this place like hers was. And I just sort of shake my head, and they all look at me and go, so where did they put you? And I said, oh, you want to see, do you? Okay, well, follow me. And so I take them to show them my room. We go down past the kitchens, and on the way to my room, you're passing Jack-in-the-Box in bags on a tray rather than room service. We pass by the storage for the used dish return trays on the way to my room, way down at the ass end past the kitchens. We open this place up, and the room is almost not big enough for the bed and the furniture. It's one of those things where you have just enough room to kind of like walk around the bed if you're one person. God help you if there's 2 of you, you're going to have to negotiate the passing. And they, they're all kind of taken aback. And I said, yeah, wait, there's more. And I throw back the curtains because I get to look out on the same view that everybody else does. The only difference is I do it from about 4 feet below the top of an earthen berm and from behind an I-beam. That's my view. A dirt hill and an I-beam. Oh yeah. High class, that one. So, when I explain to you that I don't depend on luck, I want you to understand I don't depend on luck because luck takes every opportunity I can think of to kick me in the balls and piss in my face. If I depend on luck, shit will go south in the most colossal way possible. That's why I play Dwarf Fortress, because I prepare for what luck is going to do to me. Dwarf Fortress is all but that personified. But let's just say I'm not willing to put my eggs in the luck basket. Yeah? Now, for those of you who came out tonight, I am starting to think about doing maybe some extra streams, in addition to the standard one. This weekend, when the wife and I are playing, maybe we'll show off Valheim, or I picked up Gloomhaven for the 2 of us, so maybe we'll show off a tabletop board game made video game that just launched. Give you guys a chance to see something different. I could show off Deep Rock Galactic if you guys want dwarf games. I could fire up Total War Warhammer 2 and play as the dwarves, and you can all laugh at me when I get my ass handed to me.
A cute female, huh? Oh, that didn't sound lecherous, did it?
Could try to run 2 forts at the same time and keep my head on straight. That could be fun. Kind of curious what you guys would really like to see. Oh, no, don't get me wrong. I don't care so much about small. End of the day, I'm only in the room to sleep, so the fact that my room was small, that don't bother me. It's just hilarious in contrast to what the rest of the group got. I mean, the 2 gals were up on a second floor where you open a balcony and walk out, and they've basically got a balcony overlooking a tropical jungle with, you know, live music being played. And I open mine, and you don't even want to open the windows because it's like the back of the irrigation system and an I-beam. I mean, it's like I just looked at it and went, what? It's not that I sat in, or it's not that they gave me that hotel room. It's just that they gave me that hotel room at the same time that all of my other, you know, coworkers were getting theirs, and I'm the one who got the bum hotel room, as it were. I just thought it was funny. Okay, now these guys are still doing their mining gig. That's fine. Plus, the small hotel room would make more sense if, you know, if I was staying in some older establishment that had been around for, you know, 100 years or whatever. But this place was like built specifically for housing conventions and guests, and it's like, wow, guys, pack them in like sardines in here. I mean, I'm sitting in a room that's probably 10 by 12, and this room was probably about as big as this room was probably bigger than the hotel room I was sitting in at the time. It was barely big enough for the bed. It really was. Bed and a dresser and TV on the dresser. I mean, it was tiny. I wish it had the presence of mind to take pictures. You know, I can relate that anecdote years later, but I don't actually have any pictures of it, and I wish I had. I wish I had pictures of the rooms to compare them, because it would really drive the disparity home. But anyway, long story short, that's why I don't ever count on luck to help me beat the goblins. Sometimes you'll get lucky, but not reliably. It's not something you want to count on. Now, up here, we need to remove that cage and our forge and get these bars downstairs. So let's get that started. Let's get that whole process running. So down here on floor 10, where we said this is going to be wood, that's fine. Let's go down one more floor. And we'll use this as our temporary smelter area. Now, we know we're going to go to the bottom of the world at some point, get us some magma forges, or else just pick up magma and bring it back up top so we can use it for magma forges. But early on, I like to get just a standard forge up and running. A standard forge, a kiln, a smelter. That way we can produce metal goods, we can produce glass goods, we can produce kiln, we can produce clay goods. Not necessarily because I'm going to, but simply because I want to have the ability to in case we get a strange mood or similar. And additionally, it's nice to be able to set up early on if we can get a couple of folks who can run the furnaces and run the forges to start doing the coin cycle early. When there's only one forge to do all the melting, all of the extra bars stack in that one furnace and accrue more rapidly in terms of jobs performed per extra bars generated. So in addition to that, we need to get the carpenter running. He has been lazy, lazy, lazy. So we're going to fix that problem. This guy needs to make beds. Beds, beds, beds. And I need all the beds right now. That will start on our dormitory for us while they are doing a little bit of mining here. Now, I didn't actually dig out those rooms over here because it's going to take a lot of mining to get the public areas, the storage over here, the dining rooms, and all that stuff dug out. I need a little more time before we're ready for that. But these miners can go ahead and excavate the staircase so we can immediately begin on the room when we're ready. In the meantime, we can get these two floors dug out here. Apparently I did two at once. Don't do that. That's bad. These are small, though. I don't think they'll be too awful, but you want to kind of condense your labor to a single task whenever possible. The better you can focus your dwarves, the better off you're going to be. Initially. Later on, it's going to be very difficult or impossible to focus that many dwarves as tightly as you would like. Powerful if you can pull it off, but really hard to focus, 80 dwarves effectively. If I had all 80 here, they'd be idling out, for example, because there weren't enough squares to mine, for example. Okay, and that will get the last of that. Now, I believe that those little chunks of rock over there are actually, possibly anyway, I want to say those may be coals. We're going to mark them, and then I'm going to come back and look and see what they actually are. Because I'm sure they're an ore. There's sphalerite. There's zinc. That's okay, we need zinc. Zinc is a good ore for us, because zinc is lightweight for a bin, and we can use it to make bins. To excavate that guy, though, so we're going to pull this out and go around the outside. Around the outside? Around the outside. And then they can mine out that big chunk of zinc for us, and then we can process it and pay off. We can use coins to multiply that early on, just like we would other things, and then use... Oh no, the residency position of that one dwarf that one time. I'd still like to know. For the record, we are literally living in a hole in the ground. Everything we own is in this little bunker over here that we dug down and dropped the wagon into, with the exception of the seeds we planted and the plants we haven't yet farmed or picked up. All of our animals are in one cage. We have a wagon that has been destroyed when it fell in, and otherwise our fortress is a giant hole in the ground with a couple of blueprints laid in for what we're going to eventually develop. In fact, I don't want them to do this yet. So I'd really like to know how it is that these folks who have come to find us in this first 5 months since our fortress has been in operation knew that we were here, first off, and thought that they would, be of use doing anything other than moving heavy objects in the first 5 months. Just really strange how early Dwarf Fortress throws visitors at your fort. You just arrived. You don't have anything. Your dwarves are poor, and I don't mean that to be rough. Your dwarves are poor. Okay, so this is processing. That's storage, processing, storage. Processing, okay. Now, there's all kinds of stuff in this category, in some of these categories I don't care about, like the extracts from animals. Venoms, for example, aren't going to be used as food. I don't care about so much about most of them. Miscellaneous liquids don't have any use here. Prepared food, drinks. Oops, that was dumb. Permit, allow. But I don't want to... Oops, allow, and then forbid those. Sorry, wrong button. Extracts for milk, that's fine. Venoms... Technically, we would store them here, but we're never going to have any venom, so it's the fact that I'm leaving them on in the stockpile doesn't hurt us here. Hey guys, welcome aboard! That's funny. A foul swell from the swamp may be something I actually broadcast this weekend. We might do Valheim on off hours, but Still going to do my 37 days of Dwarf, but we may do something off hours to keep trying to raise the money. So I don't... The lye and the milk of lime don't help us here. Those are kind of not food items. Venom isn't a food item, but we're never going to have any of it, so pulling it out doesn't help us. Some of these other things are rare enough that we're just never going to care if they're stored in our food stockpile. They're just not going to be enough of them to care about. Prepared food I don't want here, and drinks I don't want, because we'll move those somewhere else. Oh, well, what do you want to see, Ivori? This fort is really new, and by really new, I mean, like, we embarked last night, and we basically dug a hole, and that's about as far as we've gone. The channel had me kind of monologuing for most of my most of my latter half of my evening. So we didn't actually accomplish a whole lot yesterday. We have a fortress. It's dug out. We did a wagon drop to put our wagon underground. We've got our initial plots and pastures dug. We've got our aquifer trimmed back and walled off. But not much is actually set up. We literally just arrived. We punched down to the caverns and got through, sealed that back up. When I say we just started, I mean, practically speaking, we just started. What do you want to see? What do you want to know how I do? How I do the thing that you're curious about? What is it that you would want to have somebody show you? I mean, other than the guy who's crazy enough to do this for 7 years now. No idea? Okay, so the fortress itself, it follows... So let's do a basic overview and a tour. Let's talk about what I'm doing here and why. So way out here, we'll zoom out a little bit so you can kind of see what's going on. We've embarked in a swamp. You know, other dwarves said I was daft to build a castle in a swamp, but I built it all the same. It may fall over, but we'll build another one. The wagon arrived right here. So our first order of business was to make some basic tools. We didn't embark with an axe, so we had to take some bronze ores, make bronze, make an axe, cut our trees. We embarked with a couple of picks. We could immediately start digging. Got our farms up and running. Underneath this, although you can't really see it here, I'm going to have to replace this in a minute. That's right. When that one sinks, another castle. We have surface and subterranean crops growing here. Not in the same plots. These are different plots. There's 8 5x5 plots here. This is enough food to drown our fortress right here. No problem. Below that is pasture space for cats and dogs, pigs, sheep, and birds. An aquifer space we're going to use that we've pulled out and mined out and walled off so that we don't leak. And we're going to use that for raw food storage. Cooked food preparation. So this is going to be stills and kitchens. And then below that, we're looking at prepared food and then maybe drinks. And then public spaces a little further down below this staircase here. We'll have a barracks. Then we'll have a... This may not be far enough. Ooh, I hope I did it far enough. I didn't think about that. That could be bad. Let's take a look. Oh, let's find out. Hang on a moment. Ooh, just barely. Okay, so it is far enough out, but man, did I cut that close. Wow, that was close. Okay, so we're going to miss this wall. That's what I was worried about. I can set these zones up and not have to worry about accidentally trimming them back like last time, or... Okay, so whew, it is far enough away, but just barely. Wow, that was close. So the truth is mutation, that the ideal fort, if you could lay it out, would be something along the lines of a sphere. Now, obviously, dwarves can't fly, and so an open sphere is not going to work for us. We got to have floors and do it kind of like a skyscraper is kind of the closest secondary design we can kind of get to. Now, you can organize it in different ways, maybe cloverleaf around a central staircase instead of a sphere or a cylinder. But I find the circles easy to implement and relatively attractive to look at once they're done, especially once they're smoothed out and polished. They look kind of nice at that point. it can get a little aesthetically boring. I do tend to do a lot of cylinders, and I know folks object. But you'll notice that I expand floors, not just in terms of like, hey, there's a mining tunnel, but I'll actually change the radius of the circles depending on what I'm going to do. Sometimes a square just works better. I could excise this back to make it a circle, but there's not really a lot of point. We don't have any more use for the extra space. This stockpile on the surface isn't actually holding anything. It's strictly there to keep tree growth down. If you plant a stockpile like this and then set it to hold nothing, as this stockpile does, the trees don't grow. It's like yard cloth. No tree will grow up through this. Now, I've got a couple spots where there's holes where either something was built and we'll have to fill that hole up, or where there was a workshop. Stockpile gets rid of your trees. Done. So now at this point, there are probably saplings underneath this, but I don't have to worry about cutting a tree down and having it make holes in my floor all the way down. We can come back later and remove the pause the game, remove the stockpile, designate whatever walls we're going to build up, and then fill it again with the stockpile to keep the trees back inside our courtyard. Eventually, if you wanted to do it, you could go back and, replace it with like a paved road or build a floor over it, and that would do it as well. But both of those methods are going to involve some measure of resources and dwarven labor, and the yard cloth solution is instantaneous. It requires nothing. You could make this an actual stockpile, and that would be perfectly valid, okay? So you could... I don't know if stockpiles prevent pasturing. So when I look at this, and I don't know because this is going to be an AI question. When I look at this, you can actually see this is one of the areas we built over. So you can see the log floor underneath. But if I move, you can see that it's still dense sawgrass, dense reed, sparse. This is another section we dug out here. Reed, alfalfa. It's all still there. It just doesn't grow up. And my suspicion is that you might get into a situation where the horses eat it back and then it's not regrowing, would be my worry. That'd be the first thing I'd check, is to make sure that it's not regrowing. And the other thing that would worry me about doing a pasture with a stockpile in it would be that I don't trust the horse AI to actually understand that there's pasture grass under the stockpile. Does that make sense? I expect them to look at it and go, I'm standing on a stockpile, I can't eat here. Even though they might have grass under it, even though it might be there, even though it should be valid, because this should just be a designation and not actually like a physical object. This should be like a zone, right? I mean, stockpiles. But I wouldn't trust the AI to see it that way, because the AI does treat stockpiles different, or the game does treat stockpiles a little differently than zones. Either one of those could be a point of failure, and I've never tested it, so I can't say. I don't know which way it breaks. It may work. You could test it and find out that it works perfectly fine. And if it does, come back and tell me. I want to know. I love to learn new little tidbits about how the things are implemented, because it affects how I do my designs. For example, like I said, these crop plots some of them are surface crop plots like this one. Even though it's underground, even though it's been floored over, because this 5x5 chunk right here was exposed to the surface at one point completely, it's now effectively above ground at all times, even though we've surfaced it over. It's being treated like an indoor room rather than an exterior, or an indoor room built on the exterior of our fort rather than an indoor subterranean. These weren't constructed. We dug these out. Below if I go up to the floor above this, and so here's our farm plot, right? If I go up above this, you're going to see that it's a log floor. We dug it out and floored it over. It's specifically for this reason, because these plots here, and here, these like cardinal direction plots are all surface plots, but the ones in the corner are all subterranean plots for cave wheat and pigtails, and so we can do both. And that's the intentional reason I've done it this way, is because it allows us to do both underground in our fortress, sealed up where it's safe. Yes, the catch is, if it's ever exposed, it remains exposed. So even now that I've floored this over, if I destroyed this plot and tried to rebuild it, it would still be surface crops. There's nothing I can do to ever make it go back to subterranean. If you look at the terrain type using the K key here, you're going to see that the subterranean plots are inside dark subterranean, but the above ground plots are inside light above ground. They weren't originally above ground. This was originally solid ground that we've exposed. And once you've exposed it, it remains above ground forevermore. That's just the way it works. It's like subterranean crops are permanently killed back by, there's some pollution in the sunlight that prevents subterranean crops from ever regrowing there again. You have to be careful when you dig things out because you don't want to expose a farm plot like this to both light and subterranean, and that won't work. You'll have problems. But as long as it's only one type at a time, you can have both side by side just fine. Yeah, you can actually build on the surface. There's nothing wrong with actually coming up here and saying, oh, well, I want to build my farm plot up here. But what you're going to find is that all these little gray tiles are actually like bare stone. Despite the fact that we're in a swamp, Dwarf Fortress thinks there's a lot of bare stone up here on the surface. You can smooth that all down and get rid of it, but you're likely to not have dirt left behind when you do. So the best way to get good, solid surface crop farm plots is actually to dig a trench in the ground, like, a broad canyon, 5x5 or 2x8 or whatever your dimensions for your farm plot are going to be. And then remove the ramps if there are any left, and then build a farm plot in that space. Because you're guaranteed for all of the existing area to be dirt, because that's what you dug out. Well, assuming you dug out dirt. If you dig out stone, it doesn't help you. You still have to muddy everything, of course. But that way you can have broad surface plots that don't look like they're patchwork. Nobody, dwarves apparently can't till the ground, if you will. It should be possible to till this, remove the boulders and till it up and have contiguous surface crops, but dwarves apparently don't till. So subsurface plots work great. You can get your wagon underground like we did a whole lot faster if you bring some stone. You'd think they could, but the only way to shovel dirt into a Z level is actually to cause a cave-in of dirt from above. So you end up having to, and sometimes you'll run into a bug where it will change soil types into stone when it drops. Cave-ins are really funny. Usually will work, but sometimes the dirt will fall in and the next thing you know it converts to the native stone type at that level. There's other cave-in tricks you can pull, like in a glacier you do cave-ins to get water, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. We had a lot of strangeness with our glacier this year when we embarked on our last fort. Wagons exploding and all kinds of strangeness for what should have been a relatively straightforward embark. So we need to get stills, because although we have some booze, we don't have a whole lot of it left, and we are going to use it up fairly quickly here. And now is a good time to get that up and running, and we'll put some kitchens in as well. Although we don't need the kitchens right away, we're going to go ahead and slot them in for later. And kitchens and stills are food processing. We'll do farmers' workshops we'll bring up here. Yeah, stick around if you can, Mutation. I am happy to answer questions as we go along. I'm happy to explain the reasons why I do everything that I'm doing. I love helping new folks, or old folks for that matter, learn things about Dwarf Fortress. If it's not evident, I do actually enjoy the game to some degree. There's something about its obtuse denseness and the degree to which you have to obsessively focus that's somewhat relaxing in a sense. Maybe it just appeases my inner control freak. I don't know. So we'll get our farmers' workshops in there. We'll set up a stockpile here for empty barrels and pots. If we make this floor larger at some point, which we might, then the extra storage space would come in handy. But we don't necessarily need an enormous quantity of stills and kitchens as long as we are doing our jobs fairly often to produce our material or produce our meals and our drinks on a regular basis rather than trying to do them in large batches. So this stockpile is going to be not animals, but furniture, but not all furniture. Well, don't let me forget, because I have a tendency. So keep in mind, mutation. I'm a gamer, and when I say that, I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean that I come to Dwarf Fortress in the sense that Dwarf Fortress is a game and I'm playing it. So the descriptions sometimes I don't focus on too much because they're usually not impactful on the actual gameplay. Um, I love that they're there if I get curious and I go look at them. I'll sometimes show off like the artifacts, for example. But if you want to see one and I'm not showing you, don't hesitate to ask. I love to make sure the audience is getting to see what they want to see as well as the stuff that I'm trying to show off. One part tutorial, one part how to play Dwarf Fortress, one part what the fuck is Dwarf Fortress, you know. And then we try to raise money for kids at the same time, you know. That's this thing down here. But yeah, anything you want to see, if I haven't done it already, I will happily demonstrate it. And if I have done it, I'll at least show you what I did. Because that's the whole point, is we're trying to show folks how to Dwarf Fortress. At least to a basic degree, so... So this stockpile is solely for drinks right now. So we've got our kilns and empties up here, and then they'll store the finished drinks down here. And we'll go one level below that, and that'll be stored for prepared food. Now, these won't be the only stockpiles where we'll store these. Hang on a second, I gotta do a little math in my head here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, which makes this a 15 wide, which means this should be 5 across. And it is. Good. Sorry. Checking my dimensions there. Tree nursery. We don't need a tree nursery. We embarked in a swamp. I'm going to genocide trees on the surface and make the elves go to war with us. Well, not actually. I don't have the diplomats enabled, but we are going to be genociding some trees. Welcome aboard, William. If you have any questions or comments as we go along, feel free to chime in. You're going to find that I love to interact with the audience as I'm doing this, explaining what I'm doing and why. It's a big deal to me to make sure the audience can follow along. Oh, sorry, wrong size. Wow, that is way too big. Way, way, way off size. My bad. Let's get that back down to where it needs to be. We are trying to build a slightly smaller footprint fortress than we normally would for the intent to keep our pathfinding a little lower than it normally runs. I have a decent machine, but single-core Dwarf Fortress... Not yet. We have dug out the access to it, but I'm not quite ready for the Great Hall yet. We're getting there close. Oh, William, then this is all for you. Okay, so for you specifically, boss, if you're actually really interested, and you've got the time, the 6th of November this year, we're going to run a 24-hour live stream. I'm going to come on at 8 a.m., and we are going to go from start to finish on a fortress 24 hours straight. If I die in that time, then we'll reload a new fortress and go. But it's not happened yet. So far, we've done the 24-hour fortresses. We are really on the ball, as it were. This year, we've done glaciers. We've fought were-elephants. Yeah, November 6th, 8 a.m. Eastern. I will do 24 hours straight. From then all the way through into the 7th, and then however long I feel like after that. Usually get about 25 or 26 out of me before I just want to absolutely crash. Along the way, every day from now until then, I will be broadcasting typically at 7 p.m. No, seriously, were-elephants. I'm not even kidding. I don't even think I've ever seen a were-elephant on my own gameplay before. And here's one on stream. It's like, wow, there it is. And he comes out of nowhere and, like, pulps a carpenter in, like, the first 2 seconds. I mean, he's, like, right on top of the carpenter when we find him. Squashed, like, 4 other guys before we got it under control. Every day at 7 p.m. Eastern, William, on average. We may schedule it a little differently from time to time, but normally it'll be in the evening. And I'll run about 3 hours on average every day. With the intent to... No. Hey, by all means, if you got other stuff going, I'm not saying show up, but yeah, if you're curious about Dwarf Fortress and you can't make it, maybe you might be able to make that one. And if you can't make that one, feel free to catch the past broadcasts. I only do this once a year. The only thing I do every year as a streamer is I come on for about a month and a week, and I raise money for kids and teach Dwarf Fortress. That's what I do. That's it. I mean, I don't do this as a primary gig. This is my bread and butter. It's solely about money for the kids and teaching Dwarf Fortress. That's it. So, oh, damn it, I did it again. See there? You guys got me monologuing, you sly dogs. I'd like to think that people have told me that I have that radio voice. I don't know if it's true or not, but we certainly ain't doing this in some formalized professional sense. So, let's get our dig circle set correctly this time. Haha. I found the key this time. I know which key is the full screen key now. Fear me. Wow, and it actually causes it to go all the way to minimize, too. That's awesome. I have not. Alright, so let's get this room dug out, and let's get our... Huh, that's interesting. Now it goes all the way to minimize, but won't do anything in between. Fantastic. That's Dwarf Fortress in a nutshell, boys and girls. It has suddenly decided that we will no longer do windowed. We have full screen or we have bust. Fantastic. So while they're digging that out, I'm kind of curious. Does it respond to this? Can't window it up. Fascinating. Sorry, sometimes I have to poke at things. Sometimes, even to a longtime player, Dwarf Fortress can be somewhat esoteric and more than a little arcane. Alright, and another room dug out. There we go. Now, this one into our prepared food stockpile, and as before, these are just stockpile rooms. And the only reason I'm making them as large as I normally would in this case is because in this case, the storage space is really what we're all about. It's what we're after. Now, we do want prepared food, but nothing else. Do want the barrels. So, I predate C# by a fair margin, let's just say. When I attended college, something like 25 or, good lord, it's not quite 30, but yeah, close to 25 years ago now, C was what was being taught. Java was not yet widely used or accepted. The net was still new, you see. And C is still the language I work in today. Along the way, I've actually worked on the IBM I-Series, in RPG, and I've done a little work in COBOL in university. But C, primarily, has been my stock in trade for 20 years. Well, I mean, they've dressed it up, so we're using structs and things very much like you would expect for C++. At the end of the day, it's, how do I put it? It's C, but it's C inside C++, if that makes sense. Product code. Once it gets old enough after a while, it becomes its own thing. Okay, we've got our farmers' workshops, we've got our stills, we've got our kitchens, we've got our food storage, we've got our drink storage. COBOL is still used widely today in the financial industry. Widely. No, no. No, no. There's nothing off topic here, boss. I mean, if we start to veer into something I'm not going to talk about, you'll know it. I leave stuff about my personal life kind of vague. Last game of D&D I played was actually 3.5. Give me a sec, guys. Now that I know what causes that, I will avoid hitting that button. But we're going to save this real fast, and I'm going to come right back in. Because I don't know how to make it go back to windowed mode once it's done this. We can't just alt-enter it. It doesn't respond to that properly. I can't use the window keys to bring it up from minimized in windowed mode. So we're going to just save this real quick. Yeah, I have to confess. You know, I picked up... way back when they first launched it, I was curious, so I picked up a copy of, like, the 4th edition Player's Handbook and looked at it and went, no, not for me. And 5th edition I haven't even looked at, I'll be honest. I'm old. So... for me, what actually tripped my trigger was Pathfinder. If you're a 3.5 fan, then my suggestion is seriously look at Pathfinder. Control-Alt-G. Yes, I would have found that eventually. Control-Alt-G. Really? Seriously? Huh. Maybe. Okay. Doesn't matter. We saved the game. We come back in. No big deal. No harm. No foul. We're in windowed mode again. But yes, Pathfinder. And for those of you who aren't who have played 3.5, okay, or who have played 3.5, there's actually a Pathfinder video game now, and I recommend it, but with some caveats. I personally think Pathfinder was an excellent expansion of 3.5. I think it was a wonderful way to go. I like that they have looked to expand what 3.5 did. I think that some of the really extravagant craziness of 3.5 needed to be tuned back. You know, wizards are Batman, right? You know, that kind of thing. But I think they give everybody a little more chance to shine in Pathfinder. I think the spreading out of abilities and the increase of class abilities becoming more broadly spread out is a good thing. So the Pathfinder video game, since I brought it up, let me segue for just a moment. The Pathfinder video game is excellent. I love it. I think it's great. But I will caution you people who are looking to pick it up. It assumes that you either know the Pathfinder system or that you're willing to sit down and look at character builds and things like that, or that you will set it on a difficulty setting where you can do automatic builds and that kind of thing. Because even some of the characters that come out of the box for companions do not have what I consider to be straightforward, straight class builds out of the box. It feels like someone, in some cases, built them who understood how to take advantage of some of the ins and outs of, like, the Pathfinder feats system. For example, the bard that you're given at the beginning, whose name, of course, escapes me the moment I have to bring her up, feels like she's built to take a certain dip of rogue here or there, or to take bard class skills that get you feats, so that you can get her specialized into her range weapons early on. Because early on in the box, they took, like, the extra rounds of Bard Song feat instead of point-blank shot. So at level 2, when you start worrying about feats to take, they expect you to take combat trick and then duck into point-blank shot, so that at level 3 you can start taking, like, focus skills on ranged weapons. It's very... I don't know that I would say it widens the audience. It's not... how do I put that? If you're going to play a D&D 3.5 game, if we go back and we look at, say, 2nd edition versus 3.5, or even 3rd, both 3rd and 3.5 are going to expect the player to have a much more detailed and nuanced understanding of things like class build. That's not something you ever discussed in 2nd edition or 1st edition. Class build, what the fuck is that? Classes are just what the fucking book says you get, and that's it. Unless you were doing crazy splat book, add-ons, there was no build. You rolled for new hit points, and that was it. Maybe you got to select, spells if you were playing a spellcaster. Maybe. But class builds? Feats? No, all that stuff comes in with 3.3 and 3.5, and it's at that point that things like class builds become part parcel, kit caboodle of D&D. And I don't mind that additional detail, but you need to understand that going in, the Pathfinder system is like 3.5 in that it doesn't hold your hand necessarily. And the encounters have been built with, I wouldn't say system expertise, but I would say system familiarity in mind. If you go in and you pick out the normal difficulty, it's going to assume that you know what Pathfinder is, and that you've looked at the books and understand, or at least understand the rules, or that you're willing to sit down with the game and dive into the mechanics a bit, and explore your options deeply. And if you're willing to do that, then I don't think you're going to be hindered in any way. But if you're not familiar with Pathfinder, and you're coming to it cold, and you've never seen D&D 3.5 before, then I would recommend turning the difficulty down. I really would. Because it's not that you can't play Pathfinder and enjoy the game, but if you're going to play it on its standard difficulty settings, the game is going to assume you know what Pathfinder is. And know what you're doing, at least to a degree. Not necessarily expertise, like I said. You don't have to min-max the damn thing to be able to play on normal. But it's going to assume that you understand that you can gimp yourself if you just pick crazy stuff. You follow my difference there? I mean, it's like when you go learn 3.5 for the first time, your friends don't tip you into building your own character and then give you no advice or support. Oh, yeah, so I'm speaking specifically about the video game. If you've played 3.5, or you've got, tabletop friends who are going to introduce you to Pathfinder, by all means, dive in. It's a fantastic system. I'm speaking about the video game. The video game kind of assumes the player comes to grips. Hell, I could demonstrate that game for you guys if you really wanted to see it. It's not a bad game. I don't think it's necessarily trying to do anything super revolutionary, but as an adaptation of the tabletop rules, it does all right. It's pretty good. If you liked Baldur's Gate back in the day, if you liked Icewind Dale, if you like those sorts of isometric, party-based RPGs, then Pathfinder's going to push a lot of your buttons, whether you are keen on Pathfinder necessarily or not. My only caution is that, like I said, the default setting, it warns you up front. It tells you what you're getting yourself into. But I think a lot of new players have a tendency to kind of dive into a game at what the normal settings are, and this one will brutalize you if you're not familiar with what you're getting into. And it's not that it's a hard game, but for example, let's use a concrete example. Early on in the game, you are given a side quest by an NPC to venture off to a cave and get some berries for him. And the cave is full of spiders, and he warns you about this up front. But the spiders you really have to worry about aren't the giant, spider type. They're not the big spiders. The big spiders are easy. Everybody understands how to deal with big spiders. You put your tank on it, you do some damage from the range, and bang, the spider goes down and you move on. Maybe you have some saving throws for poison, that kind of thing. No big deal. But it's not the big spiders that are going to fuck you. It's not the big spiders that fuck you at all. And it's not the big spiders that people complained about. It's the spider swarms. Because the spider swarms use the tabletop rules for swarms, and you can't beat them with standard melee weapons. They do no damage. So you've got all the tank, and you throw the tank on it, the tank is doing no damage. And meanwhile, the swarm gets automatic touch attacks on him because he's sitting in the middle of it, and it's touch attacking poison damage on him, for his strength. And it's brutalizing your tank if you don't know what you're doing. But if you start throwing splash weapons at the swarm, which is what you're supposed to do, you splash damage on swarms, the swarm goes down like instantaneously. It's not a difficult encounter, but it assumes that you know what a swarm is and how swarms work in the game. And if you don't, then the game kind of brutalizes you a little bit on that. That's, normal difficulty will kind of be harsh in that sense. You set it down to an easier difficulty, and it's, things like, I think the time limits get changed, so you have more time to react to events, and the game actually shifts in a way that will allow you to make more mistakes, I think is how I would phrase it. Played at normal difficulty, it's like you've set down with almost like fair rules that your DM is rolling fair dice, and that can be really harsh if you stop to think about, things like critical hits on NPCs get on you. Some of the randomness, that we kind of take for granted in Dwarf Fortress can be really brutal on a player, on a character, in terms of raw numbers. You know what I'm saying? I don't mean that the game is hard to learn. I don't mean the game is hard to play. But RN Jesus can really strap you over a barrel, even on normal difficulty. The game kind of assumes you're going to... I don't like using the term expertise, because I think the expertise folks are the min-maxing experts, and I ain't one of those. Those are the folks who are playing Kingmaker on higher difficulties, and I'm not. I'm playing on normal, and that's a good challenge. Right. So on normal difficulty, it actually does things like tune down crits and give you some small stat boosts that you wouldn't necessarily get in the straight tabletop game. And it's not doing that to make the game easier. It's doing that because there's no GM to fudge the numbers. If your GM rolls straight dice and what happens, buddy, let me tell you, the Kingmaker video game is going to be right. And not only rolls more dice last chime, but if you ask most GMs and they're straight up honest with you, they're going to tell you that if they rolled their dice completely fair 100% of the time, always, there would be some seriously pissed off players at their table, because the dice sooner or later are going to roll that really rotten roll set. Just, crit on top of crit on top of crit. And you will get that bad run that's just absolutely clobber a dude in a way that's not necessarily going to seem fair, even if it is. Give me a second, guys. I need to do one thing real quick, and I'll be right back. I can't assume that. There are DMs who swear up and down, and maybe they're telling me the complete honest truth, that they never ever fudge their dice, ever. There's nothing wrong with that. Slow progression, I love that. I think when you get to high level, especially like D&D 3.5, it starts to lose focus a little bit. The wizard and the cleric start to dominate too many of the fights, unless you have really min-maxed fighters at your table, which you probably don't. I think D&D is best, say, up to about maybe 5th or 8th level, maybe, tops. Unless you're wanting to do cosmic plots, with planes and demons and world traveling kind of stuff. I think D&D performs best at low levels. And I think it's my feeling that that's the case. Oh, yeah, summoning druid is the same as a cleric, man, at the end of the day. There's a reason why they call them Codzilla, C-O-D-Zilla, because cleric or druid, and if you take the right skills and the right feats and the right spells, you become a battle smasher. It doesn't matter what battle they throw at you. You can take anything in 3.5. In Pathfinder, it kind of shifts back a little bit. They kind of tone back on some of the worst of it because abilities get more spread out. Fighters start to have talents and things they can do that aren't just hit bad guy with sword. Which I think is a good thing. I think that giving all of the PCs a chance to feel, special and heroic is a good idea. Personally, for RPGs, though, I have to say, myself, I don't... my most recent RPG I played in a group was D&D, but it's not the one my personal favorite is actually GURPS, which uses bell curve based system instead of the linear rolls of D&D, and so things tend towards the average and extreme values are kind of more rare. It depends on what you're after, William. I think GURPS is one of those systems that, because it's designed to be a toolbox, you have to do a lot more work up front to get ready. But the catch is that because it's designed to be so smooth in play, if you can afford to put that extra work in up front, the system it's just a breeze. Everything is 3d6. Bell curves with D&D was fun. My first D&D box that I actually owned did not have dice. It had chits. They didn't sell dice at that point. They were chits. Paper chits. Laminated paper. Cut them up and shake them out. But GURPS is so the primary difference, I think, for folks who are used to something like D&D is that D&D is a very fantastical model in that combat is very abstracted. Hit points are very, very abstract. GURPS is the kind of game where damage to limbs gets tracked, and if you take too much damage to a limb, somebody could break it or lop it off, and I literally mean that. You can suffer crippling injuries in combat. Combat is deadly serious, even in relatively fantastical settings akin to D&D and GURPS. If you feel like D&D is too combat heavy, then a system like GURPS might be more to your liking, because combat is serious when it happens. It's not a everyday 5 fights a day in order to level up kind of system at all. It's intended that characters be broader in scope than this is the guy that hits things with swords, and this is the guy who hits things with magic, and this is the guy who, heals us up when we get wounded. It's intended that you have a broader character in a sense, and backed up by skill rolls and defaults and things like that. I think that GURPS to me represents a more mature take on the storytelling in an RPG. I don't necessarily mean that makes it a better system. It does for me, but that doesn't necessarily. I haven't even played 5e, so I can't even compare that. I'm just looking at 3.5, because once you get past 3.5, I'm out of the game, guys. I haven't played 4. I haven't played 5. Can't speak to it. Don't know. Maybe it's great. Might be the best thing ever. Might be better than GURPS for me. I don't know. I've literally never looked at it or played it. I looked at 4th edition, and that struck me as somebody who had played a lot of MMOs who was trying to do a tabletop war game almost, is how I would have phrased it, I think. So we've got our food. Let's see here. Which workshops did we not get? Since y'all have got me bottle log, I'm glad I have this on pause, because that could have been bad. Yeah, Chime. I think my primary advantage is that you can run GURPS in a lot of different ways. From the really simple to the really, really super simulationist and complex. For you folks so there's a good example. Well, we have booze set up. It's set up. We've got stills right here. No. It's not, guys. It's not a tangent. It's the point. The point is to have fun. I'd like if we taught some Dwarf Fortress along the way, but I'm happy to do other stuff too. We got the alcohol. We're good. I think that the appeal to me for GURPS is that you could literally run anything in it. People talk about, well, you can run anything in D&D. You could run future settings in D&D, and you can run modern settings in D&D, and you can run past settings in D&D. Yeah, okay, sure. But, there was a... Hang on a minute. Let me see if I can find the perfect image that really, really exemplified it for me. Hang on a second. I'll probably never be able to... Oh, here it is. Perfect. Now, I know this sounds really stupidly awful, and it probably would be, but you could run this game in GURPS, and you wouldn't have to get super crazy with the mechanics. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's designed with a very, I don't want to use this in a bad way. I don't want to use this like, I don't want to bash D&D, because I love D&D. If I didn't, I wouldn't be sitting here talking about it, right? But D&D is very much centered on the type of game that it's trying to deliver. It wants to deliver the standard fantasy, I hate to say the standard fantasy Dungeons & Dragons experience because we're talking about D&D, but at the end of the day, it's kind of the yardstick, isn't it? So let's just call it what it is. GURPS is a toolbox. You can use all kinds of different systems. You don't like the magic system? Pull it out. Put a different one in. You don't like the way talents work? Change it. You want to have, attributes work differently? Alter them. GURPS is designed to be a toolbox where you can theoretically run, in theory, anything. I've seen builds for, people make jokes, but I've seen builds where the folks who play GURPS on a regular basis get together to do crazy builds like the sentient blueberry muffin or something absurd, with the intent that these are valid in terms of you can build them in the rules. Now, the problem you're going to run into with GURPS is everybody wants to run that League of Extraordinary Villains picture I just showed. At their first time out of the gate, that's the thing they want to run. And to really run something like that smoothly, you're going to have a pretty good broad understanding of a broad selection of rules, or it's going to be just a total book fest. You're going to spend so long looking shit up that you're not actually going to play. I think that GURPS performs better when it's a little more focused than that image. But at the same time, the fact that it has the flexibility to do that kind of thing without having to change the rules, without having to get crazy with... you laughed about Expedition to Barrier Peak. The laser guns, right? But I thought that was kind of a neat thing that you could do that in at least once as a one-off. And that it would be kind of a neat thing to do. GURPS kind of looks at that and goes, sure, we can do that. We don't have to change the rules any. Here's how it works. D&D kind of shoehorns it in, and it kind of works. I think it could probably work in any setting. Yeah, so... hang on a second. So, William, back in 3rd edition GURPS, which 4th edition is now current for the record, guys, you can find a lot of 3rd edition stuff out there, and most of it will still be easily convertible to 4th edition, but 4th edition is current, just for the record. Back in 3rd edition, the original book had an actual solo adventure in it to kind of teach the player how the game works, so that you could literally sit down with like a choose-your-own-adventure book kind of very, very short, very, very self-contained story using one of their pre-generated characters, a thief, and you stole into this guy's, townhouse, basically, to rob him. It had you making stealth rolls and appraising things and understanding how to pack. You had to pack, like if you stole the China set, the little choose-your-own-adventure game asked you, did you think to pack it in the cushions before you put it in your bag? That valuable China set. It would roll against advantages and disadvantages that you had. It wasn't comprehensive by any means, but it kind of gave you the flavor for how to play. I think GURPS can probably work in any setting where you have something that can apply the rules. There's no video game based on GURPS where there's a video game GM, if you will, applying the rules for you. I think a 2-player setting would be fine. I don't think there's any reason why you couldn't do it. I think that GURPS gets harder. The problem you're going to run into with GURPS is the more rules you use, not only does it become more simulationist, it becomes, if you're not already familiar with all of those ins and outs, it becomes more bogged down in its own rules. Out of the box, right off of Steve Jackson Games' website, you can get a free copy of GURPS Lite. They give it away. GURPS Lite is pretty much the stripped-down version of GURPS. There's no rules that are different there. It just doesn't give you the full variety of options. It doesn't teach you how to build your own options for the things that aren't in the book. What it does do is give you the basic how to play. Soapmaker hollow corpse. You have migrants coming to your fortress who are hollow corpses. I've turned off the necromancers, guys. I gotta confess. I'm here to play Dwarf Fortress, not have necromancer visitors screw up my fortress every time they show up. I don't think GURPS is hard to learn. Most GURPS rules really resolve down to one rule. Roll 3d6 under a skill, or under a target based on a skill. So, for example, you might have a character whose skill in broadswords was 14. If you're going to make an attack, you're rolling against that skill. The higher your skill gets, the easier it becomes. The more modifiers you can offset by virtue of your skill, that kind of thing. I don't think it's difficult to learn. I think that the problem new players run into with GURPS is what I would call options paralysis. When you open up a GURPS book, there is this giant, just absolute blast-you-in-the-face number of options available to you. Aliens and fantasy settings and detective noir and horror and cyberpunk and you name it, you can play it. And all of the options, at least in, let's call them the most general set of options, are listed in the book. You know, all of the advantages and drawbacks, even if they don't necessarily make sense for every type of game. If you're running a Lord of the Rings fantasy setting, cyberpunk advantages don't benefit you at all, but they're there. And so you have to kind of pick around them. You have to know what applies and what doesn't, or at least pay attention to what's going on. It's not hard to learn, but I do think it requires more effort to learn than most players are apt to spend on a beer and pretzels night. If you're the kind of folks who are pulling out a system for a one-off, I don't know that GURPS is the system I'd pull out for a one-off. Maybe GURPS Lite, maybe. But I wouldn't try to pull out the full GURPS rules and make a go of it. If, however, you're one of those folks who came to Dwarf Fortress because you like the very simulationist nature of everything going on, you're going to like GURPS, I think, if you really delve into it. Because at that point, you want rules for fatigue in combat, or bleeding, or injury and disease, and, I mean, you name it. You want to throw psi and magic together and have them compete with religious denominations who can really call on their real gods. GURPS doesn't have any problem with that. It just blends it all up, no problem. You want to have a game where there's an actual official setting where people are Bane-stormed out of the modern world and into a smash-up of medieval Earth meets fantasy setting. Banestorm is a real setting for GURPS. It's already out there. So GURPS is both going to be wonderful for you and horrifying for you at the same time in that sense, William. The notion of difficulty balancing requires your GM to understand the system a little bit. And in that sense, I don't think GURPS does you any favors. There's a book out there that I highly recommend if you're serious about getting into GURPS. And I don't like recommending books so that you can pick up other books. But there's a PDF, How to Be a GURPS GM, that's going to kind of, and maybe you can find it somewhere on the 7 Seas. But if you find it there, please give the guy a go buy it once you've had some use out of it, once you see that it's valuable for you. Because I think it's a useful resource for GURPS GMs. It's kind of going to walk you through how to sit down with the rules and section them out to the things that you need. If you're not running let's say you're running a Shambara campaign, like, you know, one of those old samurai movies where the hero can kill 27 guys in a row without breaking a sweat or taking a cut, right? His sword is a wall of iron, and his will is just as hard. Some of his enemies give up when they just stare into his eyes and realize his determination is so iron, right? If you're running one of those settings, for example, there's a different set of the rules, a different subset of the rules that you're going to use or want to use or emphasize than if you're running a hardcore, gritty fantasy campaign where counting your meals matters and the weight that you're carrying is important. Or if you're running a noir fantasy, a noir campaign where everybody's detectives. Different rules, different focus. Is there any sort of history or legend reader where you don't require retiring your fort? Not that I'm aware of. But there's how do you say, there's a trick for that. what I would do if you're looking to delve your history while you keep your fort, I would just copy it. If you go out into your Dwarf Fortress folder, okay, got your Dwarf Fortress folder, right? And you go into it, and you got your data, and you go into saves. These are your saves, and the ones we care about here are, you just copy the save and then use that one. That's the easiest way to do it. It's not pretty. There's no real good way to do it. Dwarf Fortress doesn't want you to play two modes at the same time, and Legends is considered a mode just like Adventure mode. You can export, if all you care about is your history as of World Gen, there's an export that you can do at the very beginning, where you export all those files out at the very start before you even start playing. But if you're looking to get access to Legends after your world has kicked off, so to speak, after you've already started playing, then copying your save or retiring your fort's the only way. And I don't recommend retiring your fort just to get at your Legends. Copy your save. That's the best way to go. I normally export all my Legends information right at the beginning when I generate my world, just as a force of habit. And I may not have done it here. We did it in a hurry, and I was monologuing with everybody like we are tonight. And you notice we're not doing a lot of playing when I'm talking. I can't focus on the fort details while I'm trying to marshal my thoughts on diverse subjects. Not that I'm complaining, mind you. That's not a complaint. Not a complaint. I'm happy to entertain, give you my opinion on anything. As I said the other day when I wandered in here after I'd been in somebody else's stream, I said, I'm kind of an old, crusty old fart. If you ask me, I'll actually give you my opinion. But yeah, if you're one of those folks who plays tabletop RPGs, GURPS is one I recommend by virtue of its flexibility. When I say that you can run anything, I mean crossover anything. That League of Extraordinary Villains picture was only half a joke, I've thought about doing... So years ago, before I had the neuralgia, I thought about doing an online RPG to teach folks to play GURPS, kind of the same way I do teaching Dwarf Fortress. I have never really had the opportunity to GURPS GM for any length of time, and I've had even less time to actually play. But yeah, that's one I'd recommend. It's very different from D&D, so I don't recommend buying a bunch of books outright until you've had a chance to look into it. One of the faults that I think will strike with new players is you'll go out there and you look and there's just this enormous, god-awful, huge volume of books. They cover everything, space and fantasy, and there's setting books and genre books and mechanics books, and you're going to have no idea what you're buying. Don't buy any of it. Don't buy a bit of it. Go out and get the GURPS Light Rules for free off their website. Get a copy of the Caravan to Ein Eris Adventure, which is also free off their website. Play Caravan to Ein Eris using the GURPS Light rules to kind of get a feel for whether that's something you might like or not. And if it jives a little bit, or if you think it's interesting enough to look further, then maybe look at buying a book. But I wouldn't buy books out of the gate. You might very well find that we have a shared common taste in Dwarf Fortress, but you find my taste in tabletop RPGs to be complete excrement. So when I say that I like GURPS, I mean I like GURPS. I don't mean necessarily that you will like GURPS. It's kind of like I like Dwarf Fortress, but I can't imagine recommending it to my wife. Such a game would horrify her to have to sit down and play it for any length of time. She's not much into the builders. Although I have to confess, Valheim has kind of made a little bit of a builder out of her because she's had to build her own way stations when she travels in order to have a place to spawn from. Cat leather shoes? You sadist? You gotta kill them early when they're still kittens. It's kitten biscuits for us, buddy. Kitten biscuits. I'd say that's fair, William. What you're going to like in your games, of course, is going to be wildly different. I hadn't put my finger on it, but you say Ocarina of Time, and now that I look at the graphics, I can't unsee it. I never actually played Ocarina of Time, so that's why it doesn't occur to me right away. But now that you say it, it's kind of hard not to see it in a way. Well, here's the thing, Nafe. My last console was a PlayStation 3, and I had like 3 games for it, to give you an idea. I stopped buying consoles. I am exclusively a PC gamer unless you count my, you know, Valheim has hit a sweet spot in a sense, I would say, for how to say this. I'm going to use terms and I don't want them to sound negative, so I apologize in advance if it sounds that way. Well, and I don't get 10 years out of a PC normally. About 5 or 6 is usually about where we start to have problems where the main cores aren't keeping up anymore, and I've got to go replace a motherboard. At that point, I'm buying a new box. But 5 or 6 is easy out of a PC with a graphics upgrade in the middle, no problem. So even if you're not buying the latest and greatest, and I don't, I'm running a 2070. I'm not running a 3000 series card. I'm not running a 2080. I'm not paying the Bitcoin miners. You know what I'm saying? But it's good enough to run anything modern I want to run at a reasonable frame rate, as long as I don't try to push the graphics to the nth degree. I can't play at 4K. My monitor's not the size of my wall. My my PC doesn't sound like a jet turbine when it takes off. But it gets by. It does it for everything I need, and it's at a reasonable price. My problem with consoles wasn't even console exclusives. When I picked up the PlayStation 3, my problem is that when I finally got it, there just wasn't anything there that I wanted to play that I wasn't getting on my PC if I wanted it. And more, I didn't find myself wanting to play the games that I found on consoles. I back in the day, I played. Let's go back to PlayStation 2. I loved. I'm not saying it's garbage. I'm not saying all AAA gaming is garbage. I'm not going to say that. I'm not. You're not going to catch me saying that. I like Total War Warhammer. I think there's problems with it, but it's AAA. Pretty much, Nafe. You've pretty much nailed it on the right on the money. Buy a decent motherboard and a decent CPU, good RAM, good amount of RAM, and then in 5 years swap out the GPU and maybe change up the RAM or the CPU if you need to, and run for another 2 or 3 years. And somewhere in there you're going to have a hardware failure. You'll want to buy a new box anyway. Right, Lumber? I mean, we're all sitting here playing Dwarf Fortress and we're discussing cutting edge graphics. But no, I don't say that all AAA gaming is garbage. I liked, and I'm not even going to say that it's recent. Maybe I'm getting burned out. I mean, and I definitely don't have the money for 3 consoles. That's the real problem. Right there, Mutation. That's the money. Right there. That's the shot. If I'm going to buy an Xbox and a PlayStation and whatever Nintendo is selling this year, even without a portable version of any of those, forget a Vita, forget the Game Boy, forget whatever, you're probably running what, $300 a console, and then you got to buy the games on top of it, which are separate, which I have to buy on PC, I admit. But if I'm going to blow $1,000 on parts for consoles, why don't I just blow that $1,000 and might as well chip in another couple hundred and just go all in and get a PC that I build myself from parts and come out way ahead in terms of performance on a console. It was PlayStation 2 into PlayStation 3 era was what really killed it for me. We moved up from the PlayStation 2 to a PlayStation 3 thinking that there was going to be a big flood of games, and there just wasn't. And we got it for God of War for the wife, primarily, I think. because at that point I wasn't really sure about a console at all. We did PlayStation 2, and PlayStation 2 was fantastic for the record. That's a fantastic console. PlayStation 1 was great. Super Nintendo, and then, of course, you got to go 8-bit Nintendo and go back to the Atari at that point, right? But the problem was the PlayStation 3 just wasn't getting it done. At that point, my PC is starting to come in hard. We're doing a lot of PC gaming between my wife and I. You know, networking in the house is starting to become a thing, as opposed to, you know, playing online on a PC is regular, and I don't have to go through a windowed service like you would with a console. I can mod my games, I can hack my games, I can stream my games. Shit, guys, what we're doing right here, right? I mean, you know, so, and that's kind of where it started to really fall out for me, and that was the last console we bought. Right, and I mean indie scene games. I mean, if you really want to look around, there was, what was it I played years ago? Survival Crisis Z. Go find that one, guys. That's an isometric shooter. You're going to spend a lot of time brutalizing zombies for fun and grinding up weapon upgrades and taking companions to lay siege to post-apocalyptia's hideouts. It's a wonderful little fun, you know, blow 3 or 4 hours kind of game. If you can get it running these days. You probably won't be able to get it running, but there you are. And consoles just don't have that. I mean, literally, they're asking me to buy games I had from yesteryear on their streaming service in the hope that I'll be able to keep them down the road. They could be giving you credit on the discs you had. You know what I'm saying? You have this disc? Oh, great. We'll give you access to this in the store. They could be checking that. It's not like they don't have... But instead, they want to make the extra money to do it again. So there we are. But hell, speaking of nostalgia, shit, PlayStation 1 games. You guys want to run down nostalgia lane? Who here has played the original PlayStation 1 Blood Omen Legacy of Kain? The original one. Good Old Games is selling it for PC right now. They finally got it. They finally got it. If you're seriously going to run down nostalgia lane and you don't have a physical copy and the console to play it on, probably worth a look. So for those of you who haven't played it, I don't necessarily recommend the game. It's a wonderful game from my standpoint, but their loss. EA taking it on the chin ain't going to make me wink. Let's get... Okay, so we got our food. We were going to get forges up. That's what we were going to do. We need to get a forges up. And... That's fantastic. Like I said, awesome as far as I'm concerned. I have never actually played Ultima Underworld, I confess. I've played a lot of very related games, but not that one. I even sat down with Arx Fatalis for a while and messed around with that. Right? I mean, Bullfrog? Mythic? Right? I mean, over and over and over. They put the bean counters in charge over and over and over. The bean counters end up in charge, and the passion just leaves. It's gone. Everything becomes gray, is my suspicion. Microprose, that's right. And for those of you who ever played the old Master of Magic game, Good Old Games has that one out there too. There's your Micro Pros. And they probably have the original Master of Orion and Master of Orion 2 out there probably as well. Running right now today on your PC if you want. Highly recommended. The SCA. Wow, I haven't heard that term in a while. Oh well, maybe their name is. I'm sure they're not really micro pros anymore. The guys the guys who were micro pros. I can't speak to the old Heroes of Might and Magic knife, but I did play something recently that purported to be similar to one of them. What was it? It's available free, and you can go buy it if you like it. But there's a free version of it. Go pick up Heroes Hour. You'll have to search for it. I don't even remember where I got it. I picked up the demo, but it plays kind of like a 4X kind of game, kind of simplified down to its bare bones, if you will. Somebody said it kind of plays like, I want to say, Heroes of Might and Magic 3, maybe? I might be getting the wrong one, since I've never actually played them. You'll have to forgive me if I've got the wrong one. Kind of interesting for a little indie game with, simple graphics and that kind of thing. Probably would run on a toaster. It's worth, if you like 4X games, if you like those sort of grand strategy games, it's probably worth a look just from amusement and with its simplicity, because it really does get down to just the bare essentials, if you will. The really, really bare essentials. It's not bad. I don't mean to run it down. Minimalist is the thing. Is a thing. I'm torn. So torn. Paradox. Ooh, so torn. I'd love to like games like Stellaris, but either I'm just dumb or I don't get it or something, and once you stack Stellaris behind the 47,000 DLCs that they've now dumped on it, I kind of just look at it and go, why? And dude, I mean, let's not kid ourselves. It's not like I won't throw money at a game. Fuck's sake. I own Total War Warhammer 2, and I picked up the first one just so I could play on the fucking Mortal Empires map, for fuck's sake. I spent $20 on a damn map because I'm not going to play the first one. And it's not like I'm any good at it. You're not going to see me streaming it on legendary difficulty and showing my skill off or anything. But it's enjoyable. It's kind of neat from a lore standpoint. It's something I could spend a lot of hours starting over and over again. I haven't played EU or Crusader Kings or Europa Universal. I haven't played those. I've seen them, but there's a certain, how do I put it? You start to reach a certain level of complexity, and I start to glaze over. And that's funny coming from somebody who's sitting here playing Dwarf Fortress, right? I mean, but they feel like they're going to bury me, I think is how I'd phrase it. I could probably get there, but I don't know that I want to put the time and effort into getting there is the real problem they face. They're kind of having an uphill battle just convincing me that I should start. So now we've got our... Okay, so we've got our forge up top being disassembled. Let's go ahead and build our smelter down here. And we can put in a couple of stockpiles to make things run faster. Wallachia, yeah. So, funny story, I actually picked up Total War Warhammer 2 to play the Vampire Counts faction. Skeletons. Skeletons everywhere. The vampire counts have come to take over the world. Divinity. Okay, so which one? When you say Divinity, there's actually a whole series that doesn't include the standard 2 that everybody's thinking about, so you're going to be a lot more specific about how did I feel about Divinity. Context, man. Context is everything. Do you mean the isometric RPGs? 1 and 2, so to speak? Original Sin 1 and 2? Okay, so Original Sin 1 is actually pretty good for a first effort in that direction, from my standpoint. It is by no means flawless. And the second one is, in every way, in my opinion, a vast improvement. But the first one is not bad. It's just, how do I put it? It has the problem that Kingmaker has turned up another couple notches. It assumes you're going to know about the build system, and there's no way for you to know about the build system in advance. And it's real easy to gimp shit. And I don't remember vanilla having a respec, which makes it even worse. So when I say that it's not necessarily a bad game, I mean that go in with your spoiler, at least your build spoilers, set to max. I'm not saying you have to min-max the game, but you do need to know what you're building and why. Because the game will happily gimp you and then just spend the last, few levels just laughing at you, is my general take on it. There are cheeses and things as well that you can pull. It's a wonderful RPG, but a purse warrior, right? Is that like a chest mage? The second one is, if you could only buy one of the two, I highly recommend it be the second one and not the first one. They are not connected in any significant way, other than they are set in roughly the same general universe, if you want to call it that. The games do not tie into one another in any significant fashion. And they're both telling wonderful, almost fairy tale-esque fantasies, which is kind of unique in a way. The first one especially is very, very fairy tale in places. I don't know how else to put it. They really leaned hard on the myths, in a sense, in the fairy tales on it. The second one is a little more grounded, more straightforward as in terms of its story. But the second one's real improvements, from my standpoint, were it's a lot more flexible mechanically. Things like respecs are vanilla now, and there's a little more flexibility in the builds from the get-go. Yeah, chest mage. The catch is, now if you can do even better. It's not just a purse filled with heavy stuff. It's like a chest filled with chests, and the chests on the inside are all full of stuff. And it's just chests all the way down. And then the outer chest weighs like 90,000 pounds, and he's just slinging it around with a telekinesis. And you just squash like 3 bad guys a turn, every turn, with no recourse. The chest, there's an invulnerable chest in like the first town, so that the item never gets destroyed on the outside. You can use an invulnerable item to do it, so it never gets destroyed. And then you just smash people with this invulnerable chest for the rest of the game. If you're going to cheese that hard, yeah, okay, you can beat the game with whatever flexibility you got. But but that's not really what I'm talking about. I mean, in terms of straightforward build complexity, if you're playing it straight, you're not going for the super crazy exploits. In the first game, or maybe it was the second game. I forget at this point. My wife and I actually beat an encounter with candles. There was a bad guy who did something, and he did it around a poison gas trap. And we had some candles set up to restrict his movement because they actually block the AI's movement. So he would spawn inside the candles, but the problem was something happened. Something went wrong. Something bugged out. And we got this literal set of chain detonations. Not the standard, oh, look, you put poison and fire and it detonated. No, it like kept re-detonating in the middle of turn-based combat. On his turn, it just kept detonating and detonating and detonating. Took him 100 to 0 on the first round without us lifting a finger. We have no idea what happened or how it happened. We saved the game, reloaded it to try it again, and it did not happen. We don't know how it broke. It was hilarious. Boss fight, completely skipped. Dude just obliterated himself. Complete self-immolation out of nowhere, and we have no idea how it happened. Just chain detonations that should not have occurred in turn-based combat, and it just kept blowing up and blowing up and blowing up. He kept taking damage, and I'm looking at the wife, and she's looking at me. It's not even our turn. We can't do anything. Hilarious. But the first one was really harsh in terms of build mechanics, in my eyes. The second one, much, much better. Much, much better. Huge improvement. The story is straighter, easier to follow. The things like the quest journal that you kind of expect with modern RPGs. The first one was a really bare bones, super, super bare bones outline of quest journal. The modern one has better. It's not perfect. It needs some improvement, but it's far, far better. It's much more like what you'd expect. The tactical combat in Divinity is fantastic. If you're one of those folks who's looking for a tactical RPG, wow. That's the bar right there. That's the yardstick by which they're going to be measured for a while. I don't know how else to put it. It's that good. It is that good. It's fantastic as a tactical RPG. Absolutely amazing. Divinity 2 is just chef's kiss. I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm sure if you look at it, you could probably find all kinds of things to criticize mechanically and narratively, and I'm sure you can. I'm sure a professional critic could sit down with that game and tell you all kinds of things they did wrong. And I would probably agree with them. But the catch is that the game is good enough that for the most part, you're willing to overlook a stuff there. It's a wonderful RPG. They both are, but the second one especially is just, it's, if you haven't played Divinity 2, Original Sin 2, I please, and you're an RPG fan, especially if you're a Baldur's Gate type isometric RPG fan, oh my god, go pick it up. You don't think you'll like turn-based? Fine, but it's worth a look. It really is. Go watch a Let's Play if you're not sure about the turn-based combat. See if it'd be something you're willing to take your casual time with, because that one deserves the praise it gets. It really does. If you're one of those folks who goes back and plays Baldur's Gate and Icewind Dale, I cannot imagine you not liking. I cannot imagine you not liking Divinity. Unless you're just stuck on the turn-based combat, and then yeah, I get it. If it's too slow for you, it's kind of too slow for the wife sometimes, and I get that. But the flexibility of the tactical mechanics is awesome. The admixture of things like the thievery you kind of do in real time is, or that you can do in real time, I guess I should say, if you're not turning on combat mechanics to cheese it up. It really does, in my eyes, deserve the praise it gets. It is going to be, I think, when people look back on RPGs of that time period, Divinity is going to be the Baldur's Gate of its time. No offense to Baldur's Gate 3. But they're going to have to knock it out of the park with Baldur's Gate 3, and I haven't looked at it yet, but unless they absolutely just smash it, name recognition is not going to get them up there for me. And I haven't looked at it. I'm not saying Baldur's Gate 3 is bad. Still early access. I'm not getting there yet. I've looked. I've stayed away. I want to come at it fresh. Kingmaker, when it launched, was horrible, god awful, bad, just broken and damaged, and they patched it. They straight up No Man's Skied it almost because it really needed to turn around when it first launched. The early access launch of Kingmaker was just bad, and it has radically turned around since then. But as much as I love Kingmaker, and it's a great game, it does not hold a candle to Divinity 2. Not even close. That game is in a league of its own. If you are an isometric RPG fan and you have not played it, you owe it to yourself to take a strong, hard look at it. My wife and I have played Divinity. We probably need to finish it at some point. We put it off and it's gotten tossed at the back of the drawer, so to speak. We're up at about level 18 or 19. We're about ready to finish the game at this point. But it's not just food crafting, Naif. You can do cheese with potions, and cheese with telekinesis, and cheese with the pyramids, and cheese. There's all kinds of cheeses if you really want cheese, and they don't care. They're all for it. They're all good with it. It's like Morrowind. Oh my God, that's the best example I can think of to compare it to. Morrowind is full of all kinds of what modern games would consider to be broken mechanics. Morrowind is full of stuff that if you use it to its fullest extent will absolutely just destroy the mechanical difficulty of the game. Right, jumping as a mode of travel. Morrowind is what I would look at and say, if I were looking at a game that Divinity draws its flexibility from, Morrowind is the game I could most closely recommend in that vein. Despite the fact that one is an isometric party-based RPG and the other is a first-person open-world RPG. I mean, yes, and I didn't play Daggerfall. I confess, I don't go back that far. Didn't play Arena, didn't play Daggerfall. I didn't have a sufficient PC to run them at the time, and by the time I did, things had moved on, if you will. Neither Oblivion nor Skyrim rises to the standard of Morrowind. There, I said it. I'm sorry. Skyrim comes closer. Oblivion tries, but Skyrim comes closer despite the fact, despite how stripped down it is, Skyrim comes closer. And that's bad, but it does. They at least put some quality into Skyrim. Oblivion felt really bad. I wanted to like Oblivion, but Oblivion felt really bad. The push for consoles was too early for the kind of game that they were offering. And at this point, I have to confess, I probably will not purchase another Bethesda product at this point. I didn't buy Fallout 76, and you don't expect me to in the future. I'm not planning to buy their next few either. And the mods have been saving Oblivion or have been saving Bethesda for years. That's always been the case. But you can see very clearly, what I would suggest to you is you can see very clearly what I refer to as the Bethesda belt sander in action. I can't speak to Daggerfall, but people tell me it was broader than Morrowind in a mechanical sense. But when you go from Morrowind to Oblivion, everything gets sanded down a little bit. Some of the things that were crazy and wilder, not necessarily more broken, just because Morrowind was wild broken, man. Make no mistake, there are mechanics, things in Morrowind you can do that no sane game would ever let you do. Except I don't know if it's just bad QA or if that was actually the intent. Because you're literally talking about a godhead ascension at that point, and crazy broken mechanics for somebody who's literally ascending to be a god don't necessarily break the game. You understand what I'm saying? But I mean, everything got sanded down. In Morrowind, there were spears. In Oblivion, there was none. In Morrowind, there's, 4 or 5 different hand weapon types, or whatever it is. Axes and long blades and short blades and blunt weapons and spears. 5 different kinds or whatever. And maybe I'm missing one. Whatever. just hand weapons now. I'm not including the ranged weapons. But when you get to Oblivion, it's just 2, blade and blunt. Or maybe it was 4, 2-hand blade, 2-hand blunt. I'd have to look back and double check. But when you get to Skyrim, it's 2. It's, one-handed and 2-handed. And I think that, it might not be a popular opinion in the mainstream audiences. Let's play Skyrim with the dragons. No, actually, I like the dragons, but I'll get to that in a minute. I mod those for a reason, because I use them to bend Skyrim's mechanics in a way that I think they should have done something. But get to that in a second. When you go from Morrowind to Oblivion, everything gets sanded down. Everything gets a little smaller. Maybe the world is bigger, I don't know. But it feels like the reach of the player gets smaller. In Morrowind, you could build wild, crazy spells. Morrowind is when mages were at their peak. Everything about magic in Morrowind is just crazy, wildly powerful. When you get to Oblivion, everything kind of gets scaled back. Everything. In Morrowind, your favorite way to get around at first is using the fast travel options, and that's great. But eventually you get access to the jump spell and, fortify acrobatics, and you basically make a spell that acts like 7-league boots. You take a step and you hit the jump key and your character goes flying through the air and lands safely a town away. And it's hilariously, awesomely fun to go bounding through the sky. Those of you who played City of Heroes and had a jump-based superhero, with the super jump travel method, are going to know exactly what I mean. That whole bouncing from point to point thing. Morrowind nailed that years before City of Heroes ever thought of it. But when you get to Oblivion, in order to fit it onto the consoles, they strip it down so you can't jump over the walls. There's no levitation anymore because we don't want somebody who might see over the walls into a place that's not loaded. So levitation's gone. Jump is gone. The loop dungeon becomes the thing. All the dungeons in Oblivion and on pretty much become loop dungeons. The entrance goes in, you go all the way to the back, you loop your way around, there's a boss fight, and then you kind of drop down and you're at the exit and you leave. Think about it. Almost every Skyrim dungeon is a loop dungeon. Almost all of them. The ones that aren't are mostly things like either set-piece dungeons for like that one-off fight, or they are pass-throughs like the Shriekwind Bastion, where you come in at the north end and you pass through it and you come out on the south end of the mountains, and it's meant to be like a pass, right? But everything else is a loop dungeon. You go in, you loop around, you come back out to the entrance, you fall out. All of them. It's done to save the player's time, but in Morrowind, when they did a loop dungeon, you had levitation. If you were a clever player, there was nothing that stopped you from going in at the entrance and going, oh, look, there's an opening up there. I can levitate up to that, go in through the back door, and fight the boss, and then leave. If there was a boss. You understand what I'm saying? You could come in the back door, loot the most valuable loot, and never fight anybody if you were clever about it. And Morrowind loved that. Morrowind reveled in that. Skyrim and Oblivion stepped on that and said, no, don't do that. That's bad fun. Don't play that way. And they're not necessarily doing it intentionally, I don't think. It's not like somebody sits down and goes, ha 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 ha, how can we strip our game down, boys? I don't think Todd Howard is sitting around going, with an evil cackle and a hood going, well, boys, if we strip this out, we can make $5 more on a retail copy. Right. I mean, the shenanigans you pulled in Morrowind, like stealing the limeware platter when you first start your character out, right? That 600 gold platter that suddenly changes your character from a pauper to a well-established dude overnight. But here's the thing, William. You say from the designer's perspective, imagine spending a month as a team designing and detailing a dungeon just to have it skipped. Here's the thing. If that's what you're focusing on as a designer, the time you spent, you have completely missed the point as a game developer. You have utterly fucking missed the point. Completely. Because your purpose as a game developer is twofold. One, to give the player a fun experience, and 2, to make money. Not necessarily in that order, but those are the 2 things you're after. And if your player has more fun coming in the back door, pilfering only the most valuable loot and leaving, if their duper's delight, if you will, is so great that they don't even want to see the rest of your dungeon, why do you care? They had the fun they wanted to have. You gave it to them. You serviced them. Sure, you didn't need to go all the extra effort, But for every guy out there who comes in the back door, steals only the most valuable loot, and never returns to the dungeon, you're going to get a guy like me who comes in the back door and thinks, awesome, I got the most valuable loot and I smashed the boss. Now I can sneak up on all the minions and get their shit too. I'm still going to see your dungeon. I'm just going to see it from the other perspective. And for every one of me, there's probably 10 of the guy who comes in the front door and does the dungeon the way you're supposed to. You know, big air quotes on supposed to. I don't think the designer's time is ever wasted in that sense. You can... and I don't think the designers would necessarily even agree with that, because I look at things like the little tiny set pieces in Fallout 3 and Fallout 4. You know, all the her skeleton posing stuff that they do. Oh, look, there's a teddy bear in a toilet, or, you know, this teddy bear's got a military helmet and a cigar. Isn't that cute? It's funny at first. It's, you know, as a one-off, it's funny. It's an amusing thing. And there's always, you know, one of those that you haven't seen before. Unless you've spent thousands and thousands of hours on the game, there's probably one of those somewhere you haven't seen. And they can be interesting or poignant or whatever, and some people get into them that real heavy and deep, and that's great. But I don't think the designer's time is wasted, because there's no way for any player to see all of your game, ever. The question you have to ask yourself as a designer is my game so bad that people only want to come in the back door, steal my loot, and leave? And if your game is so bad that they want to spend the time playing it as little as possible, I'm not talking speedrunners and I'm not talking min-maxers, but I'm talking about the general public. If your game is so bad that the general public wants to do only that, then you have a problem. Otherwise, no, man. The clever people that are coming in the back door and patting themselves on the back, you are just giving them exactly the fun they wanted. Right, and the versatility of that gives the player replayability. Exactly. Spot on. I refer to it as a belt sander, because what they are giving you back is a simplification that effectively makes the game quicker and easier to play, more straightforward, more, I don't want to use the term linear because that's not strictly speaking true, but more linear in a sense. It's not that Skyrim is a line. It's not. It's still an RPG with side quests, but everything is narrowed. Everything is scaled back and scaled down. The story options aren't deep, and so instead of giving you directions in your quest log like they did in Morrowind and forcing you to navigate manually, in Skyrim everything is a quest marker. And the quest marker being there has resulted in them not doing things like giving you directions to the tomb. Instead, they just expect you to follow the leader with the quest marker. And that's fine if that's the kind of game you want. But Morrowind would have said, hey, leave town going east by the main road, pass by 3 junctions, take the junction going south at the 3rd junction, go east for several minutes when you come to the 1st junction after that, then look south through the hills, and somewhere around there you're going to find the tomb you're looking for. And they would have expected you to navigate that from, you know, the map and your description and your memory. And if you got lost, well, that was the adventure, wasn't it? That is the adventure. You went out there, you tried to navigate, you got lost, you came back. I had the most fun. Some of the most fun I had in Morrowind when I first set out was how what's the word I'm looking for? How realistic, in a sense, Morrowind's expeditions became, because you had to think about how much loot you were carrying back versus what you took out with you because of your weight limit. You didn't have to deal with food and drink. Man, if Morrowind had survival gameplay out of the box as vanilla, shit, man. It was already kind of ahead of its time in that sense. But Morrowind is full of all sorts of deliciously broken mechanics, recursive potions, and Jesus, putting the same, bind and recall by itself alone is a huge exploit if you use it properly. And that's before you start doing things with mods or anything crazy. Just the basic game mechanics have all sorts of broken backdoors. Drain your skill down temporarily to skill level 1, go to the trainer, and pay 1 gold to have it raised to skill level 2. The spell wears off in 3 seconds, and now you have a skill level that's 1 higher than you did when you first started, because you trained for a skill increase, and the temporary skill loss wore off. But you only paid like you were going from skill level 1 to skill level 2 instead of from skill level 90 to skill level 91. So you save, 1,000 gold or 10,000 gold or whatever it's going to cost you to train your skill. Incredibly broken. Hilariously fun. Morrowind's full of stuff like that. if you play the game straight, it comes at you straight. And if you start bending the rules and you start looking at it, Morrowind doesn't care. The lore explains how you're doing all these exploits. It basically implies that the character is, to paraphrase one thread from the entire game, it basically paraphrases that the player character is a reincarnated god or demigod, depending on how you view it. And therefore, things like your ability to save and reload are literally explained as you, the Godhead's power exercised over reality. Straight up, your save game is a meta. So when you then start having things like mechanics that can allow you to bend the game's combat to the point that it breaks and screams for mercy, the game doesn't even care. It just rolls on with it. If you want to play it straight, it plays it straight. You want to break the rules a little, it lets you. You want to break the rules all the way and just completely make it beg for mercy, it doesn't care. It just keeps playing. The lore varies from just crazy to bizarre. Crazy and bizarre. We have both kinds, country and western. Dude, I actually went out. So one of my favorite mods was actually a terrible hacky mod at the heart of it. But the basic mod was like this little Ashlander tent that you could carry around and set up and teleport to. Completely broken if you're teleporting to your yurt from nowhere because you're hauling all loot and putting it on your back and just teleporting to your yurt and then moving your yurt to the merchants and pull the stuff out of your tent, right? Hey, welcome aboard, Jay Zombie. I mean, completely broken mechanics, but it was delightful fun. Delightful. And modern games are never going to do anything like that ever again. The notion that they have to be balanced and perfect it's omnipresent. I picked up Cyberpunk 2077 because I'm a nut for cyberpunk type games, and open world was an easy sell. I love open world games. And I won't say it's a bad game. It's not. It's just kind of mediocre. But the first patches they roll out, everybody knows that game launched. It was a total shit show. That's not a secret. Total shit show of a game launch. But they start patching it. And what do they patch first? Are they focusing on game breaks? No. Are they? No. They're focusing on, hey, look, if you take this collection of perks and you buy from this item from this merchant, you generate an infinite money exploit. Well, we can't have an infinite money exploit. So put a guy on patching that shit first. That's not the only thing they patched when they first started patching stuff, but it was in the first patches, heavy. Patch these economy exploits. Patch these economy exploits. What the hell for? At that point, if somebody is literally playing your game when shit is literally breaking to the point that they're having to reload the game or restart the game or reboot the game, soft locks and quests, and if your shit is broken to that point, infinite economy exploits are so far down your priority list at that point that it's insane. But you go look at the patch notes. It's all full of, rebalanced our economy so that items cost certain, this, what the hell for? Who cares? It's a single player fucking game. Nobody's sharing it with their friends. There's no economy to preserve here for microtransactions or whatever. Nobody cares. What the hell for? Anybody who is exploiting the game to that degree to actually benefit from it in a sense, meaningfully, it's a completely asinine point to focus on. Your game is busted. Worry about that first. Don't take away the players who are having fun. If they're exploiting your game and they're getting a kick out of that, let them. Fuck it, who cares? They're having their fun. You made your money already. They're having their fun with your product. Run with it. I'm not saying you can't patch it later. I'm not saying don't patch it. I'm saying it shouldn't be your first priority. I'm not saying you should have a significant portion of your first patch notes devoted to, well, we sat an intern down and forced him to go through the economy and price things right. What the hell for? Why was that even a focus? Get that intern coding, buddy. Your game is busted. Morrowind is busted, and it just runs with it. And that's what makes it wonderful. I don't for a moment believe CDPR is putting their top guys on their economy fixes. Because they had 3 patches of economy fixes. At least. Which is what makes it even more stupid. I understand wanting to close a few holes, or if you've got something that is breaking the game in some way, but if some dude is selling and rebuying an item 70,000 times in order to have max int money, what do you care? If his game gets corrupt and he sends it to you and goes, oh, well, my game is corrupt, you look at him and go, yeah, you used it outside the standard expected operating parameters. Thanks and have fun. We'll fix it in the next patch. Incubation teams. I don't necessarily think that's a problem. I'm not faulting them for setting an intern down or even setting, whoever they put on it. Maybe it was their top guy. I'm not even faulting them. I'm just saying it's the kind of thing I would expect somebody to go, oh, well, that's not important. Throw the intern at it. And even at that level, the intern had more higher priorities that they could have been focusing him on. I mean, get the guy up to speed in your code base or something. I mean, fuck the economy bugs. Fix your shit. I don't, and for the record, I don't actually want to run Cyberpunk down. It's not a bad game. It's just kind of average, which is what's really disappointing. I don't want to say I was hyped, but you start throwing things like open world at me, and I wasn't thinking GTA meets Witcher. It's not bad. It's just not quite what I had in mind. It's not quite as broad as I was hoping it would be, which is a shame. I was hoping for more. What I got wasn't necessarily bad. It just wasn't as deep as I was looking for. It was kind of Bethesda in that sense. Broad as an ocean and deep as a teaspoon or something, right? The genre is starved for modern content, though. That is absolutely correct, and that's part of the reason why I bought. It's why when the System Shock remaster launches, you can expect me to have a copy. Because sci-fi cyberpunk, yeah, that's uncommon. It really is. It's why I own the Shadowrun, tactical RPGs, which I do recommend the second and the third one. Not the first one, but the second and the third one were both very good. Dragonfall and Hong Kong are both excellent. Although there's still some spelling errors in Hong Kong. I couldn't point them out to you from memory, but I know I've seen them. In System Shock 2, you start off in a cryopod, and there is a wrench nearby, and if you don't get under cover, there's an explosion nearby that will give you some slight damage. But if you're moving around and staying away from the things they tell you to when they tell you to, then the explosion won't touch you. But no, you start off and you grab a wrench and you have to crawl through this spot while they threaten you with the section of the ship that you're on depressurizing. The section of the station. Shadowrun Returns is the first one. I don't recommend that one. It's very much a trip down nostalgia lane. For those of you who've played like the old SNES Shadowrun, there's a lot of callback going on there. And if you are familiar with the Shadowrun lore, you're going to see I'm going to put big air quotes on it, plot twist, end air quotes. The plot twist coming a mile away if you're at all familiar with the Shadowrun world lore. So the plot is like telegraphed for you if you're at all familiar with Shadowrun, and the mechanics are at their simplest and least developed. Shadowrun Returns is easily the worst of the trilogy. In the second one and the third one, they refine the mechanics, the narrative gets deeper, there's side quests and companion mechanics, and it starts to become a much, much more rich game than the first one. The first one is somebody building it to say that they could and demonstrating that it could be done so that somebody can fund the next two. Yes and no. I'm not going to say it's not. It's a very similar game. It really is. If you like tactical turn-based RPGs that are on kind of like a hidden grid. Okay, so yes, if you don't know anything about Shadowrun, Shadowrun is effectively Fantasy races meet cyberpunk. I don't know how else to put it. There's magic and there's dragons and there's cybernetic implants and AI, and these all coexist. And it's not bad. It's a wonderful setting on its own. It can be run everything from straight to absurdist depending on how you want it. The phrase I see is XCOM with magic is kind of how I would think of the RPG, or the video game I'm describing is very much XCOM with magic. The tabletop setting that Shadowrun is what I'm referring to in terms of setting. Elves and dwarves and orcs and trolls and humans coexisting with magic and cyberpunk, and all stirred together and done properly. It's wonderful if you're okay with that. If it's not the kind of thing you're looking for, if having magic in your cyberpunk is going to throw you for a loop, then maybe you skip it. I can't say the tabletop is great. The last time I played Shadowrun was Shadowrun First Edition. So Bright is like a lower tech Shadowrun, kinda. More like 20th century, before all the AI and the plagues and all the real crazy shit starts to really kick off. Like if the goblinization event had happened much, much earlier in Shadowrun's history, rather than in the time frame that it actually does, then yeah, you'd get something like Bright. Not necessarily in that exact setting, I mean, but it would resemble that. And Shadowrun can be run everything from straight up grimdark to comedic, over the top, style over substance kind of things, depending on what you're looking for in a game. There's rules for that. It kind of bends that way. But the RPGs, the CRPGs, the video games, the modern ones, the trilogy, Shadowrun Returns is easily the weakest, by far. I mean, like, hands down and walking away. It's not that it's bad, but a lot of mechanics get introduced later that make it better. And I mean, gameplay mechanics get introduced that should have been there in the first one, I think. And I don't even think that the current version has them. I'd have to go back and look. I know that the launch version didn't. I want to say stuff like, God, it's been forever, but it was something really basic. Like maybe it was cover indicators, or there was something about the combat I remember thinking, oh, I'm glad they changed that. That's a big improvement. And I don't remember what it was. But I didn't like Shadowrun Returns for a lot of reasons. The mechanics was only one of them. Like I said, I'm familiar with the Shadowrun setting, so the plot twist for me wasn't a plot twist. It was like telegraphed and screaming bullhorn from 2 feet in front of my face. I don't know, William. I'd have to go back and look. I'd have to really go back and actually compare the mechanics to remember what the physical difference was. There was something. And it wasn't important enough to remember, because I remember thinking to myself, I'm never going to go back and play the first one anyway, so it doesn't matter to get all worked up about it. But the second and the third one have combat mechanics that are vastly improved over the original one in some aspect that my head is not telling me. Sorry, you guys we're going really far afield. There's a lot of diverse discussion this evening. But the second one was, or the first one was easily the weakest, both mechanically, narratively, the works. Now, whether you think the second one or the third one is the strongest, I leave to you personally to judge. The third one does all sorts of new fanciful tricks like small cutscenes, and it really kind of, I would say it pulls all the stops out from a game design standpoint, but there's a lot of rough edges from a polish standpoint. I remember spelling errors very specifically that jumped out at me as like, how could you miss this? Yeah, what is this Dwarf Fortress thing that we're doing anyway? It's just sort of a side business anyway, right? The third one has some rough edges, it really does. And the second one doesn't develop, how do I put this? The third one goes all in on the whole companion mechanics and, interaction with your companions in a sense. none of these are super deep RPGs. They're very casual affairs. But at the same time, the development from the first one to the third one is profound. I can't speak to that. Again, I do everything in English. So localization, you folks in other countries who may be listening in and who speak multiple languages, I can never speak to localization. I only speak English to any great degree and only a smattering of a couple of other languages. Just enough to get in over my head very quickly and not be a native. The second one, though, I think was the reason that I bought the third one. Because if the second one had been like the first one, they would never have made another dime off me. I was real hesitant to buy the second one. Dragonfall was worth every penny I spent on it at launch, and I'm completely happy that I bought it. The director's cut just made it better. And so I got the director's cut for free, if I remember correctly, because I got the first one and they gave you the director's cut if you bought the original one. I'd have to go back and look, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. Hong Kong pulls out the stops from a game standpoint. Like I said, things like cutscenes that are lacking in the second one. Not lacking necessarily, just absent. It's not that they're lacking. Lacking is wrong. You don't need them. They're extra. Bonus. I enjoyed Dragonfall immensely. I enjoyed Hong Kong immensely. As long as you're down with fantasy in your cyberpunk and cyberpunk in your fantasy, as long as you're down with a borderline dystopia setting, then I think, and as long as you're okay with tactical RPGs, by definition, and turn-based tactical RPGs at that, then these are worth a look. There's no real-time option for this one, so if you're dead set against turn-based RPGs, the Shadowrun series is going to be a no-go for you. It really will. There's no getting around the turn-based. It's worth a look. And if you're not familiar with the Shadowrun lore, and you're playing the first one first out of the gate, you're not going to notice the missing mechanics until you get to the second one. Whatever it was that's... I know there's something. Like I said, my brain is throbbing trying to remember it. There's something that I remember thinking, oh my god, thank god they changed that. And I really should have to go back and look now. I feel ashamed that I can't remember what it was. There was something. It's going to kill me now. But the second one really saved it, and the third one was good. Whether you regard the second one or the third one as to be better, I leave to you, the audience. But both of them are worth looking at. Both of them were solid products. If spelling errors is the worst thing I can think of in your product, that's not too terrible. It's not the end of the world. But, I mean, yeah. I like Shadowrun. And I've never actually gotten... What's funny is I haven't played Shadowrun since first edition, tabletop. I have, I think, the 4th edition rules, or 5th edition, whatever it is, in there in my shelf. But I've never actually played an edition since first. Roll 500 d6. That's not far off. Yeah, Panther Cannon was something like you needed 18 d6 to represent it per shot, and the thing probably got like 3 shots in a turn or something. I mean, you know, ridiculous numbers of dice, incredibly stupid amounts of, yeah, and re-roll 6s. Oh my god, exploding 6s. I forgot about the exploding 6s. Re-roll 6s on top of 6s too, don't forget. So it's 6s until you stop rolling 6s. And then count up your successes. If it's the one I have on my shelf, I remember thinking that there are rules. They expect you to have rigor, but the rules for rigor aren't actually in the book. Like, I mean, they go through and they talk about riggers. They talk about rigging as a thing, and there are rules for rigging there. But then, like, and there are drones. But then, like, the entire system for it is just, like, not in the rules, if I remember right. It's something really weird that way. It feels like it was chunked out or just missed when they put it in. I don't know. I bought it at Gen Con a couple of years back, before all COVID ended Gen Con for, well, I won't say ended, but stripped it down, let's say. I want to say it's 4th or 5th edition. I'd have to look. It's a hardback. I'd have to go pull it off the shelf and look. But the only one I've actually played was 1st edition, and I tried to GM that for a group of guys, and good God, the 500 D6s, that game was a mess. It was awful. Impossible to play. Trying to teach it to new players, oof. Oof. I didn't know it well, and trying to teach it to new players was just, ooh. You could run it in GURPS. I'm just saying. You could. It'd probably be easier. For those of you who decide you do like GURPS, by the way, and are looking for a D&D-like style of play, there's a set of books that they call Dungeon Fantasy that basically is, if you will, the focused set of rules that you would apply to play a sort of D&D-esque game using the GURPS rules. Thaco, you guys don't like Thaco? Oh, come on. What's the matter that you have to do the math backwards? So I'm going to blaspheme here. 3rd edition's modifications to how armor class worked were a fantastic improvement that should have been in the original version, except nobody thought to do the math that way. I played with Thaco, and 3rd edition's way of doing it is just better. I come from 1st edition D&D. I come from, the red box and 1st edition hardbounds. I come from that time period. I am there. But that was a good change mechanically, especially for teaching to new players. It was a good mechanical change. It did not actually change the numbers of the game, but it made it easier for new players to pick it up. That was a good change. Speed factor, probably. I'd have to look. I'd have to go see if I can dig my 1st edition books off the shelf if they're in there somewhere. It's probably speed factor if I had to guess, right? I mean, there was an extra D10 factor on your initiative based on speed factor. You guys did play with speed factor, right? Oh, you don't mean the 1st edition difference. Oh, see, my bad. My bad. My bad. If I remember right, 1st edition had, pictures of all of them, too, which was really awesome. I've picked up some really crappy systems, some really obscure, shitty games that I would never actually play the game just because I loved the art, that they'd redone and that they'd done for their little medieval pictures of all the different pole arms, for example. Totally nerd out on that stuff. I've got one that I picked up there a few years ago at Gen Con that I can't even imagine anybody actually playing. The system just sounds awful to even play. But I picked it up and I liked the art, so I kept it. I bought it. Fantasy Imperium or some ridiculous, terrible game. It is awful. The rules don't even sound appealing. All kinds of, why would you do this to yourself? Okay, so we've got our dormitory. We've got our initial forge set up. Did somebody get this removed yet? Oh, so William, look, man. I come from that. Yeah, last chime is right. No, you don't. No. 3rd edition is mechanically an improvement over 1st edition, and narratively, D&D is always whatever edition you play. So if your GM was a good 1st edition DM, 3.5 and 3rd edition, especially 3.5, were pretty good mechanical shifts for the game. They really were. Speaking as somebody who grew up on 1st and 2nd edition, 3rd edition was really a good shift, especially if you were a new player. It wasn't really that hard for new players to pick, or for old players to pick up. If you didn't want to, I get it. That's cool. You've played this for a long time. All that muscle memory is hard to change, and I'm cool with that. I understand. But objectively from a pick up the system and play it on a beer and pretzels night, 3.5 is an easier game to pick up and learn than first edition was. And first edition was, yeah, I guess you could say it was soft. And first had classes, but they were hard limited. Like, you could only multi-class certain ways with certain races and things. It was very, very different from what came later. To have the experience of being a kid teen playing with your friends this cool new Dungeons and Dragons game. William, do you want to know what that was like? Do you want to know what it was like to be a kid or teen playing with your friends this cool new Dungeons and Dragons game? Go to your local high school cafeteria, find an empty table, and sit down. Preferably as a 40-year-old man. Okay? The looks that you get and the distance around which people stay away from you will adequately represent exactly the experience of being a kid teen and playing with your friends that cool new game, Dungeons and Dragons. That's spot on, man. Spot on. Now, nobody ever thrashed me for bringing my RPG books to school, which is good. I did actually get a book taken away from me in class once, hilariously. So, true story. When I was a kid in early high school, I wanted to be a chemist. I thought that was going to be awesome. You know, you have this very different image of what chemistry is when you're a kid versus what it really is. But I was okay with that. I'm kind of a scientific bent. I'm technical as a matter of course. It didn't bother me. But I got to high school and had chemistry. Now, Knife, have you played Pathfinder? How do you compare 5 and Pathfinder? I'm just curious on that note. But to continue the story, chemistry as a freshman or a sophomore, I forget which. And my high school chemistry teacher was a stone-faced iron bitch. I'd like to say nice things about her, but she should not have been an educator. If there was anything soft about that woman, it's because they hit her over the head with a mallet before she died. She was an awful person, I think, is how I would phrase it. Not a good person at all. But I have never been a particularly studious student. Do focus or skills matter at all for a manager? What do you mean for focus? Skills do matter, but not hugely. What do you mean by focus? Like, does he have to do that job and that job alone? You can get away with making your manager your bookkeeper, and he can do both of those, for example. I don't think my manager has ever had a problem meeting his needs. Oh, see, now, Knife, that's an actual strong recommendation for 5e from me, or for me, because Pathfinder I thought felt like a great evolution on 3.5. So, my managers don't usually have a problem with their unmet needs. You can throw your manager and your bookkeeper. And I didn't even know Pathfinder had a second edition. Holy shit. Okay, I'm not sure about HP buyback. For me, that feels a little gamey. At least in those simple terms, that feels a little gamey to me. And that's laughable considering we're talking about a game. But keep in mind, for me, I prefer GURPS to D&D, the more simulationist game to the more abstract. Hilarious though that is for somebody who comes at Dwarf Fortress and says, "Well, don't get too simulationist," but it's true. Chime, I'm sorry. I keep getting segued into 14 different discussions, and I apologize. The other thing you can do with your manager boss is I usually make him like my bookkeeper as well. He probably should have enough time. You can keep an eye on him, double check, but he shouldn't have enough time to do manager and bookkeeper both because usually they're just doing. They can even use the same desk. He just has to have one, and it doesn't even require a desk. It only really requires the chair. Now, if your fortress gets to the point where you've been running it for 100 years and you have thousands and thousands of stone, I'm not sure if Bookkeeper continues to take longer and longer and longer the more stuff you have. So at some point, it might not become practical. I don't know where that would be. Realistically, you're not going to run into it in the first couple of years of your fortress. It's not going to happen. If it turns out that I'm wrong and the bookkeeper and manager combination can't meet their needs, then I'm shocked because that's just even crazier because, like I said, manager is like a once-in-a-while thing. Okay. So it's kind of like, I don't know, almost like a heroic surge of sorts. I don't want to use that term necessarily, but they speed up the abstract. It gets you away from the need for healing magic a little bit is what they're aiming for. They're trying to reduce the dependency on clerics and druids and healing classes. Which is a good change, make no mistake. I think that diversifying away from the Trinity allows a much greater variety of stories. And I mean, let's be honest, Fafhrd and the Grey Mouser, I don't remember either one of them throwing around healing magic. I could be wrong, but I don't remember it. It wasn't like Conan brought along his friendly cleric every time he got a cut. You know what I mean? Of course, I don't think Conan ever got cut, but you understand what I'm saying. Our planter is too busy planting to come disassemble for us, so we need to have somebody else do this momentarily. Keep in mind, I'm not actually going to have them do any weaponsmithing. I just need everybody in the fort to be able to build my forges and take them apart. Same thing here. We don't really have a mason's workshop. We're not making blocks, but I do need people to build things out of stone, so everybody gets the labor for now. Now someone will come along and disassemble our forge for us, and we can get all this stuff underground where it belongs. Now, very quickly, as soon as it's available, we pause the game, we go back downstairs to our forge level, we immediately build workshop forge, and get that stuff tasked to be rebuilt, so that it is immediately being pulled down here as fast as possible. Yeah, knife. That was one of my big pluses is from my standpoint with moving to Pathfinder. I don't think Pathfinder is as far as that should necessarily go, but Pathfinder was a huge improvement in that area over, say, 3.5. And 3.5 was an improvement over First and Second Edition. First and Second Edition is literally, here's a fighter, he swings a sword. Don't die. I mean, that's a First Edition fighter. I mean, there are weapon proficiencies they add in Second Edition. That was awful. It was not a good mechanical edition, but it was there. So you can have some slightly different fighters. This guy's a polearm fighter, and this guy's a sword fighter. He swings a polearm. He swings a sword. Don't die. Fighter was a great little brother class, but nobody wanted to play them at the table. If you had a group of people together, nobody wanted to be the fighter. Maybe somebody would play ranger, maybe. And I mean, that carried over and over again. You know, you get over it, even if you're playing something exotic, like maybe the Second Edition Oriental Adventures, or yeah. See, knife. We even playing 3.5. If you have people who know how to min max it, then fighter's not so bad, because you get people who start stacking feats and skills and classes all in the same direction. Elf and dwarf were. I'm trying to remember if that was just the basic set or if that was in the hardbound AD&D books. You'll have to bear with me. It's been a while. I've slept since then. I'm old. That was only 30 years ago. They were races in Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, but in the basic set, that is to say, if you go look these up online and you look up the Red Box, they produced what they called Basic D&D, which was like a set of boxed sets, okay? There was a basic set, then there was an expert set, the companion set, master set, and immortals. Basic, expert, companion, master, immortal. Yeah, that's all of them, all five. And they basically had an ascending level range. So the basic set covered like levels 1 to 3, and the expert set covered, or maybe it was 1 to 4, and then the expert set covered like 5 to 8 or something like that, and then companions started to get broader when you started getting what they called name level, and your characters are starting to become kings and dukes and counts and have minions and followers of their own, and this would go all the way up till they had their own rules for like divine ascension for your characters to become like the gods of the setting. So if you were imagining the Forgotten Realms for a moment, this set of rules had a continuation that would take you right on up into becoming something akin to the deities in the Forgotten Realms settings. In the basic D&D setting that I'm referring to, the box set, then those races were actually classes unto themselves. You weren't an elf fighter, you were just an elf. You weren't a dwarf thief, you were just a dwarf. And dwarves were basically fighters, and elves were basically a sort of hybrid fighter magic user, mostly magic user. If you were going to go back today, the box set would be easier to pick up for new players who were young, because it's very simplified rules. There's not much to it by comparison, especially to something like 3.5 or Pathfinder. It's a very simple system. If you were going to teach your younger brother to play D&D at the most basic level, all those old box sets would have been just about right. They came with, pre-baked modules in some cases, like the expert set came with its own module, if I remember right, so that you had a pre-baked adventure right out of the gate, ready to go. Stronghold. Stronghold is it's a castle builder as opposed to a colony builder. I've played Stronghold. My only problem with Stronghold is it came out about half a decade or a decade before it should have. If it came out later, it would have had larger castle settings. You could have had more of a SimCity aspect to it than they had. I think that's the biggest criticism I can level at Stronghold, is it feels like it's too small scale, like the castles can't get big enough. You can't have enough men. You can't have thousands of men fighting over this castle, and it feels missing in that sense. Like, as bad as the sieges are in Total War Warhammer 2, and they are bad as those sieges are, at least they feel like there's a few hundred men involved in them. It feels like there's a large number of guys scaling the walls and smashing the gates and fighting in the walls. And Stronghold never quite gets to that scale. It feels like there are tens of guys fighting over the walls, and if I were building a small border fort, Stronghold would feel just about right size. And I mean a small border fort. But if I were trying to build one of the castles of antiquity, I guess you'd say, Stronghold feels too small. It doesn't feel like I can have my castle and the resources on the same map without everything stepping on one another. Like I said, it needed to come out about a decade later when the PCs can handle larger maps and bigger castles and more guys, and as good a game as it was at the time, it would have been far better then. So now he's got our anvil and our stone, and he's going to get this forge up so that we don't get our anvil stolen from us. Come on. You can do it. You can do it. It's a heavy anvil, you know. If you like, I'm trying to think what I've played that's like Stronghold, really. There really isn't anything that's quite like it. Most city builders don't have invaders, and the ones that do, they tend to be fairly gamey. Alright, so what are we missing here? Crafts dwarves and masons, right? Butchers and tanners. Leather and cloth. Okay, so let's do masons and crafts dwarves. Not that floor, though. Not all that far, actually. If there's something you want to see, William, feel free to ask, man. I love to show folks what they want to see. Give me a second to do one thing real quick, and I'll be right back so you can type your request in while I do something else. Give me a sec. So, William, let me cover what we've done, at least in brief. So, if there's something that you wanted to see that I may have already done, because we're not far in, but we're starting to get to where we kind of have a lot of things set up. Yes, food. Okay, so when I say you have to take care of your dwarves, this is far more of a take care of than most other colony builders. RimWorld kind of comes the closest that I've seen. But Dwarf Fortress is far more involved with respect to the needs of your dwarves. Now, at the same time, it can also be very easy to meet those needs, but you'd have to be aware of them. So, the first thing we've done is we have farm plots. These little chunks here are areas that we're farming. Subsurface crops that only grow underground, and surface crops that are... That's the one, boss. but the catch was what you're talking about, fighting man, magic user, cleric, and then the races being separate is different, or at least that's different than the original basic set. The original basic set had dwarf, elf, and halfling were their own classes. They were not just races. They were very specific. You progressed along their own path. Now, that didn't stick around. The later editions of D&D rapidly did away with that and started moving towards a more flexible system, which was great. But, so to go on, William, we've got our subsurface crops and surface crops. Yeah, but go look at the experience table. Well, but that's like, Nafe, that's like the old AD&D that I'm referring to. That's where it gets confusing with the damn versions. The catch is that nostalgia is always great because you were there, and never any good because you weren't. Speaking as the only kid I know who actually played D&D for years and years, you didn't play a lot of D&D when you were the only one around who played it. I collected the books for a lot longer than I played, let's put it that way. I tried to get friends into the hobby. I tried to interest people in playing. I ran games of a few things a couple of times, but nobody would want a GM, and so I never really played. And frankly, getting to GM was rare enough. So we've got our surface and subsurface crops. We've got pasture spaces for cats, dogs, pigs, sheep. Oh, don't sweat it, man. I am not faulting you. I get why people thought it was weird at the time. When we spent all that time when I was a kid teaching kids that you wanted to get away from playing make-believe, and here's a group of older kids who are trying to spend their time playing make-believe, you can understand why it might be culturally disapproved. I get it. Doesn't mean I like it. I just get it. Pasture spaces, cats and dogs, pigs, sheep, and birds. It covers animal products, leather, meat, bones. Oh, the devil worship stuff. Yeah, that too. I wasn't going there. Chick tracks, I've seen them. Raw food storage here. See, that's the funny thing, Essequoisa. If you go out there on the web right now, there's something out there, and I'm going to tell you right now, this is my opinion of when it really became mainstream. There is a show out there where it's Vin Diesel and a bunch of his Hollywood friends playing D&D. And what it really comes down to, I think, what it really boils down to in our culture is that until guys like my dad saw guys like Vin Diesel playing D&D, you were never going to have it acceptable mainstream. It was only when you see that big masculine guy playing the game that suddenly it becomes acceptable. Which is hilarious to me, but there it is. That's my opinion. Yeah, I mean, I have never seen the show. That's my opinion of when it first started to become mainstream acceptable. In a sense. It's not when video games became big. Video games became big before D&D was ever socially acceptable. Widely, I mean. Widely, I guess I should say. I can honestly not tell you. Have no idea. I've never seen the show personally. I mean, I've flipped past it, but I've never actually sat and watched it. And I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to run it down in any way. I'm not trying to pretend it's bad or good or anything. I don't know anything about it. I just, if I'm asked about when it moved away from devil worship and nerds in basements, was the moment that somebody saw Vin Diesel playing D&D. Which is just, like I said, it's fucking hysterical to me. But okay, so let me ask you: how many of you out there ever played the Hero Quest tabletop or the Advanced Hero Quest tabletop? Here are the rules for actually summoning demons. I like the way GURPS handles it. If you've got like the splat book that expands on the spell list for the default magic system in GURPS, there's a critical failure that basically says, "Hey, look, this is going to summon a demon," and then it says, "Roll on this table to see what this demon actually does," and it's full of all kinds of bizarre. This one has horns, and this one has a terrible stench, and it's full of all sorts of things. And it basically says, "Hey, this is going to summon a bad thing. It's a bad thing. Doesn't matter what it looks like. Doesn't matter how it does this thing. It's out to do bad things everywhere." The GM should play it accordingly. So my wife and I, so if you liked Hero Quest and you kind of dig that notion of that notion of how do I put it, tabletop D&D without going tabletop D&D without going to quite the extent of an RPG, what Hero Quest was, right? A while back, when I still had the neuralgia, my wife and I picked up a copy of the tabletop copy of Gloomhaven, which just dropped a video game version, which is supposed to be not necessarily one-to-one, but fairly close. Picked that up for the wife and I, so we're gonna try that one. I don't know that we'll do it on stream. We've played it. It's a lot of setup. Oh my god, I overestimated my taste for the setup. And I have cats, so I can't leave it set up. That's the problem. I can't. I have to tear it down every time. So, before you dive into the tabletop, you might want to look at the video game version. And I say that with much love, because murdered on level 1 of a tabletop board game. I didn't get murdered, but we did get exhausted before we got to the end. We couldn't get to the end of the dungeon. And I suspect that will probably happen to us in the video game version too. There's going to be a bit of a learning curve and a putting the right skills together curve, and it's a lot of resource management, I grant. So William, as far as Gloomhaven goes, it's an excellent tabletop game, but when I say that this game involves setup, if you've never played a tabletop war game, Gloomhaven is in the you'll spend an hour setting it up category. And that's probably an underestimate for the first couple of times you set it up, especially if you're tearing it all the way back down each time. It's a lot of setup. There's a lot of tokens and cards, and once you get going, it's not bad, but there's a lot of prep to get going on the board game version. I suspect that the video game version is going to sandwich bags. Oh my god, sandwich bags, sandwich bags for days. Oh my god, the sandwich bags. We have color-coded sandwich bags. And it's still not enough. Oh my god, sandwich bags. That's funny. Because we did exactly that. We have sandwich bags, and we have slightly larger sandwich bags, and then we have some really big sandwich bags for some of the other things. Like quart size and gallon size bags for some of the bigger pieces that fit inside the box. Oh, well, make no mistake, Gloomhaven, the tabletop, is deadly serious about its tabletop. If you didn't come to enjoy a hardcore tabletop, then you're in the wrong place for that one. But I'm betting that the video game version is going to allow you to basically play the game without having the overhead and the upkeep of what the tabletop brings. In other words, Gloomhaven is kind of out at the outer limit of what a tabletop can be before you start having to do things abstractly for, like an RPG. Imagine if you were playing D&D with miniatures all the time, and then they layered over some game systems, cards and dice type systems over the top of it. and that's about where it goes. So Hero Quest turned up to like 27 is kind of how I would phrase Gloomhaven. So maybe this weekend I've talked to the wife about maybe doing that as a second broadcast over and above 37 Days of Dwarf because I'm still going to do that. But I mean, we're like you can see down here, we're kind of behind on our total. So I'm thinking maybe something more modern might help bring in some additional folks, get them interested in donating would be nice. But um, Gloomhaven is a wonderful game if you've got the time to set it up, I think, is how I would phrase it. If you're a tabletop war gamer, you're already in the camp that would like Gloomhaven, probably. Because you can afford to spend the time to set it up. You've got the table space to put it on. You're used to spending an hour to put together your interlocking grid that you measure your battle tech across, or that you play your 40k across, or that your Warhammer Fantasy takes place on. Whatever you happen to be playing, right? Maybe it's the old chainmail rules. um, but if you're a casual board gamer, Gloomhaven is going to be. If you thought Hero Quest was at all a lot of setup, Gloomhaven is going to blow your socks off and throw you into the next room. Because sandwich bags. Oh my god. So many sandwich bags. So many sandwich bags. What was it? Oh, shit, you guys asked me about Kingmaker. If you want a good review of Kingmaker, I'll tell you where to go look, now that it occurs to me. Lord Mandalore out there did a great review of Kingmaker. Hits the high points and the low points. Great, fair review. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. And keep in mind, I'm an old guy. I appreciate a good meme now and again, but if your review is 97% memes, I ain't watching your shit. Too old and crotchety, I guess. If you speak in memes, we're probably not going to get along. um, don't mind the occasional one, but communication by meme is a little Jarmak and Dalad at Jalad at Talagra, right? Or whatever the hell the Star Trek thing was. The Pharaohs. What Pharaohs? Oh, right. 40 pounds? Oh, dude. The Gloomhaven box is like, I don't know, man, like 2.5 feet long by 12 inches by 6 or 8. Damn thing could serve as a headstone. It's a big box, and it's full. Count on it. When you take it apart, it's full. Oh, hieroglyphs as memes. Yes. Yes, absolutely. But it's worse because hieroglyphs at least had a standardized usage. Memes have an interpretive component that does not apply to hieroglyphs. Hieroglyphs have a distinct meaning and pattern to them, and they retain that meaning and pattern when they're employed in a greater whole. Memes, not the same. Not as good in that sense. Because you have to have, in a lot of cases, the cultural referent to even understand them. Let alone, I mean, it literally is the Captain America meme, right? You understand that reference. And if you don't get it. And that's fine, there's nothing wrong with that, but hieroglyphs are a legitimate language. They legitimately have a pattern and purpose, and memes are semantic ejaculation. They're going to differ from person to person, and you're either in the mood for one or you're not. So let's get some tools. Tools. We got picks, we got axes. Probably should get a couple of warhammers up so we can do some militia early if we have to. bronze warhammers will perform just about as well as iron for most purposes. Technically, the iron is a little better in some cases, but not important enough to worry about early on. We brought a bunch of bronze with us. Let's put it to work. In addition, let's go ahead and get a stockpile up here that's going to hold our bars and blocks. But only bars, because we get rid of the blocks. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Anytime you're not sitting there with that Captain America, I understood that reference joke on your face, and absolutely sure that you are correct about it, you probably shouldn't be passing along any meme. It's kind of like chain letters from Grandma. Before long, Grandma's sending along blood libel and has no idea what she's talking about. And I say that with some really dumb people in my family tree. Really dumb people. True story. I know a guy who looked me dead square in the eyeballs and told me he was not going to get vaccinated for COVID because he's healthy. This guy, as he's telling me this, I know full well to be a 70-year-old diabetic with half a foot who's drinking a Coca-Cola, a full-on, full-sugar Coca-Cola, and smoking a cigar. 70-year-old diabetic, half a foot, really healthy, not worried about COVID. And I'm thinking, you're not really healthy. You're hoping it gets you out of your self-imposed health defects. Permanently. Dumb people come in my family too. Make no mistake. Now, in addition to blocks, barrels, blocks and bars, we need to make sure we put the bins on in this one so we can store our bins effectively. It is very difficult to have empathy with people who are willfully unwilling to consider an alternative viewpoint of any sort. Epistemic closure is real and it is bad. Okay. So now that we've got that out of the way. Isaac Asimov was once quoted as saying, there is a strange sort of anti-intellectualism in American culture that insists that your ignorance is as good as my knowledge. Something along those lines. I'd have to get the exact quote, but close enough. I consider myself a smart cookie. I do not argue with particle physicists about nuclear reactions. I don't argue with Google's engineers about search algorithms. Into the pen. So, when you say pen, you mean our pastures up here? These pens I have arranged? Let's do it. Let's do it right now. because I need to, because I got grazers that I don't think I've actually pulled out of the cages, and I need to. Let's do it right now. So that's done with a zone. You'll hit the I key for zones, for some reason. And you designate a zone, kind of like any other stockpile area. You just drag it out. And then we're going to go back and prune this one a little bit, because I don't want it to include the door and the stairwell here. But now we have a nice quarter of this as a pasture. Now, it's not actually a pasture yet. You have to tell it it's a pasture. And then you have to set the pen and pasture information. And then you have to set in this pasture what you want to be stored in it. So in this case, we're going to use this as our... let's do pigs first. And I don't have any piglets, so that's all that I have to store in that pasture. That's it. That's pigs. That's my pig pasture done. Now, a dwarf would need the... I don't remember if they have to have a labor. There may be a hauling labor for this as well that they would have to have. And then they'll come and they'll haul the animal to the pen. I don't remember if it's animal hauling labor or if that only applies to cages. Yeah, I think it's animal hauling, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that only applies to cages. The hauling labors are kind of funny because usually they mean haul to stockpile. You'll haul items to stockpile or stone to stockpiles, but if you're doing it for a job, you'll always haul it even if you don't have the labor. It's a little fiddly. But I believe animal hauling is correct, Chime. I do. I think you're right. So, that done, now our pigs are taken care of. So we do that same process again for a different pasture now, right? We come over here. We put in a new pasture for this section. I'll have to trim it back the same way. We're going to do 3 pastures, 1 for each one. So that's the best part, William. Dwarves do every job, no matter what it is, no matter where they started, no matter what they have done in the past. Dwarves do every job to a basic minimum level of competence that would make them adequate for every other race on the planet, meaning that a dwarf never does a bad job. There is no such thing as a low quality job from a dwarf. A dwarf's best job is or worst job is a human's good job. Now hang on a minute. So dwarves do have skills, so let's go back out and look at dwarves for a minute. And I apologize, William, this may get a little overwhelming at first. Bear with me, I'll happily explain any of this you have questions about. This is Dwarf Therapist, which I use to change the labors on my dwarf and tell them what jobs they're allowed to do. It also affords me viewpoint into what my dwarves are thinking, in a sense. Thoughts that they've had recently. It allows me to designate them into custom professions which have only the labors I want. It's a powerful third-party tool which I basically don't play Dwarf Fortress without. This isn't vanilla, obviously. But you could do all these things in vanilla. I'm not going to do anything here that you couldn't do in vanilla. I'm only going to do it here because it's a hell of a lot easier to see and understand than it is to go in and out of menus in Dwarf Fortress, which I love as a game, but which has a terrible, terrible interface. Which, again, the interface is getting changed for the Steam version, so stay tuned. Some of the Steam changes look really nice in terms of interface. Right, the vanilla UI is like repetitive stress injury on demand, because there's so many key presses and so many menus. It's just, you can do it, but I wouldn't. I really wouldn't. There are things you can do with Dwarf Therapist that are technically cheating. I don't have any of those labeled or turned on. I mean, I'm not using any of them. I use pure vanilla here. Well, I mean, we can still... You can still get that wall of text. It's all still here, but it's organized and color-coded and presented better. This is one of those things that really smooths over gameplay, is I guess what I'm getting at. You don't have to use it, but you probably should. So, you asked about dwarves being good at things. These dwarves are good at different things. This number, which out of the box is represented by like a fill in the box, but I like the number better, because it's easier to visualize. This number represents a literal skill. This dwarf here, the 11, is a great miner. This guy is a proficient miner. This guy is a skilled miner. This guy has no experience mining. This guy is an adequate miner. Now, what that skill level means varies by skill to skill, so I won't go into the full Monty with the details at the moment, but the gist is, dwarves have jobs that they are better at, but here's the catch. You can take a dwarf child who has never done a day's labor in his life, he has no skills to speak of, and you can put him to work on any task in your fortress, and he will perform that task at an adequate level. Never a bad job. There are no failures. Every dwarf will perform every job out of the box. But let's talk about, as an example, weaponsmithing. The difference between that peasant dwarf and, say, a guy with a proficient skill level here, like this glassmaker has, is that this guy is going to make higher quality items more often. Now, there's nothing that stops that low-skill guy from developing into a high-skill guy. He does the job long enough, he's going to get good at it. Guaranteed. Doesn't matter how good he was when he started, doesn't matter what his natural temperament is. If he can do the job long enough, he'll get good at it. But, out of the box, skills matter, sometimes more, sometimes less, but every dwarf can do everything, so you never need to worry that you don't have a dwarf with a particular skill. You only need to worry about that if you're trying to achieve a particularly high-skilled outcome. Then it matters. But just getting jobs done? No. Any dwarf can do anything. A dwarf's worst job is a human's great job, basically. That's not strictly speaking true, but it's how I would visualize it in your head. Dwarves come out of the womb able to do particle physics. Dwarves come out of the womb able to mine tunnels and do stone crafts and gather the correct plants and never fail at any of these things per se. So Dwarf Therapist just kind of helps us adjust labors. As an example, a minute ago I needed a forge built, and I didn't really care who did it. It's not a skilled labor. So I needed somebody doing masonry, but we don't really have a skilled mason. I've got a couple people who did something along the way. Yeah, leave their magma pigtail sock in the floodgate. Don't worry, we'll get to that. A couple of these guys did a couple dabbling jobs, so they did like 1 or 2 jobs each, maybe. You know, they're not masons. They just did a mason job for me once. They still have some skill. But we will specialize our dwarves so that they get better at what they do often. My manager is going to get better at processing work orders. My bookkeeper is going to get better at handling stock counts. My miners are going to get faster at chugging through the stone. My stonecrafter will produce higher quality artworks. Everything they do will get better. Sometimes better means faster, sometimes better means higher quality, sometimes better means more output. It depends on what the skill is. And your other question is, do I make them into the job I need? If I have a dwarf that's good at something, I like to try and make them into that job. But a lot of things are either not things I really care about, or they're not really things that I would bias a dwarf to. For example, pretend for a moment these two dwarves are all merged on their skills. They have the same skills between them. The fact that this guy has milling, and the fact that he has mining, chances are real good that mining is more important to me than milling. And he's going to end up being a miner. If I care enough to assign him to whatever he's skilled in. If I don't, like maybe his skill is in woodcutting. Woodcutting's not even something I specialize in. All my haulers do woodcutting. I'd like to put them in the military, but there's a bug there. I can't. So I have them all do woodcutting. If they're on the surface and they're doing hauling, they're already exposed anyway. You might as well have them do some woodcutting while they're up there. We're going to cut a lot of trees, and having 6 guys cutting trees is usually going to be faster than having 1. Usually. Mechanics, here's a good example. We have this high-skilled mechanic who came in. He's... Wow, is that ours? No, that guy came in. Wow, okay. Whew. He's got 1 legendary and an almost fantastic, almost a second one. I'm going to have to check him for vampirism, because he's got some serious skills coming in here now. And a smattering of other ones to boot. I need to check him over for vampirism here. See if we can determine if maybe he's a bad guy. But his mechanic skill is so much better than ours that the mechanisms he makes are going to be much higher quality on average. He's going to be a much better mechanic. Faster, higher quality, you name it. Farming means higher yields when you harvest the crop. Oh, damn. Speaking of which, did I put on? Nope, I didn't. By default, you should always put on only farmers harvest, so that your farmers are not only doing the planting, but also the harvesting, so that they gather skill. Vamps will infiltrate your fortress to eat your dwarves. Were-dwarves will come and transform and attack your dwarves, turning them permanently into were-beasts. Forgotten beasts can come that have flaming breath, or spit poison, or have explosive levels of deadly dust that can be poisonous on its own right. And when I say poisonous, I don't necessarily mean, ooh, this is poisonous and it takes off hit points. I mean, this is poisonous and it causes your dwarves' eyeballs to rot out. This is poisonous and it causes your dwarves' fat to melt off their bodies. Syndromes in Dwarf Fortress can be really, really nasty. Sometimes they're nothing. Oh, this causes a little tingling from time to time. Sometimes they're horrendous. This causes your skin to necrose off. And there's no guarantee you get either of those at any given point. They can be wildly variant. If you embark in evil terrain, the rain can give you syndromes. Your rain can cause your dwarves to turn into zombie husks of themselves and suddenly hate all living creatures. The evil terrain can resurrect the animals you butchered in your butcher's workshop. There's a lot of stuff out there for Dwarf Fortress, far more than I will ever be able to show you today in a single thread. I promise. It's a fantastic, wonderful, deep game, highly simulationist and complex. Running a good fort is kind of like performing, and this is probably culturally disrespectful of me, and I apologize if it is, and I couldn't tell you. But I view it like a tea ceremony. It's both an art and a science, and there's a great precision and ritual to it. It's not that every fort you build is necessarily the same, but there's a certain checklist of sorts that you have to proceed through as you do it. It's deep but complex, and it's almost zen in a sense, you know, in the motorcycle maintenance sense of the word. If you like complex colony sims, Dwarf Fortress is a good choice for you. If you like RimWorld, to an extent, if you like things like Factorio or Prison Architect, a lot of similarities with Prison Architect that probably weren't intentional. But Dwarf Fortress, I would say, is probably deeper and broader than any of those colony simulators, even RimWorld, even with mods. There's a lot to... Okay, so... I want to like Factorio, but Factorio has kind of an insurmountable design issue, and I'll talk about it in a second. If you haven't played any of those, William, I would ask, what about games like SimCity? Or... a very, very distant similarity to things like 4X games or real-time strategy games, but we're starting to get real distant relations now. Civilization, kinda. But the focus and scope is a little different. SimCity is closer. Stuff like Anno or City Builders is what I would call them. SimCity is kind of sandboxy, and Dwarf Fortress can be too, make no mistake. But Dwarf Fortress is a little more directed than SimCity, even though it's pure sandbox, because you're going to have obstacles thrown at you that are literally existential and fort-ending. If you don't prepare for them, they will destroy your fort. If you don't have ways to defend yourself, the goblins will come and they will kill you. If you don't have... No. I understand what you mean. It's a very sandboxy game, meaning you have to provide your own win condition. You have to determine for yourself what is and is not good gameplay. If you want to build up a big city and then smash it like Godzilla, is that good gameplay or bad gameplay? SimCity doesn't care. Doesn't tell you. It's up to you. Dwarf Fortress does have that to an extent. So if sandbox is a problem, you're going to have some things here you won't necessarily like as well. But there's a goal here. There's always a goal here with Dwarf Fortress, I would say. Because unlike games like SimCity, which kind of are almost pure builder, survive is a goal, and invaders will come. They will try to kill your dwarves. You will have to deal with things like making sure you have adequate food production, making sure you have adequate water for your hospital, and booze for your dwarves to drink, because dwarves don't like to drink water. They get angry if they do. And dwarves in the hospital can't drink booze, so they have to have water. Supplies of things that are hard to come by, like silk, that you can only get in the caverns, that are dangerous. Loyalty cascades and other things that can just destroy your fort outright. Our first fortress this year was, we were going good and strong, had 90 dwarves, and apparently there was a tavern brawl or something. Somebody punched somebody, a loyalty cascade started. Next thing I know, there's 40 dwarves dead or in the hospital. And we're talking the space of 10 seconds. It happened right in the middle of the tavern. They just went at one another with picks and axes and right down to it. Just go to work on him, boys. We stopped the fort at that point, rolled a new one. We were good. I didn't want to try and come back for that one. But it happened. It was on stream. You can go back and look. It's days like 1 to 6. And that's where I kind of decided we'd kind of re-roll one per week, because that's about how it's gone. We've managed to get about one per week before something bad happens. We'll go a little longer with this one probably because I've done so much talking and so little playing. And we've barely covered like half a year the first year, and I have very little up in terms of what I should have already. We don't have any defenses, for example. No. That's not something to apologize for. No. I love that. That's fantastic. Because if nothing else, it's going to give you an example. Let's say it goes completely south and I get killed, who cares? I roll a new fort. It's hardly the end of the world. The motto for Dwarf Fortress literally is losing is fun. If you can't lose a fortress, if the notion that you're going to play and you're going to have a perfect game, if you think you're ever going to bowl 300 with Dwarf Fortress, brother, you are in the wrong fucking house. There is no such fucking thing. That is an invisible purple unicorn. So you know what I mean when I say there, but this isn't just hard and unforgiving. I mean that because it's sandbox and there is literally no win condition other than the one you make for yourself, your fortresses only end one of two ways, really. The fortress runs so long you get bored and you shelve it, either because you leave the game or you do something else, or you start a new fortress. Or it runs until you make a terrible mistake and either overcompensate for something or until the table gets unstable, in a sense. And then it will tend to tip hard and fast and go bad. You can do a lot to mitigate. You can do a lot to prepare. But the state of the game is such that long-term fortresses do tend to run down either due to your mistake or due to something going wrong with the dwarves. Whether that's a bug or... So, Nafe, I think I have a copy of Talisman. I'd have to check my Steam profile. I think I have a copy. I don't think I've ever actually played it, but I think I have a copy. Because isn't that a video game? When I saw it, you're gonna laugh at me. Okay, so I think I have it. But hear me out. What I saw when I first saw it, it reminded me of a game I have in there on my shelf called Quest for the Philosopher's Stone, which is like this old book with this giant, or old game, tabletop game with this giant book full of puzzles and riddles and, right. I don't even know that I have all the pieces. I don't know that I've ever even played the game correctly, to be honest with you. I played it a few times when I was a kid. But that's the first thing that I reminded of when I saw it, I think. And I don't know that that's at all a fair comparison to either game, for that matter. But I don't know why. That was the first thing that came to mind when I saw it, for some reason. I don't mean to bias one way or the other. I don't know enough about Talisman to say. Like I said, I think I have a copy. I have to look. The Pale Wyvern shakes the militia commander around by the right eye. You'd think it would come out, right? Highly simulationist, not entirely realistic, is how I would phrase things in Dwarf Fortress. It is definitely a simulationist game, kind of like The Sims is a simulationist game, or SimCity is a simulationist game, but the things it is simulating are not necessarily realist, per se. And I don't know Carentan. Catan? Right. As long as you're okay with fantasy, you've got to be okay with fantasy or you're in the wrong place with Dwarf Fortress to get go. That's absolutely true. You're correct, William. 100%. Okay, so there's bidding and kind of a I don't want to say mercantile aspect to it, but I'll have to take a look, man. I think somebody got me a copy of it once. I don't know that I have all the DLC for it, but man, I think it's in my Steam profile. I'll have to double check. Maybe I've started the game once. See, and I think that's what reminded me of the Philosopher's Stone thing. And though it's not different quest lines, Quest for the Philosopher's Stone felt like a real early tabletop version of something like Gloomhaven. Stupidly early, like primitive prototype version. Super primitive prototype version. Then I remembered the end game. So those of you who have been watching me here slowly play Dwarf Fortress and ignoring the conversation about all this gaming stuff and trying to pay attention to what we supposedly are here for, ha ha ha. You might have noticed that I didn't actually add all my animals that graze to the grazer pastures. The horses and mule foals didn't get added. And you might be wondering, well, why? And the answer is, because those guys are meat. They have no purpose in my fortress. I will not keep them. They are going to be butchered. They are going to be hides. They are going to be leather. They are going to be bone. And we're going to whittle them down specifically because we don't really have the grazing space. Sea chime? And can you imagine the infection protocol there? Oh, geez, dude. Ooh. Do you have soap at least? Dare I ask? Probably not. It's early. Probably not. That's another reason we need to butcher some guys down. We need to get some soap made. And that means buckets and barrels and workshops that we don't have. And then we've got to get soap made for the hospital. And animal fat is not a necessary component of soap because you can make it from oil nowadays, but it's a really easy way to do it, is how I would put it. So we've got to get that done. Now, we also want to do, let's see, did we do farmers' workshops? We did do farmers' workshops. That's good. We did not do butchers' workshops yet. So let's take advantage of a neat little trick, maybe even an exploit, if you will. We're going to pull out some small little chunks of ground on all four sides here. Soap making is a skill. Absolutely. Yeah, so ignoring these first 4 columns, which are like informational, all these colored columns out here, a couple of exceptions, all of these colored columns are skills. Every one of them is a different skill. Each one of them has a different application. They are distinct, not necessarily completely, but distinct from one another. The stuff at the far right is hauling labors, like moving stuff around the fort. They're all hauling labors of different types. But they're not skilled. No skills. Not all of them are actually fully implemented, like fish dissection is a skill, but doesn't actually have a real good use yet. Small animal dissection, kind of the same. Trapping, kind of the same. Alchemy is there on the list, but it's way over here with the hauling labor because it's not implemented in any way. So keep in mind, Dwarf Fortress is an early access game in the literal sense of the word. Anybody who's playing Dwarf Fortress is playing an alpha by definition. Toadie's version numbers represent what Toadie believes to be the rough percentage of completion that he believes the game to be in terms of its systems. Not necessarily in terms of bug fixes and whatnot, but in terms of, is everything I wanted to have in the game in the game? So, effectively, Toadie considers the game 47% of the way, roughly, to, if you will, feature complete. And this is a game where you can have 200 dwarves, send them out to other settlements to sack it and steal their artifacts, only to have some of them defect and leave your fortress. Or come back and be horribly wounded, or fail to invade, or trigger a war, or... This game is ancient. Ancient. Like, okay, so let me put that in perspective, because I feel like I need to address what I mean when I say ancient. I started with version 31, V31. We're now on V40... Is it 47? 47 now, isn't it? 4705. Now, it's not like Toadie releases these on individually. It doesn't go 31, 32, 33, 34. They're not contiguous versions. He moves in chunks. But that's 3 versions ago. 31, 34, 41, 44. 4 versions ago. And that's not the first version of the game by any means. The V23 versions, yeah, were 2-dimensional. I didn't even play those. I started in the 3-dimensional Dwarf Fortress. That's my first exposure. I'm kind of glad, because I don't know that I would have played the 2-dimensional Dwarf Fortress. I appreciate its roots, I guess, but I gotta confess, I don't know that I would have played the original one. I think I would have looked at that and went, haha, that's cute, moved on to something else real fast. It would not have appealed to me for very long, I don't think. Not anywhere near what this has. So when I started, V31 was released in 2010. So I have literally been playing Dwarf Fortress for over 11 years. And I have been playing it for this tutorial to raise money for kids since 2014, with only 1 year off because my health literally would not allow me to do it. So for 7 years, I've done tutorials for Dwarf Fortress for charity, and I've been playing Dwarf Fortress for 11 years total now. And I do not consider myself an expert player. I consider myself knowledgeable, but by no means do I consider myself an expert. I think that this is one of those games where expertise is on a spectrum. And you can get to an end, but as stuff keeps getting added and the intricacies continue to grow, there's a lot to keep in your head all at once. Especially when you start to consider bugs and workarounds and things like that. It gets deep real fast. So what we're going to do here is kind of a cheat where we'll dig out and floor over some chunks for our butcher's workshops. And then on the floor below, we'll dig out a space where we can, or maybe up here, way over in this corner here, that would be actually good. Yeah, we'll do it up here, out of the way, off this side here. That works perfectly. Right there's great. Ooh, it's a little outside the yard cloth, though. We gotta clean that up. Okay, so tree cutting first. And I'll explain the yard cloth. This is this gray area you see here is a stockpile, William, but it's not designed to actually hold anything. It's literally an empty, permanently empty stockpile. All the stuff that's laying there just is laying there because it happens to be there. There's no storage requests going to this pile. The reason I have it is that by laying down stockpile space like this, trees don't grow up above my fortress. If I cut a tree down, and it's worth talking about the architecture, I guess you'd say, of the fortress. Think about a skyscraper for a moment as we go down through our fortress here, because that's kind of how we have this laid out. The central staircase here, and then everything is like laid out in like an array around that, right? But the levels are floors, right? With floors and ceilings, one above another, one above another, one above another. Very thin floors. If you cut down a tree up here on the surface and the logs fall and they hit the surface, they can actually punch through. And if the space underneath them is not a solid wall, if it's an empty space like this that goes down to another empty space that goes down to another empty space, it keeps coring your base one floor at a time. Punch, 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 until it smashes into the bottom of your fortress. And anything along the way, well, it took a log to the face on the way down, and then it fell all that distance. So the yard cloth, if you will, here is designed to keep the trees down so we don't have any trees growing over the top of our fortress. This section over here, where we're talking about doing a garbage chute that's outside the yard cloth, we're going to cut the trees back, and then we're going to cover it over so nothing grows there. This is one of those little intricacies that Dwarf Fortress won't tell you about. You have no way to know that this is even a system, or that pinholing your fortress like this can even happen until it happens. And, you know, Murphy's Law being what it is, it's your legendary weaponsmith who happened to be standing 3 floors down underneath where the log comes through. Now, it doesn't look like I have wood cutting enabled on folks. I need to double check. I do not, so nobody will actually do the wood cutting. See what I mean? Several people are skilled at it, but nobody's been told to do it, so they won't actually do the job. It'll just sit there forever. Now, in this instance, I don't care who's going to do it right now. We've got so few dwarves, we're just going to, right, rip the legendary weaponsmith. That's not a joke, man. I've lost, so a couple forts ago, I talked about the were-elephant. The were-elephant literally came out of nowhere, like, 6 tiles away from our legendary carpenter, the guy who'd been skilling up the whole fortress on logs. He was going to make us all the best beds. Were-elephant comes out of left field, he's pulp. On the spot. No chance. He could have been armored and armed, he wouldn't have had a chance. Were-elephant just crushed you to the ground. Done. It squashed 3 more guys before it finally changed back and ran off. And it was a child, if I remember right. A were-elephant child. In this case, woodcutting, though, is if you're more skilled at it, you will cut the tree down faster, but you don't get more logs. And so woodcutting is one of those things I like to parallelize. I'll have lots of people doing it rather than having one good skilled guy. Some of those logs were lost in the pond. We won't get them back. They're basically underwater now. I can do a hide on them so we don't have to see them. Oops. That's DBH. And then we can hide them so we don't have to look at them. They're still there on the map. They still exist. But the dwarves won't, or we don't see them. The dwarves will still know they're there. The dwarves can still work with them, but they're invisible to me. If I forbid them, as I have now done, and we look carefully at one of them, let me find one here. You can still see that it's there, but it's hidden, and the brackets tell me it's forbidden. And what this basically does is it tells the dwarves you're not allowed to use it, because that's what the forbidding does. And then the hiding stops me from seeing it, so I don't have to look at it. Now, this can work against you. If you forbid something and you hide it, and then you need to build something on that spot later, you're going to have a hilarious time, because there's going to be an object hiding there that you can't see, that the dwarves know about, but they can't touch. So forbidding and hiding stuff can kind of bone you if you're not careful with it. In our case, we're going to use it to hide these logs at the bottom of the pond that we're not going to ever dig out. They're going to be at the bottom of the pond forever. Why do what? I'm sorry, the uncertain antecedents kill me. Why do, what's the it? What's the it thing, man? You got to tell me about the it thing. The hide them, that's an OCD thing for me and me alone. Since they are effectively, from my perspective as a player, lost resources that I'm never going to use or take advantage of, I hide them because they are effectively removed from the game for my purposes. This accomplishes nothing in terms of literal mechanical effect. It is only graphic in the sense that I no longer see them. That's it. And the forbidding tells my dwarves to never consider them for purposes of jobs. So they'll never complain that they can't reach the thing. They won't even consider that that thing exists for purposes of reaching it. They will simply assume that they have none of whatever object it is. They might count it, but that's as far as it goes. And they will never consider it for a job. So this effectively, doing the two together like this, effectively removes those things from the game for me. If I need them later on, I could do something crazy and pump all the water out of the pond and put a ramp in so my dwarves can get into the pond, and then we can pull the logs out. But that's a lot of heroic work when we're living in the middle of a swamp that's got trees everywhere. Logs are not that valuable. It's not worth it. So for now, forbid them, hide them, move on. If I need to move them later, I will. The end. That's kind of my thinking. Normally, I don't hide stuff. I don't like having resources laying around that the dwarves are going to pick up and use all of a sudden that I didn't know existed. I don't like running into spaces where I can't build because there was a resource there and I hid it and I can't see it. Hiding can do all kinds of weird things. See that workshop? I hid the materials that were used to build that workshop, so the workshop is gone. If I query it like I just did, it's still there. This is a still. But it's literally invisible. You can tell I'm on this still and not one of the others because it would flash if I got over to one of them. So I'm working with an invisible workshop now, if I do it that way. So you really want to be careful about what you're hiding. It's not a big deal to unhide things. There's a command to do it. It's just capital H instead of little h. And then you just swipe it over the area just like you did when you were hiding it, and presto, it's back again. Forbidding works the same way. It's a forbid and a reclaim. So you're not damaging anything permanently. But Dwarf Fortress is happily going to adopt the motto of, what's the phrase? With great power comes great responsibility. You have an intense amount of power for your fortress, like an insane amount of control. Dwarves are such how do I put this? Ethically lawful creatures, that they are literally incapable of violating your forbid order. If you, as an example, drop a stone in a doorway and forbid it, and then tell the dwarves to close that door, they will never succeed. They will never allow themselves to move the stone to close the door. Ever. You might get a Krabbygram. Yeah, like, and I won't say incapable of alignment change. There are dwarves who break from their role and get out, but even they don't violate the forbidden thing, man. That's like hardwired, if you will. It's like super, super hardwired. It's basically a mechanical thing. It's a mechanical thing that's kind of masquerading as a moral thing in a sense, but it's not affected by the actual ethics. Oh, dude. William. Oh, I am so sorry, man. I forgot. Dwarf Fortress is like, we talked about ethics for a moment because I brought up the lawful thing, and I'm sorry. Dwarf Fortress is a game where the literal ethics of the races, their bodily constructions down to their various parts, the physical properties of the metals that go into the game, the ores that produce them, the geology of aquifers, all these things are represented in the game. Dwarves don't eat other sentients. Goblins have no problem with it. Elves do it as a matter of course, but would regard hurting a tree or a plant as an abomination of the highest order. The ethics of civilizations vary wildly and can determine which ones will go to war with each other and which ones ally. What dwarves consider to be a personal matter versus a horrific offense against your civilization. These settings are all in flat files that you can change and regenerate a world at your whim. When I say that Dwarf Fortress is probably the most modifiable game I have probably ever seen, I do mean that. Now, UI mods, some of the more modern convenience sorts of mods, maybe not so much, but in terms of gameplay internal component modification, holy shit, boss. Add new reactions, add new items, change the properties of items. When I was first starting out and I wanted to learn dealing with steel and iron, I added the reaction to stone that basically made all stone I wanted to smelt into iron ore. I could smelt down marble and get iron. Hey, yeah, don't touch the binaries. Don't touch the bin folder. But if you do, you'll reinstall it. You'll figure it out. It's not you won't do it for long. I always do this. Oh, where did we put the raws? I always go in there and look in the wrong folder for the raws. All of these text files here, all of them, are things in the world. Here is the entry for pants. Here is the entry for greaves. Here is the entry for leggings, made out of like chain leggings. Loincloths, skirts, short skirts, long skirts, brays, if you know what brays are, they're like a long shorts. What they can be made out of, how much they cover, which things you can wear under them or over them, what materials they can be made out of, leather versus metal. These are flat files. You can modify them with Notepad. It doesn't require any special editing. You literally just go in here and start changing stuff, and you can modify anything you want in the world. The languages of your races. This is literally the word dictionary, current word dictionary for all of the races. Your dwarves effectively speak that, if you will. It's represented here, even though you probably won't see it very often in game, other than outside of things like fortress names or last names for your dwarves. Let's talk about inorganics, metal. Here's iron ore. Here's its impact yield. Do you even know what impact yield is? I do, but only because of Dwarf Fortress. I mean, this is crazy. Melting points and boiling points and bending strains and shear fractures. This is physical mechanical engineering kind of stuff. Like, and it's represented. I mean, this stuff does get used in combat. You won't see it. This is below the level of the simulation that's presented to you. You follow me? But it's there behind the scenes. You could have weapons made out of gold and have weapons made out of iron, and they will behave kind of like they would in the real world because the qualities are kind of represented here. There's some averages. It's fudged. You know, none of these numbers are. I don't know that any of these numbers are spot on exact. You can see how they're very round. I don't think any of them are measured in a sense. They're kind of estimates, I'm guessing. But they're used. Molar mass? What the fuck is molar mass in here for, Tony? Seriously? Molar mass. Really? Liquid density. What the hell do you care about the liquid density of steel? But it's here. They might be measured and rounded. That's possible. I don't know. I'd had no idea. They're probably not super exact, is what I'm saying. They're probably not spot on for what they would be in the real world. I mean, they're too round. Asperger simulator. No, I wouldn't go that far. I would go so far as to say, I know why it's here. I know why it's here. And the answer is, it's because you never know where down the road some mechanic might depend on this. Tony wants to have the foundation out there so he can build over whatever he wants. The specific heat. I mean... it's all here. Inorganic stone layer. This is like what stones and sands have what values. Are they stone? What temperatures do they melt at? And that's important because you need to know which stones are magma safe for purposes of working around magma. This stone is not magma safe. This stone is not magma safe. This stone is. I know that. Thank you, Dwarf Fortress. Only in Dwarf Fortress. I don't know that it's true in the real world. Dwarf Fortress uses a single homeotherm for magma. All these engines are built in to be recognized and used by the calculations and... shit, man. The stuff that your world has available at Embark is all randomly generated and based out of this stuff. Smelter reactions and trees and grasses and types of animals. The body parts. So here, yeah, okay. Creature. What the hell are the people in? Anybody remember? Shit, what is it for humanoids? Oh, screw it. Here's domestic creatures. That works. Dogs. Dogs. Okay, so this is one entry for just dogs, okay? Just dogs, just dogs. Different types of dogs. Dogs, 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 dogs. All variables, all there, designed to be, different colors of dogs, that they can be, and how they attack, and body parts, and how they're organized. Holy crap. You can do that. That's a thing. You can beat a dude to death, decapitate him, and kill somebody else with his skull. Perfectly doable. People have brought down titans with coins. People have done crazy, crazy stuff in Dwarf Fortress. Make no mistake. The stories out there are sometimes exaggerated, but more often true. Sometimes exaggerated, more often true. Fuzzy Wombler to kill a bronze colossus. That's right. that happened. The coin build. Once upon a time, in order to train super dwarves very quickly, you would build a very small room, 1 tile in size, and put a door on it. And in that room, you would build a trap full of wooden spears, training spears. And then you would link that trap to a lever somewhere else. And you would assign your military to be on duty so they'd go put their equipment on, and then station them all inside that very, very tiny room, and then stab at them repeatedly with those spear traps by flipping the lever over and over and over again so that they would dodge and duck and block and parry and use their weapons and use their shields and take hits on their armor. And they would go in as novices, and they would come out like the X-Men. They literally called them danger rooms. You do that now, they get speared, but it used to be a thing. Used to be. Sometimes Dwarf Fortress is realistic in ways that you expect, and sometimes not. But it's always hilariously simulationist. Throwing coins up in the air and dropping them on people. Oh, we got to do something about that horse. That's what I was waiting on them to do, and I don't know that they've... Yes, they have still haven't done it yet, so we're going to have to fix that. Let's do it up here. So I built 3 workshops here. A butcher's workshop to process our animals, a tanner's workshop to process the raw hides that are produced thereby, and a leather's worker's workshop to quickly produce a couple of leather items. We're only going to have about 4, and then we're going to tear all this stuff back down. So it doesn't have to be permanent, it doesn't have to be highly valuable. It just has to be up here so I can get these jobs done. And everybody can do them right now because, again, I'm not worried about who's doing them right now. We have so little labor that I want jobs done more than I care about who. Give me 1 second here, guys. Okay, sorry about that. Now that those are all built up, let's go ahead and deal with a few things. Now, I could come into this by going into my animals list. Let's go into that list real quick. Go into my animals list, and I could go in and butcher all of these guys individually, and then wait for the dwarves to do it. And that's certainly doable, and I could do that. But we're not going to. Nope, 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 not us. No, no, no. We are clever monkeys, and we automate when we can. Yes, we do. We automate. Thanks to DF Hack, which is another tool, William, that I use behind the scenes. Think of it like a third-party memory manager and script add-on is kind of how I would phrase it. Keep one ass to represent you. That reminds me, actually, I owe somebody a starting 7 change. Now that I'm thinking about it, I owe Bishop and Sad Boy their change. There you go. For those folks who donate $50 or more, I agree to name one of my starting 7 after the donator in all future forts for the remainder of the event, if you do. If you donate at least $10, I'll happily name one of my migrants after you in each future fort, if you like. Any name you like, as long as it's not super vulgar. I mean, I got to keep it reasonable. Oh, we're getting down to our bare nubs, which is a good time to start talking about food. While we're waiting on our first harvest to come in, we're starting to get a little low on drinks. And we don't have any plants to make more, and our fish supplies mean that we're starting to run low on food as well. So, now that we've got this butcher's workshop up, we can solve the food problem by butchering these animals we've got. And we're going to do that by going into our animals list, going into auto butcher and DF hack. We're going to set all of our races, including new, to 5. And then we're going to start auto watch, start auto butcher, and it's going to immediately kick on and go BAM! And there's every race on the map, except dwarves. And, sentience and those kind of things. And it sets the maximum population. If you'd like the name Super Vulgar, you can have that one. What I'm saying is, don't ask me to name something after your mother's clitoris, because, frankly, I'm not going to. It's one of those things where, you know the stories where there's a bad guy and you're allowed to ask the bad guy for a name, and the bad guy sometimes, if he's in a really good mood, gives you something that's really cool, and then if he's not, he kind of names you something horrifying that you would never want to be named. Yeah, don't push me too far or you're going to get the second one. It's kind of like the thing down there at the bottom says, I'm happy to play along, and I got no problem being a little outside the pale, if you will, but don't get crazy. And you don't want to find out the hard way you're on the wrong side of that line. Yeah, I mean, look, a little edgy is funny. Look, I'm a 40-year-old man. I still laugh at fart jokes. Okay, I can still have some humor out of the whole battle between the sexes jokes. I get it. Look, we're humans. We've been making fun of ourselves, pissing and shitting and masturbating and fucking one another for millennia at this point. None of that's particularly edgy to me. If you want to be a little on edge, that's cool. But you go too far and you push my bounds of taste a little too far, and you're gonna be the squishy wet thing instead of whatever it was you wanted to be named. You're gonna be named something hilariously bad, not in a good way. It's gonna be that Adam Sandler "they're all gonna laugh at you" clip. I mean, literally. I'm gonna try for it. Something awful. See, I'm okay with that. You can even be naming yourself "I like elves" if you like. I can name you that too if you want. More elves, please, maybe? See? Careful what you wish for. Everybody wants to push. Nobody wants to find out they're over the edge when they do. So, Auto Butcher here will automatically, for me, monitor my animal populations and cull them back in an intelligent fashion for me without me having to think about it. So, specifically, it culls animals in 2 ways. When animals are adults and you have too many adults, it will cull the oldest adults first, so that your adults will stick around longer rather than constantly being turned over, and so that you lose fewer of them to old age. And if your kids reach the population necessary for culling, it culls the youngest one first, so that the older ones have a chance to grow up and become adults. This allows you to maintain your population in an intelligent and sustainable fashion without you having to constantly monitor the counts, or monitor for which animals have to be butchered, or mark them manually. In other words, you're basically setting up a standing work order that says, if I get more animals than I want, kill them. Kill them now. Kill them with extreme prejudice, and put the meat in our larder. Some animals deserve special mention. Cats, in particular. Most animals as pets... DF hack... Okay, so, William, wait. You can install all these things separately, William, but I'm going to save you a lot of headache. I am going to give you the best advice you've ever had. Somebody get this man the link out there on the Dwarf file depository for the starter pack, Get him the starter pack link, somebody. Jesus, where the hell is that link? There, use that link I've got right there out for the Dwarf Fortress file depository. Yeah, I don't have a bot. You get me. I don't have a moderator. I squelch people and ban people, and I don't fuck around, so I don't normally need a moderator. I'm not running 30 people in the channel normally. If it gets that crazy and I have to do something, then I'm going to have to figure out how to put you all on a time delay while I go through your messages, and I don't really want to have to do that. So I'm hoping we don't have to deal with that problem. But if I have to, I'll kill the stream while I figure it out, and I'll figure it out, and then I'll be angry about having to figure it out, and it'll get squash happy. Like the description says, you know, I'm here to stream Fortress and raise money for kids. I'm not looking to babysit children. But the one I've linked there, DFFD, is the Dwarf Fortress File Depository. It's actually what I'll use to export my files at the end of the game if you guys want to pick up where I leave off with any of my forts. Or if you want to see my world gen settings, you can replicate the same worlds I played in. But that starter pack there includes a little Python script that basically will run Dwarf Fortress and all sorts of utilities for you. It includes all the utilities you might conceivably want out of the gate. It could be a little overwhelming, and I apologize for that part, but it's probably the easiest way I can think of to immerse somebody into Dwarf Fortress without overwhelming them and without requiring huge amounts of setup. Now, you're going to have lots of questions. You're going to have huge questions about I'm using the starter pack. DF Hack is included. Therapist is included. Your therapist might be in light mode. This gray skin is an add-on for Dwarf Therapist. I don't think dark mode is in vanilla yet. It might be now. I don't know. I'd have to look. But yes, what I'm using is effectively what you have there. You'll want to have the wiki handy because you're going to want to use it. Okay, cool. Zanester, I'll tell you what, as we go along, boss, if you have any questions, you just ask. Love helping new folks. It's part of the reason we're here. The other part, of course, being the charity drive, but we're here to teach Dwarf Fortress. So if you've got questions, you ask. Our fortress is not mature yet, but we are middling along now. We're not just embarked anymore. We've started to produce food. We've started to organize industries. We're getting ready to lay out public spaces that we probably should have had 3 months ago, and so forth. So, animals, cats. Most animals, you assign them to a dwarf like a pet, like you would in other games. And the dwarf might be happy with the pet, and that's fine and good, and everything works just like you'd imagine. But cats are different. Cats assign themselves to dwarves, and you don't have any control over it. If a cat assigns itself to a dwarf as a pet, and you eliminate the cat, the dwarf is unhappy because you just crushed their pet. But remember, you didn't assign it, and the dwarf didn't choose it. The cat did. Cats have a problem in the sense that uncontrolled reproduction of cats can cause a huge amount of pathfinding load for Dwarf Fortress. You really, really got to keep your cat population under control. Specifically, geld your males. Brutally crush and repress all females. Keep the population low. Do not allow it to grow exponentially. It will if you do. You'll notice I have them limited to 1 of females and males both. We're going to be gelding the hell out of the males as soon as we start reproducing them. They make good leather. They make good biscuits. I wouldn't use them for keeping them around. A cat or 2 is a good thing to have. Many cats does not benefit you much. Dogs we will use as guard animals. Having a large population so let's do peafowl first. Sorry, let's back up. We'll do peafowl first. Peafowl are going to be used for us for 2 reasons. We're going to turn them over for meat and leather, and we're going to use them for egg production as well. They are a substantial portion of our mature fortress's food production. They're not the bulk by any means, that's farming. But they will represent a substantial addition to your food. Especially if you're doing both turnover. And then they'll also represent probably your primary source of leather given their rapid age to maturity. Blue peafowl will grow up in a year, so a chick born in January of 1 year, whatever the equivalent of January is. Yeah, 3. It's hilarious to think of a bunch of dwarves living underground with peacocks everywhere. They grow up fast. They grow up in a year, and they are reasonably productive in terms of meat and bone and leather and eggs. They're not necessarily the best in any of these areas, but they are good average all around. High number of children animals, and then we'll cull them back when they get older. Because what will happen is they'll grow up, and allowing them to produce large quantities of meat and leather, and then we'll immediately butcher off the old ones to replace our old ones with young ones, so that our population stays young and fresh. Now, dogs will keep a few extra males around, more than we would for other races, because we're going to use them as combat animals, and they will take losses. Any grazers beyond sheep in my fortress are almost always invariably exterminated. They are meat, they are bone, they are leather, but they are otherwise useless to me. They are meat on the hoof. Ditto with mules and horses are the same. You can keep them around for a while. You can graze them. You can raise them. You can start a reproduction and breed them. That's perfectly valid. But for my purposes, sheep provide more. Pigs provide more, or equivalent. Pigs are effectively grazers that don't have to graze. That's their nice benefit. But at the same time, they don't produce any wool. So we don't need a huge number of them. Horses cannot be mounted. There are no mounts in the current version for Fortress mode. But we have seen invaders who come with their beak dogs, and they are effectively mounted, even though they are not literally mounted, because they will move around as a pair, like together. At the same time, they are not mounted for purposes of, like, combat. I did. I'm very hungry, actually. My dinner was 4 hours ago, for the record. Sorry about that. Let's just say it wasn't the first time, either. I am, well, I'm a little peckish, would be understating it quite a lot. As before, what will happen is we will produce a large number of small animals, and we will shred them down when they get to be adults, basically. This constant turnover will generate meat and leather, particularly in the case of the birds, like I said. If 10 turns, we'll have to keep an eye on the male dogs, because combat losses plus the small count could mean we run out if we're not careful. Chaining a couple of males up somewhere in the fortress would guarantee that we didn't, at least until those animals were turned over. That's the good news. The bad news is that Auto Butcher doesn't care whether your animals are on chains. It will happily unassign your old animals from their chain and then order them to be butchered. Now, I didn't mark these guys for slaughter. Remember, I turned this off. This is Auto Butcher turning it back on for me, which is great because that's exactly what I wanted to do. And we're going to come down here in addition, and this is a male cat, and male cats get the geld. That guy is losing his balls because I don't want him to live on my welfare. So William, you asked this question, and I get asked this question a lot, so I'm going to tell you how it worked. Um, Way back in the days of yesteryear, back in 2010, 2012-ish, I was considering doing streaming as kind of like a side gig. Not necessarily for profit, but, I like to teach, in a sense. I don't necessarily want to be a school teacher, because I don't think in our culture we respect school teachers sufficiently. I don't think we pay them properly. I don't think we respect them properly. And I think it's deeply cultural. But I do like to teach people. I do like to help people, and Dwarf Fortress is a very complex subject. So I started giving tutorials. I've done some little Let's Plays of certain things for a little bit, kind of abortive stuff, messing around with what I liked. And Dwarf Fortress I've managed to stick with as one of those things that I've liked giving a tutorial for, that I like teaching people. Make no mistake, I clearly like interacting with the audience, or I wouldn't be doing it, right? But at the end of the day, if this were just a talk podcast and you all were just like dialing into my podcast and we weren't here for, ostensibly to play Dwarf Fortress, I probably wouldn't be doing it at all. But my wife suggested, as I started doing these tutorials, that maybe I could combine the tutorial with something charitable. That is to say, Extra Life down here. And so, yeah, that's what I started doing. But in 2009, I was diagnosed with trigeminal neuralgia. Hang on a minute, let me pull the wiki article for you. Now, you don't have to actually know what trigeminal neuralgia is, and you certainly don't have to go out there and read the wiki article right this instant. I'm putting it out there for your benefit in case you're curious about any of the stuff I hereafter mention. Trigeminal neuralgia was easily the worst pain I have ever experienced, and it's not the muscle, it's the nerve. The muscle isn't even involved. It's literally just the nerve. There's a scene, if you're a Dustin Hoffman fan, there's a scene in the movie Marathon Man where they torture Dustin Hoffman's character. They torture him by drilling open one of his molars and jamming dental picks into his molar to aggravate the underlying nerves. They are literally jamming picks into his trigeminal nerve, in a sense. I cannot describe for you how horrifically awful that is. I have no words. I have had large burns, electrical contact. I have pulled glass out of my own feet. Nothing in the ballpark of trigeminal neuralgia. I mean, total whiteout levels of pain. Horrific stuff. A few years ago, but long story short, jaw motion and blood pressure would trigger it for me. And that pretty much put the nail dead spike through any notion of me doing streaming, even as like a once in a while side gig for the most part. And so I all but stopped until, I did a couple of streams here and there trying to mess around with it when I've had better days and better relapses. And eventually it wasn't ever going to stop again, is kind of how I felt about it. And so in 2014, I started doing Extra Life. I wanted to do something charitable. I was not in a good place mentally, and I kind of wanted to help some folks out, and Extra Life was a good way to do that. And so I started doing streams for Extra Life in 2014. I've done it for 7 out of the intervening years between here and there. I took 2018 off because I literally could not do it physically that year. But during the time when I was suffering from my neuralgia, doing it for an extended period of time once a year was doable, or at least conceivable. Doing it every day, or doing it as a job, even as a part-time job, or even as a part-time gig, more than that, seemed really self-defeating. Might be the lightest way to put it. I've been asked about streaming, other games for profit, for donations, for subs, like all the other streamers on Twitch. And the reality is that I have a good, solid middle class gig. It pays me a decent wage. I have good, ample free time to do things like this charity drive. I'm in a good place monetarily. I'm not going to replace PewDiePie on the income scale anytime soon, or even most of the other, big streamers you can probably think about. If they've got 100,000 followers, they're probably making more money than I am, I'm sure. I'd have to look. There was all that big Twitch release. But this year, I joined, Twitch's affiliate program. I'm now an affiliate. All my whopping 600 followers. Not that I have anything against you guys, you understand. I'm just saying it's hardly a big stream. And there are streamers out there making millions a year. I'm not one of them. For the record, for those of you who are curious, I promised earlier this year in an earlier stream, and I'm going to hold to it, that if I get any actual payouts because people donate to me instead of the fucking charity like I've told them to, that I'm going to turn around and hand that money off to Extra Life. I don't do this for money. I don't do this as my gig. Not even as a part-time gig. I'm not doing it to become famous. I'm not doing it to... I like helping people. Teaching Dwarf Fortress helps people. Raising money for sick kids helps people. Giving people game reviews on the things I've played, what worked, what didn't, what was fun, what wasn't. That helps people. I like that. At the same time, I like it when I can kind of do it without actually being around people. No offense to you guys intended. I'm kind of a misanthrope. Yeah, that's based on payout to me, of course. So if Twitch says I earned $100 doing this at some point, and they finally give me my first payout, ha ha ha. Yeah, well, no, you can, by all means, but keep in mind, I'm not gonna, I can't. I'm not going to promise you at this current juncture that I'm going to do any streaming beyond the event. I'm not promising that. I will not. I can't. I don't want to mislead anyone. I really don't. Any monies I make because people cheer my channel or bits my channel or whatever the new thing is, emoticons or whatever it is that's giving me credits or whatever. If I actually get to the point where Twitch is actually going to pay out to me, which I don't ever expect to do, I mean, like, the entire time I've made like $11, and I don't expect to make any money at this, because I'm not trying to make money at this. If they actually do pay out to me, then, no considerations aside, whatever the payout is, I'm just going to turn around and redonate whatever that money is right back to Extra Life. I'm really not doing this for, like, a gig, like I said. I understand that some folks want to donate to me, and hey, have at it. But I'm in a good place. I won't say I'm in a great place. I'm not making money like a Google engineer or anything, but I live in the Midwest, and I live well within my means and don't have a lot of expensive demands. An occasional PC every 5 years is about as expensive as I get. I'm a homebody and don't travel much. I don't need for much. So I'd rather it went to the charity for me, in my personal estimation. That said, if at some point I do streaming beyond my 30 days of streaming a year where I do this event, then, I really don't even know what I would do. Hey, knock yourself out, boss. If you're engineering for Google, more power to you. But you're probably making a little more than I am salary-wise. You want to talk later, we'll talk. But I'm willing to bet. Willing to bet your salary that you're making more than I am. Well, that's the thing. So when I was a kid, there was a few things I've wanted to do along the way as a kid. I wanted to be a chemist when I was a kid, and then I ran into my high school chemistry teacher and went, nope, and nope the fuck out of chemistry completely. I never did tell that story. Holy shit, I mentioned it, and I think you guys sidetracked me, and I never actually mentioned it. Holy shit. Oh, sorry. I'll get back to that one. But, so when I was a kid, I did actually want to be a chemist. specifically, I thought it would have been cool to be, like a pyrotechnics chemist or pyrotechnics engineer, a combination thereof, right? Um, do my own fireworks and do my own flame stunts, and that was appealing to me as a kid, right? But even just doing chemistry was kind of neat. And then I hit high school, and my chemistry teacher was just absolutely horrible. I mean, just an awful person. So I'm a smart cookie, and let's be honest, high school chemistry wasn't particularly difficult. I'm not saying that chemistry in the professional level isn't difficult or complex. I'm just saying that high school chemistry was not particularly involved. We're not doing organic chemistry. This isn't biochemistry. They wheel a gas chromatograph in once a year for a week to show off to the kids how chromatography is done, and then that's about it. Most of our experiments are very rudimentary by comparison to what you do in the real world. The problem is that while I was a real smart cookie and I could ace the tests, no problem. Like, skim the chapter, absorb the material, not a problem. I loved chemistry and it was not difficult for me. So I took to being relatively disinterested in the lecture, which was primarily a recitation of the reading. I don't need to read the stuff the night before and then have my teacher review it for me the next day in class. There weren't many, I can't think of any, but there certainly weren't many opportunities for me to get the material wrong. Let's put it that way. High school chemistry is not that complex a subject. And I took to reading books. I didn't want to disturb classmates. I wasn't bothering anybody. I wasn't laughing and guffawing. I wasn't feet up on the desk. But I was reading a non-chemistry textbook book in class. And my chemistry teacher actually came and snatched it, like, right out of my hand. Like, reached out and snatched that shit. This is a book. It's not like I'm reading a comic book even. This is like a novel out of my hands. Now, to be fair, it wasn't classic literature novel, but it was a novel. No pictures. And said I could get it back at the end of the day. Boy, I was pissed. I mean, like, raging pissed. This wasn't me listening to headphones at high volume or drumming on the desk or being a disruption or anything, man. No way. And my tests clearly demonstrated my understanding of the subject material then and now. Hands down and walking away. I was horrified. Look, let's be honest, I wasn't necessarily a teacher's pet, but I was a pretty good student, all things considered. And dressing me down in class for having a book was wowza. So the rest of the class, she asks a question, my hand's first one in the air. Every time. Every time. Every time. Every time. Over and over and over and over and over. To the point that I'm starting to anticipate some of the questions. Some of them are obvious. I can see where she's going. And she stops calling on me because it's ridiculous. I mean, I'm literally driving the class along as fast as she can ask a question. Let's go, let's go, let's move, let's go. And it's not that I'm wanting the class to move faster. At this point, it's just, okay, you wanted me engaged. Well, now I'm engaged. And now I'm tying up your classroom. Now I am a disruption. Now I am being a dick. All because I was just trying to read a novel quietly in the back of your class. And I'm acing your tests. Seriously. I had to go to the principal's office to get the book. She didn't even return it to me after the class. She wouldn't. I mean, total bitch move. And I mean, that interaction, as intensely personal as it was, and having nothing to do with chemistry, completely put me off of learning any more of it in high school. Because I would have had to have learned it from her. Complete career fork on the spot. All because the smart kid at the back of your class wasn't watching you recite it for the monkeys who were trying to get it. I'm dead serious. I wish I were making that shit up. It's the most bizarre fucking thing. Why would you bother a student who's reading a book? But she did. Now, make no mistake. I'm not, like I said, it's not classic literature. I was reading, what was it? Crystal Sorcerers or something. It's a damn book about some B-52 pilots from World War II who get themselves transported to some world where crystal bracelets let them shoot bolts of light. For fuck's sake, hardly a hardly a top 10 intellectual reading material kind of novel. But I mean, shit's sake, man, I wasn't carving on my desk or being disrespectful. And like I said, it was never a question about knowing the subject matter ever. Complete career fork. I went into software engineering because my high school chemistry teacher was a total bitch. I knew she was a bitch later when I my brother went to the same high school, of course, that I did when he was younger than I was, and when I mentioned this anecdote to my mother, she named the chemistry teacher by name without me ever having mentioned the name of the woman. She knew exactly who I was talking about. Now, my brother was no great chemistry shakes, I'm sure, but like I said, this woman was a real piece of work. And I don't know if she's still there. I don't care. It's not that big a deal. But I don't know that they were all crazy, man. Most of them were okay, but she was, yeah, dude. And you went to the school, so you know what I'm saying when I say that of all the students you could have chosen to shit on, why me? Seriously, of all the students in the class, you're choosing me? That it had to be some sort of, I don't know, man, dominance thing or something. It was just, it's fucking weird. But no, I was a terrible student in terms of diligence. I was terrible about doing homework. Chemistry probably would have been a particularly poor choice of career in real. That's the thing, man. It's not like she was dumb. It's not like she was a moron or didn't hidebound maybe from teaching high school for 20 years perhaps, but Zane, don't even let that kind of stuff bother you, man. When I say Dwarf Fortress is an early access alpha, I mean exactly that. It is the earliest access alpha you are ever going to play in your life, probably. Um, Toady doesn't even feel like the game is halfway feature complete yet, and the bugs are legendary and awful in some cases. But if you can look past all that, there is a really great game here. It's a little harder to get at than most games. It's a little harder to access. But I don't know that threatened is really the word I would use. I think it was more of what's the word I would use? Make an example of somebody, right? I had a similar teacher with a similar story with a much nicer anatomy physiology teacher, and she was fucking awesome about things. but I was an awful math student. Horrible math student. Ace your test, but blow out the homework so badly that I'm barely getting C's in most classes, if that. And as the math got harder, eventually I started to run into a problem. You know, as you start to get up to higher end stuff, calculus, for example, just reading the book was no longer enough to be able to do the math. It started to reach a point where I could no longer easily visualize it in my head, and I couldn't keep all the formulas straight because there were simply too many. And at that point, I started to fall behind in math because I wasn't doing the homework. It wasn't an ingrained habit. So in the teaching me the habits case, they could have done that in a much better way than they did. You know, grading on homework was just fucking with my curve in a sense. My senior year, I had an anatomy physiology course. I had an anatomy physiology course my first period. Well, like I said, C in math, becomes a computer programmer. True story. You're not going to find me working on your latest and greatest algorithm, and while I understand things like big O notation, you're not going to... Don't expect me to write your graphics engine. I'd have to do a lot more homework than I've ever done. But what I work on isn't high-end graphics algorithms. It's not low-level driver programming. It's not... It's business logic and interface with a GUI system that's, you know, making remote procedure calls. It's not brain surgery level of computer science, I guess is what you would say. There's a lot of that kind of, I don't know, grunt work computer science, I guess you'd say, maybe, out there. Far more than will ever be done by all the rock stars in the world. I don't claim to ever... you're never going to hear me claim to be the world's best software engineer. I am not. There are guys who have been doing it longer, who have a better experience feel for the job than I do. There are guys who are younger, who graduated the full 4 years of college and, you know, got A's in their math classes, and they can understand the theory better than I do. But the reality is that while I might be middle of the road, I have run in... No. It's not a jab. It's cool. I'm leveling. You come to my channel, you're going to get the full Monty, buddy. I don't hold back. You get it all. If it's something I don't want to talk about, I won't bring it up, and I will steer away from it, and you will know. Beyond the most basic outlines, you're not going to hear me discussing my sex life with my wife, you know? But, excuse me, so let me back up. Anatomy physiology. First semester, I did the same thing you were doing. I was sleeping. I'd come in, I'm tired. You know, I'm staying up late because I'm doing stuff that I'm interested in, and then I'm getting up early because it's high school, and I'm crashing in this ladies' course, and I don't care. I can pass it. Shit, you know, anatomy physiology is mostly memorization, and at the time, at least, I had a mind like steel trap, no problem, easy peasy. It got so bad that I basically, you know, I'm doing this in her class, and she's basically like, you know, she basically came to me and asked me, you know, something along the lines of, you know, not so much why are you in here, but, you know, kind of understanding that this wasn't really a challenge for me. Again, this is a high school level class. This is not a doctorate level anatomy course. Yeah, see, I didn't... Friends in high school. No. So she actually started giving me, like, a pass to the library daily. And I made her a deal. I said, look, you know, I'll make you a deal. You don't want me in your class, you know, snoring over in the corner or whatever. Fine, that's cool. I said, I'll keep acing your tests. You pretend we don't have homework. and I will take a pass to the library every period for as long as I can pass all your tests with an A. She was down with that. I aced that course, no problem. Loved it. Memorize a few terms in the damn book. This muscle is that muscle is this muscle. You know, which bones are which, off and running. It's a high school level course. Remember, we're not doing major, we're doing major muscles, not every, you know. Okay, so Factorio. Okay, so hang on. We got so many damn topics. Oh my god, I can't keep up with it all. Bear with me, guys. There's only one of me. So back up. C math and computer programming. I'm not going to tell you as a computer programmer that you do not need math. If I did that, I would be lying to you. I have had math. I have not had as much math as someone who is really going to delve into algorithms should probably have. I topped out at multivariate calculus. And things like differential equations are things that I never really got to. Programming is not math, but it's very much math adjacent, especially if you're going to be doing highly specialized programming. If you're not doing highly specialized programming, if you're doing more business end programming, and there's a lot of business end programming, a lot more business end programming even than there is what I call highly specialized programming. If you're not doing scientific computing, if you're not doing, well, make no mistake, guys, even the business programmers are going to use math. They might not be using calculus. They might not be using advanced trigonometry. But if you don't think I have to stop and think about addition and subtraction, multiplication and division regularly throughout my day, in terms of, yeah, I'm not doing high math. I'm not. And I don't claim to be skilled in high math. I could probably work out basic calculus problems if I had to study at them for a minute. But if you started to ask me to start replicating what I was doing in multivariate when I finished out, no. No, I'm going to have a hard time. I do math high. I wish I could do math high. I wish I could do high math, and to be honest with you, I'd feel better if I could. But I think that by not having the math, you limit the types of software engineering that you are capable of fully appreciating in most cases. I won't say in all cases. There's some people out there who are intuitives at math, and there's some folks out there who just have a grasp of the code in a way that I will probably never ever see. But the reality is if you're not one of those super duper rock star musician type people, you know, you're an average workaday Joe. And most of us out there are average workaday Joes. I'm not saying you are, but most of us are. If you're an average workaday Joe and you intend to be doing math at Google or software at Google, then I think you owe it to yourself to look into the math that's going to be backing it up. You're going to see it. If you're going to work at Valve or something that's going to be doing graphics engines for computer programming, you're going to be doing matrices. You're going to be doing matrix math. You're going to be doing those sorts of things that I only touched on. But most programmers are not. Most of you won't. Most of us won't. You're going to be doing business programming or web programming or something that's what I would consider math adjacent. You're going to do math, but you're not going to be doing calculus normally. If you're not in the sciences and you're not in academics and you're not in graphics engines and you're not doing AI, and there's a lot of code out there like that, then you're not doing high math for the most part. Not saying universally, but probably not for the most part. You need a good grasp of math up to, say, the trig and intro calc level. And I, even though you're not doing that math, I think that getting to that point will give you the sort of basic intuitive grasp of mathematics that you should have for doing any software engineering, whether it's highly skilled or not. Couple semesters of high school algebra at the very least. Geometry, even though you're not going to do geometry, the logic involved in proofs is vital thinking of data as sets of objects that you move around in a geometric fashion has value, even though you don't really do it that way. Understanding how things are computed relies on mathematical theory, even if it does not employ math directly. I don't code in math, but what I do is very much math adjacent. If I implement my code badly, the math very much says that it will fuck off to Never Never Land and take forever to do anything. I think that a good grounding in math has benefits beyond the mathematics itself. I think that a good grounding in math teaches you to think in a logical fashion. It's very easy. I've run into a lot of people who are developers who work on things that are not particularly technical, not even necessarily high math technical, but not necessarily technical. They're doing web programming, let's say. And what they're doing is involving small data sets and fairly static web pages. And a lot of them are not real logical, organized thinkers. I don't mean logical, organized people. You guys should see my desk. It's a horrific mess at this point. I'm a slob. But you think through projects logically. Yeah, I mean, even without thinking about perfect optimization, just basic understanding, just appreciation for, oh, if I do it this way, I'm hitting the database versus I'm hitting memory, or, application level code stuff. Not necessarily super refined, unrolled loops down to the machine language stuff. No. I'm talking just workaday code. You still need to have an appreciation for the right way and the wrong way to do things. Some of that you can gain with experience, operations, looking at code, programming in relatively low pressure or skill environments. Even to an extent in college, if you're really paying attention to how code is written, not just by yourself, but by your student cohort. If you guys are doing code reviews for one another, in a sense, whether you think of it that way or not. What stack you're implementing, whether your application's hand rolled or deployed out of a box, or there's all to it, all sorts of stuff. It's how would I phrase? There's an article out here. And I don't kid you, but this article is programming in a nutshell. Now, it is exaggerated. I won't lie. This is an exaggeration. But I don't think that often enough new folks coming to programming appreciate what you're going to get into for programming. So while I would take that little article, which is written for humorous intent, with a grain of salt, recognize that it's crazy. I don't work on hard drives and don't have to know. Isn't that beautiful? I should probably look it up, but it's not relevant to my current role. If I were doing programming that required me to know the difference between those two network arrays, I would go look it up. But my programming is not going to involve knowing the difference between array 10 versus 6, or 5 versus 1 for that matter. There's a systems engineer who gets to handle all that stuff disk-wise virtually, and all I'm doing is referencing files on an operating system. Nope. Can't know in most cases. I work on so many sites that changes so frequently that it's not even guaranteed to be the same day to day, box to box, site to site. Nope. Can't know. Could not possibly know for every program, for every project. The amount of overhead you're talking about having me know for that kind of detail is just, we'd never get anything done. It's a nice notion, but there's somebody else that's got to know that. To a degree, yes. Rules and transaction processing. Well, no. No. The product isn't going to change much, and implemented correctly, they should be within tolerances in a sense. That's not to say there aren't variances where, this site is big and that site is small and things scale. Yeah. Back office stuff, boss. Back office. I'm not doing high math. Not them. Doesn't matter. Anyway, so back up a step, because now we've gotten way far afield now. So way back up here. Way back up here. Hang on a second. Okay, so someone was asking... Yeah, sorry, guys. You have to forgive me. Work is often on my mind, sometimes to a degree that I don't much appreciate. Working from home has never helped that. I really do like working in an office, not because I'm the annoying coworker around the water cooler, but because the transit break between home and work really is something of a mind shift for me. And no transit means no shift. So folks were asking me about streaming. I've thought about it, and I'm not going to say no, but I'm saying no, kinda. I like streaming. I like helping people, which is why I do it. I'm not looking to become the next PewDiePie, and I'm not looking to do stuff for, shock value and entertainment purposes. I don't care. It's of no interest to me that way. So I kind of don't see it being a super big draw. It's one of those... what's a channel you go for tutorials for? But doing it for Dwarf Fortress for Extra Life every year... Well, if I'm going to have a hobby, I'm going to go to the local clay store. I'm going to get myself a wheel and a kiln, and we're going to do pottery, boss. We throw it on the wheel. Got the reduction environment. I can always have an electrician throw in another panel and do oxidation. If I'm going to go hobby there, I'm going to go hobby full in, boss. Can't keep bees. Homeowners Association doesn't allow that. I looked at it, though. That's why I know that Dwarf Fortress's handling of beekeeping is a little... iffy because of the way they handle splits and hives is a little not quite the way it really works and not quite the way it would have worked in period and sort of between both. Well, so let me put it this way. I'll tell you what I'm planning to, or what I'm just thinking about doing, because I can't do this too much more tonight, guys. It's already almost midnight. And we've still got almost nothing done. Oh my god, you guys have kept me talking all night. I was thinking about doing, because I'm a little behind on my goal here, I was thinking about doing some additional streaming this weekend for, call it, like extra innings in a sense, for where I'm still going to have my little charity thing up there, but it's not going to be Dwarf Fortress necessarily. I bought a copy of Gloomhaven for the wife and I. I'd kind of like to be able to play that. The wife and I have been playing Valheim. We may play that. If we're feeling real crazy, maybe she and I will log on to our 7 Days to Die server and we'll play that. I don't know. No, we're just playing on the LAN, boss. It'd be like I'd be hosting and I host the map and she just logs in. We're on the same LAN. We're not even hosting it externally as far as I know. I'm not starting it as a community server, it's just a me server. I don't envision the wife wanting to open the game up to other players. Well, okay, so your question is that limits us to only be able to play when the other is around? No, not exactly. If she wanted to play when I wasn't around, which I don't foresee, but I'll get into that in a minute. But let's say she did. She could always start my game, start the server up on my machine, no problem, and then fire it up on hers and just log in. Since the world's on my server, or the server world is on my machine, she can start my machine, just fire it up, no big. She already knows how to start a server. It's not in Valheim. It's not like it's hard. There's no complexity to it. And typically, to be honest, for the games that we play together, most of the time that we're playing, we are going to be together. It's kind of funny. I've played Project Zomboid, but I don't really like playing Project Zomboid alone. The wife and I play together. It's fun. Project Zomboid alone is... I'm really looking forward to the new version to be released for multiplayer, because I want to play with the wife. I want all the fixes. I want all the upgrades, but I want it in co-op with the wife. I don't enjoy it as much playing solo. Now, that said, there's a lot of games... Appreciate it, but no, not for the moment. Like I said, she's not going to look to run it out where there's no point running it externally. She's not going to look to play without me. Literally. She plays games, but she's not... How do I put this? She plays games, and to most people, she would be a gamer. To me, most people are casuals. Not because I'm a super hardcore player at any given game, but just because I spend so much time gaming with different things that nobody I know personally plays games like I do. I love games. Always have. I'm sure if I were to go get myself tested, I'm probably somewhere on the spectrum or something, and this has always been my little inanimate object focus that I stick on or whatever. Fine, whatever. I'm not far enough on the spectrum, but go get tested. Well, that's the thing. Like I said, I play all kinds of things, but here's the thing. Streamers, if you watch them, you're not streaming necessarily for that personality. You're streaming for what they're playing. So, for example, I'm not going to watch Legend of Total War, as an example, for somebody I've watched recently. I'm not going to watch Legend of Total War play Subnautica. He's not playing Subnautica. And what he's found is, when he branches out, his audience falls off. That's true. But what he finds, and what I suspect is true for most large channels, is that their audience sticks based on what the content is. If you're watching a Minecraft channel, you're not necessarily... You might be watching that particular Minecraft channel because of the streamer, but you're there because of Minecraft. If I'm watching a Subnautica stream, I might pick a Subnautica streamer based on one's behavior or shtick, if you will, over the other. But I'm there because it's a Subnautica stream, just as an example. Now, that's not necessarily going to be universally true. Some people are just wandering through, or they're checking out videos at random, or maybe they're just a real diehard and they really like the sound of my voice. Right, and that's probably the only thing mine would ever be. That's kind of what I want to get at when I say I don't envision this as a gig. I don't envision myself having a brand. My wife is not going to suddenly quit her job and start doing my editing. Nobody looks for DF streams. I don't expect anybody to. That's why I advertise them in the Dwarf Fortress subreddit. It's why I have talked to some of the Dwarf Fortress streamers to have them point people towards the charity. I'm not looking to necessarily raise $1 million. I'm not going to. My wife and I have to chip in every year. We do. We love to. We give just like everybody else does. Hey, I'm streaming now, aren't I? I'm talking about streaming something different this weekend, aren't I? You haven't lost your argument yet. Just, I don't want to mislead folks. Don't get your hopes up. That's okay. So Factorio, I like Factorio. I'm generally a builder kind of guy, but here's the thing. I don't know if it's ADD or an after effect of the brain surgery or shit, man. I don't know. Maybe I've just gotten old. But the reality is that the problem I have with Factorio is one that I think is kind of insurmountable in the design with respect to multiplayer. It's not a bad thing in single player, but once you get into multiplayer, it starts getting crazy. What I mean is, it's the Fortress brain lag problem. My friend is a rabid Factorio player. In fact, I have several friends who are rabid Factorio players. I'm really good at finding which friends would like it and knowing exactly which ones to suggest it to. It appeals to a very specific type of my friends, let's put it that way. And the ones that love it intensely. They love it. They love it. But oftentimes they will ask me to join them in a server that's already in progress. And these can range from, we just started 10 minutes ago, to we just started 10 weeks ago, that kind of stuff. It is kind of macro programming, but I don't think of it that way. I don't optimize. You're never going to see me use a spreadsheet in Factorio. I don't spaghetti code necessarily, but I don't spaghetti Factorio necessarily either. I like my stuff to be relatively clean and neat, but I'm not necessarily looking for perfect optimization. I'm way too casual to play my game to that level. If I were to use an example, if I were to suddenly start playing Total War Warhammer 2 on stream, for example, yeah, it's like modules. Absolutely. A friend of mine sat down and discussed this. We had a whole train network going in a whole grid where you'd build, one type of industry or small subset of industries inside each grid block, and you'd have train blocks dropping stuff off that you'd local network with belts and drones. Whole big thing. But here's the thing. Come in the middle of a factory. Yeah, I haven't actually sat down with trains yet. It's one of those things I need to sit down in single player before I'd be comfortable doing trains of any sort. And I always mean to get around to it, and I never have gotten back to it. Factorio's complexity can sometimes be overwhelming to a sense of grindy in a way, and coming in the middle of somebody else's factory introduces what I call the brain factory lag. I don't know how you organize your factory, and I have to ask where every goddamn thing is. All of it. Even if you've got it on the menu, even if you've got it on the map. No, I get that. Start, you say. I get that. But I'm not sure I want to play the 12 hours or whatever it's going to take me to get a launch of Factorio. Okay, 2, because we're going to have 3 experts who join in and have the perfect start memorized, and they're going to wander off on their own and build the rocket while the rest of us are fiddling around with campfires. But maybe. We'll see. That's about as much as I'm going to give you on Factorio. I've played it. I've got hours out there. You can look at my Steam profile. Not like I haven't played it. But I'm not as rabid about Factorio as some of my friends. I haven't played it as much as some of my friends. I've got friends who sit down to earn those achievements where you have to hand build everything, or where you have only a certain number of things that you can do by hand and to still earn the achievement throughout the whole launch the rocket process. I have friends that have done that, who've beaten the 8-hour rush time limit. I have none of those. I've never actually launched the rocket. I've played PlanetSide 2. I don't really enjoy it all that much. The camos ruined the game. It wasn't real well balanced to start with, and they have gone way, way downhill since I was playing. It's never gotten better, and it's never going to. I've played it. Make no mistake, I've got a lot of hours in first-person shooters. My hours in TF2 are not simply idling for hats. My wife would tell you, I'm sure, and I'm sure my Steam profile would validate that I play a lot of first-person shooters. All sorts of kinds. But I find myself drawn to the, not to the milsim sort, but to the differences. Yeah, I'm not pro. I'm not saying maybe I could have, I don't know, I never tried. But I've spent a lot of hours. I've spent a lot of hours playing classes that other people laugh at and trying to do things that, yeah, no. No, like I said, looked at it at one point, and you can't do comms if you can't talk. Well, see, William, that's the thing. When I was young, I really dug the competitive FPSs. You know, the stuff that everybody likes to play nowadays. You know, throw your grenades at your friends, and yeah, cool. I'm not faulting those folks who love it. Make no mistake. I've been there. But I don't have the lust for it that I used to. Yeah, and it takes a lot of practice. Anybody who tells you it doesn't is lying because they've already put the practice in. There's an element of practice because it's like operating a remote drone at the end of the day. Nobody walks like you FPS. And I don't care which FPS you're looking at. Nobody walks and moves like you do in an FPS. I do. I've seen it. Never played it. No interest. When I was a kid, I took my brother and a bunch of his friends to a library cluster at the college. Took it over for a bit. We installed a bunch of games that may or may not have been entirely legitimately owned. And keep in mind, I'm talking, this is pushing 25 years ago now. And we played a bunch of games. Warcraft 2, Quake, we played Duke Nukem back in the day. Which, at the time, I probably would have told you was probably better than Quake. I don't know that I'd say that now. It doesn't age right. 25 years is about right, Nether? Yeah. We did play a lot of Duke Nukem. It was fun. Who doesn't love pipe bombing your friends through a remote television screen? But, you know, I don't remember if you remember it, Nether. I don't remember if you'll remember this, but we played Warcraft 2 at the end, and then we played Quake. And when we played Quake, eventually it got to the point where I put all 7 of you that had come with us, all 7 of you from the entire cluster, on the enemy team. This is Quake 1, and we're playing on, like, the actual campaign maps. There's no good deathmatch maps, or if there is, I don't know what they are. You know, none of us have spent a lot of time playing Quake. Well, most of them hadn't. I had. The reality is that at this point, I've got dozens of hours in first-person shooters, you know, through Doom and Doom 2 and a little bit of Wolfenstein even. And Quake, although it's 3D, I'm getting the hang of mouse look real quick. No big deal. My other friends that I brought, Nether and all the others I brought with me, they're all new. They're real new. The shining wore off. They're shiny. Most of them probably hadn't played a first-person shooter in their life. Some of them were arcade gamers rather than, console gamers or PC gamers. And it was a brutal stomp. 7-on-1, and it was still a brutal stomp. Because none of them had anywhere near the experience or, time. They hadn't practiced. It's like putting NFL linebackers up against your local junior high team. It was a stomp, and it was not a fun stomp for anybody involved, I suspect. It was kind of blah for me, and I was trying to get it to be exciting for them, and I think it was more frustrating than anything else. It was really not the kind of experience I was trying to give people. Yeah, you played some Doom 2 with us. And Doom 2 wasn't exactly Quake. But, my wife stopped me afterward, my girlfriend then and my wife now, stopped me afterward. She says, did you have fun? And I said, well, yeah, it was okay. And she said, how fun was it for us, do you think? And, I'd never really stopped to consider it, really. I mean, I had, but it was kind of a distant second or third concern at that point, I guess, is how I would phrase it. Everybody likes to stomp a little bit. That one was a bit much. And my lust for competitive games has been kind of minimal since. I've played a little TF2, Let's not call it hardcore. I certainly didn't play on any teams in any leagues. But sweatiest of the sweaty tryhards, maybe. But other than that, no, not really. You know, I played a little Left 4 Dead, but didn't like the competitive mode or the competitive play there. It wasn't much fun for me. And I've never really been big into arena games, and most competitive games just bounce off. I don't really care for them much anymore. When I've gone back and played TF2 just to fuck around recently, I'm playing the PvE, the man versus bots mode, basically. You see, you say that, Nether, the Warcraft wasn't bad, but you don't remember. This is an 8-man map, and the first thing I did was crush my nearest neighbor. Well, who do you think my nearest neighbor was in that first map? My girlfriend. Oh, I stomped her. She had no idea how to play a real-time strategy game. She probably never even seen one in her life. Poor girl. That was more brutal than the Quake. It was, oh look, I've stationed 2 footmen in your base, and I'm not even microing them. You don't even know how to defend against it. I've got 2 footmen who've just butchered your first 3 peasants, and they're setting fire to your town hall while you try to figure out how to spawn guys. It wasn't a good way to go. It really wasn't. It really was not fair or fun for most of the other players. It's not how you should do it. I don't recommend it. I laugh, but it's not laughing about the good time I had. It's laughing at myself for being such a moron. I enjoyed Quake. I did. I enjoyed Quake 2. I enjoyed Quake 3 even. But my lust for competitive gaming is way diminished from where it was. I like cooperative gaming far, far better. I think I liked TF2 as much as I did, not because it was a competitive game, but because at the end of the day, it was a team game. Unless you're talking hackers coming in and spin bot and shit, generally speaking, a well-organized team will stomp. I like 7 Days to Die cooperatively. My wife and I play that for just her and I. I don't know that we've ever gone super far, in terms of days, but we should probably get our server back up and do that. I could probably do that this weekend. That might be fun. We haven't done that in a while. We've got a fairly well-established base. I haven't played MOBAs. I'm not... It's been a long time. When I say I'm into gaming, that's true, but my gaming tastes predate the MOBA quite a lot. And I've never really found the lure, I guess. But all of the games that I have that have competition in them have invariably had some sort of team aspect since that time. It's kind of amazing, these little aspects, how they've tweaked my personality, in a sense, in hindsight, when I look back at them. It's not that my wife eliminated my desire for competition by any means, but I did find at that point, at that time, during that game, during that set of games, that I enjoyed after the first game, I let them play, and I stepped out and didn't play the second game of Warcraft. I let them all go head-to-head. And it was a lot fairer. I just walked around and answered questions. And I like teaching, let's be honest. So, that part I enjoyed a whole lot more. And I think that's kind of where I started to get the notion that I liked... Yeah, no, make no mistake, that was a much better way to do it. Much better. I'm a smart guy, but that doesn't preclude me from having momentary bouts of idiocy. I might be right most of the time, or even almost all the time, but I am not right every time. I'm a smart cookie, but I'm not perfect. Right. And that was a particularly bad way. I wanted to play, and that's the real issue. There you go, Zanester, and off to the races you go. Have you looked at adventure mode yet? I don't like it myself, but a lot of other players love adventure mode and don't dig fortress mode at all. Your mileage may vary, boss. But nowadays I really prefer cooperative games. So, as an example, first-person shooters. I much prefer a game like Deep Rock Galactic to something like Battlefield. Mil-sim shooters, I've got a few in my account. You can go back and look. I've got Call of Duty World at War and what was it, Call of Duty 4, maybe, I think. The one that was in the Middle East. It's all flashbangs and building clearing. Meh. They don't really appeal to me much. Even the single-player campaigns don't. They're usually short and trite. Nah, they're just not for me anymore. I much prefer the older, let's call it, more kinetic first-person shooters like Quake or Doom. Rocket jumping, in TF2 is normal and understandable to me, despite the fact that no real person would ever fire an RPG at their feet, right? But I prefer cooperative games. Deep Rock Galactic is something I'm going to enjoy far more than any milsim shooter that you're playing on 64 people shooting one another. Even in team games like that, I'm still going to prefer the pure team game to that. See, and it's possible, William, that you really don't like first-person shooters, or maybe that you like something that you're not getting from the first-person shooters you play. I've played a lot of first-person shooters. It's probably if I were to sort my games out to a single category, it's probably the single category that has the most play. But I prefer that to be in a hybridized genre, not a pure first-person shooter. Duke Nukem was fun just from because of course we were all kids and it was edgy, right? And it was kind of irreverent. If you went back and played the modern Duke Nukem, it does not age well. The edginess does not age well. But Deep Rock Galactic I love because it's 100% co-op. There's no team competition to it. You don't compete with your fellow dwarves at all. It's space dwarves as a first-person shooter. You're mining, you're moving through a tunnel, you're killing bugs. For those of you who like first-person shooters at all, I highly recommend it, especially if you're just down with dwarven themes in general. Space Dwarves as a mining company is hilariously on point. And it's a really well-balanced, enjoyable, casual first-person shooter with no real team competition that can be played in a casual way or a real hardcore way depending on whether you're wanting a challenge or something to unwind to. Highly recommended. On my lunch break, I'll get done coding with something or I'll be between meetings and I'll be on lunch break, and I'll go upstairs and I'll kick back for an hour and play. It is satire, William. Oh, no, make no mistake. Duke Nukem was always intended to be a satirical... It's like an over-the-top Arnold Schwarzenegger meets every 80s movie you've ever seen. Super hyper-toxic masculinity turned up to 11 and sprinkled over itself. It's total satire of all of that. It's hilariously over the top. I mean, literally, the cops are pigs, for fuck's sake. I mean, it's that on point. It's a satire of all of it. But that doesn't age well, is how I would phrase it. If you've played the modern one, it really didn't. It didn't occur to me as a kid. It didn't occur to me until later. But, yeah, the cops are all pigs. It's like, wow, really? But they are. Yeah, it just didn't translate well into the modern era, is how I would say. There's a lot of gameplay stuff that even if the edgy wasn't so cringe, the gameplay choices they made were kind of not good in a lot of cases. The whole two weapons thing was kind of, why would you do that to Duke Nukem? But they did it. Didn't age well. Do recommend Deep Rock Galactic. Do not recommend the modern Duke Nukem. There you go. We still need to get some plants and stuff. We've been doing this talk therapy thing for like hours now, guys. Hours. So let's pick some crops. That doesn't need much. We've already got a spot to place them downstairs in a stockpile where they're meant to be stored. We just need to tell our dwarves, go out there and harvest the crops, and we need to make sure somebody has the labor. We already assigned plant gathering to a bunch of our guys. We can assign it to everybody. skilled plant gathering does have a reward. Oh man, I'm happy to. Like I said, I'm an old fucker. You ask me a question, you're going to get my opinion, and I don't promise to dress it up for you. You're going to get my opinion, good, bad, or indifferent. If I don't want to talk about something, I won't. But I don't have a whole lot of secrets in my life. You know, I'm a pretty what's the term? Radical honesty. I don't dissemble much. I'm too old. I've been through too much. You get the straight dope, I guess. The problem is I do tend to go on. I tend to ramble. I'm not much for face-to-face meetings, but if you put me over a chat channel and get me in a decent mood, all of a sudden I'm yammering like I'm some sort of extrovert or something. Do I go to my local Renfest? So I have been to a local Renfest. Let us just say that I'm not really convinced that my local area is particularly conducive to people in costume, is kind of how I would phrase it. Well, keep in mind, Zane, I have a relatively narrow-lived life, so my stories are small and petty in most cases, but hilarious in a lot of cases. See, man, and like I said, love to have you. Easy to play at a low casual difficulty. We can do it this weekend on stream and show everybody on the stream how it's played. Do a little tutorial of that for a bit, off hours. Um, and if there's any of you that actually have the game, then you're welcome to join us at that point. It's like I said, that's a co-op game. I have no problem playing that. But no, so I've been to a Renfest. The last Renfest I went to, I bought some clay work that I liked, and I drank some mead. I like mead. We watched some jousting. Yeah, I'm in a Midwestern state. Make no mistake. I have no idea what the Renfest capital of the world is, but I very much doubt that it's where I'm at. Mead is pretty good, especially if it's a particularly sweet mead. It can get a little dry sometimes, and I'm not super dry. Yeah, no, I'm south of there. Still Midwest, south of there. Bit south of there. You guys get a little colder than we do in the winter. Let's put it that way. We get cold. We don't get that cold. As long as I'm willing to be cold, I can wear my jeans out in the winter, and I'm betting you don't. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. No, if we get 12 inches in a year, or 12 inches in a winter, that's a lot. Oh man, you can get mead. You can go down to. I mean, I can't promise that it's sweet mead, if that's what you're asking. I can't seem to find it out here. Everybody likes this dry shit, and I don't. I want it to taste sweet. Not a big dry wine man in personal anyway. The dry stuff is easy. You can go down to Meyer and buy that stuff off the shelf. Drive down to Walmart and buy that stuff off the shelf. Drive down to your local Publix and buy that stuff off the shelf. There was one that somebody shipped me from out west, Chaucer's mead or something that wasn't bad, if I remember right. Which I thought was a great name, but I've never searched it out again. It's one of those things where I won't say I've stopped looking, but I've stopped looking. I've almost been tempted to make my own, and that's one of those things that would really end in true disaster, I'm sure. I do not for a moment believe that I am conscientious enough to make mead, and even if I am, I'm not drinker enough to actually go through as much as I would end up making. But I had this funny notion, that I might raise my own bees, get my own honey, ferment my own mead, and bottle it in clay bottles that I could make myself. That really is a thing. I have done pottery. I have looked into keeping bees, and while I've never made mead, I at least understand the basic process. So in theory... But I'm not much of a drinker, and it makes the wife break out, so we don't drink much at all. Ever. Right, like the Maillard reaction in baking. I've done a little cooking, too. I don't really like cooking all that much, I'll be honest with you. It's not that I'm bad at it. I'm okay. Passable, maybe. I'm not going to be Julia Childs anytime soon. I don't have the interest. But there's chemistry in baking, too. Same thing. Shit, what were we doing? God damn it. You Sly Devils have got me monologuing the whole goddamn night. I swear I have done nothing, and I've forgotten where I was in my own damn fortress. That's the problem I was mentioning about in Factorio. Coming in the middle of a game at any sort, damn, it's hard. Your friend has already developed 14 industries, and he's shipping stuff around the map. He's importing minerals from everywhere. Yeah, I've got animals here I've got to deal with, but we've got Auto Butcher working on that. We've just been on pause for a while, so nobody's actually done it yet. But they'll haul them up there and butcher away, make no mistake, because they're marked. And somebody has the skill. And they just haven't done it yet. This is our carpenter's workshop. This was Phalerite. This isn't dug out yet. Okay, we've got to let them finish. Get them do some digging here. What do we got? Gather plants, gather plants. Yeah, so they're going upstairs to get us the food I asked for. That's right. That's what we were working on. We had to stop for a moment and get some food. Specifically plant food because we want to be able to brew it. Animal food is great, but you can't brew meat. Anybody who tells you otherwise is lying. I do wish, and there is not in the game, but you folks who are feeling brave should feel free to add any one of a number of fermented milk drinks to the game. They don't exist, but it would be fantastic if they were added, in my opinion. Being able to get booze from fermenting milk is a thing. I don't claim that it is a good tasting thing. I mean, am I wrong? Is that not made from milk? Is it not fermented? Is it not alcohol? I mean, to be fair, that's an exotic drink on Earth. But what's exotic in Dwarf Fortress? Dwarves will drink anything that's alcohol. Make no mistake, they like good booze of certain types more than others, but alcohol. Alcohol. Hospitalized dwarves won't drink alcohol. Regular dwarves don't like to drink water. Alcohol. Nobody makes coffee. Last chime, it would be fantastic if they added those back in, added the dwarven milk back in, and then allowed dwarves to be the race that makes kefir. I've never had it. I'm not even interested necessarily in having it, but I know it exists, and it bothers me that dwarves are such raging alcoholics, and yet they've missed an obvious opportunity to produce something that is effectively an alcohol. Give me a second here, guys. I gotta grab a drink. I'm starting to get a little dry. Oh, well, I'm not saying it would get your average. Well, let's be honest. I'm a big boy. I'm not the biggest boy, but I'm a product of several generations of large family breeding. So I'm sure that I'd probably have to consume a bit for my liver to actually react to it, and I'm not much of a drinker. But at the same time, it's still alcohol. Maybe they'd regard it as too thin and watery for their purposes, but surely they could then look to distill it or something similar. Well, William, like I said, you're welcome to come out, boss. I love talking to folks and teaching Dwarf Fortress. Like I said, I do this about once a year is about all I do it. Well, I say once. I don't mean one day. I mean I do it for the month of October and the first week of November until Extra Life's big game day. And I do a 24-hour live stream that last day. And yeah, you came in the mutation raid.
The new season is autumn.
No, that's fine, boss. And I'm not encouraging anybody to donate who can't or who, thinks it might be a financial burden. Hey, no. Make no mistake, I want to help kids, but I don't want to do it at people's expense. But at the same time, you guys aren't alone. My wife and I do not donate early in the campaign because we don't want to discourage people who say, "Oh, well, it's close enough. I don't have to donate now," because we tend to donate a good chunk ourselves, and so we tend to donate very late, or right on or after the big game day, for example. Yeah, no, I'm, no, I pretty much just do this, and I, to be honest, William, I suspect that a lot of the folks who are following me are doing it not because I'm streaming Dwarf Fortress, but because they've seen me in a charity and they've thrown on, and I'm at least interesting enough to sustain your interest part of the time. Obviously, for some folks, some strange weirdos like us, right? Um, I like to think that I'm at least somewhat personable. I'm not necessarily an extrovert. I don't like people all that much necessarily, but small groups, chatting a bit, I can do that. I don't see myself sitting in on one of those. How do I put it? You watch a streamer. Who's got, uh, you know, 300 or 400 viewers, for example. They're doing some big live stream, and I'm not even saying the really big, super big streamers. I mean just the middle-sized guys, way bigger than me, but middle-sized. Um, they're not talking to their followers anymore, their subbers anymore, because they can't. There's too many of them at any given one moment. It's a flood. And so at that point, they're obliged to either start putting on a show or stop making personal contact with their streamers. The show effectively grows beyond a point where they can interact with it. Does that make sense? If you're following me? So I watch these big streamers streaming, and it's a very impersonal sort of shout out thing. Uh, you know, such and so, donated X amount through super chat. Thanks for your donation, dude. Answer the question, and we're done. And damn, man, I know it's a business. I get it, but what's the phrase I want to look for here? I don't. And I don't know any other streamers. So if you're looking for me to know folks, man, it ain't my scene. Um, how do I put this, though? There's a difference between being a high-end stripper and just another pole worker. And I'd like to say it's the personal touch. And it really is, I think, because what I see is when these streamers get big enough, and I don't know what the cutoff is. I don't know how many followers or how many subs, or, I'm not in the business really, and I don't follow it that closely. But big channels can't touch their whole group. They can't. I can't have a small personal chat with 100 people at the same time. If they all talk at once, it takes me 100 answers before I catch up. Yes, you kind of, in a sense, lose your individuality, and I don't necessarily mean that in the literal, explicit sense, but yeah. I don't have a problem with people being part of a community, but I don't know that I want to play act for one. Does that make sense? I'm concerned that when a channel gets large enough, and I'm not anywhere near large enough. Good God, if I have 20 people in chat chatting at night, that's at the same time, that's a really big day. Really, really big day. 3 is about, 3 or 5. That's about right. That's about where we usually end up. And it's not a problem. I'm just saying that's where I'm at. But as I've said to someone else, I'm not really looking to be famous. I'm not. Love helping folks. Not looking to be famous. Hey, I see you. I see you. But what I'm getting at is, if you get that big, it starts to be hard to give the kind of personalized attention that education requires. Well, if I was me personally, I don't have enough folks watching what I'm doing to. If they all donated tomorrow, suddenly all sub tomorrow, I'm not going to suddenly be able to replace my salary. Not even close. Maybe as a side gig for a warehouse job or something, maybe. I am nowhere near big enough to make that kind of money, even if all my followers all suddenly subbed at once. No way. I'm sure it would be interesting to be able to do that as a living, since we're discussing it. I don't know whether I'd be able to do it long term. Yeah, man, but, well, I guess that might be monthly, isn't it? Jesus, is it that easy? Surely not. Well, 1,525. How are you doing your math? Wait a minute. I get the 25. Yeah, okay, sure. 1,500 a month is not covering my salary. Not covering my salary by a long cry. Not covering my net. After taxes. I don't think I pay that for medical. My company's large enough that we are in a big pool, but I make enough of a living that would by no means replace my income. That would struggle to replace my wife's income, I think. I'd have to look, but even if that was pure net and there were no taxes, I'm not paying anywhere near that for medical. No way. I'm not self-employed either, which is probably the reason. Let's see. Did we get our nest boxes built? No, we did not. So we need to do that. Go down here and get our craft stores working. Did we put in craft stores? No, we did not. Do we have miners? What are our miners doing? Oh, that's right. They're gathering plants. Damn it. Oh, no, and I may very well do that. As I said earlier on my stream, like I said, you can go back and find, I don't know, it was day 1, day 2, day 3, something like that. I have for years sworn I would not do it for profit because I was doing it for charity and I did not want to do it for profit. So I literally didn't join any of the programs or effectively I just wasn't trying to be a streamer in a sense. It's not that I didn't want to stream; it's just that I didn't want to do it as a gig in a sense. Um, but you know, I've had enough people over the years ask me, and like Nave said, there's some people who said, "Well, we've already donated. We want to donate to you." And okay, I guess if you want to buy me a cup of coffee, I get it. That's cool. I'm down with it. We're good. But I could turn around and donate that money, and that works too. I want to say, hang on a minute. So since you're curious, who doesn't like numbers? I like numbers. Assuming I can pull that out and actually pull it up here. So here is the actual money I've made. I am a fantastic streamer. My entire $11 that we pulled down since I started streaming again this year. 11. Um, when it gets to 100, they'll do a payout. At that point, I'll just turn around and fork it all over to Extra Life. That's what I've promised on stream, and that's what I mean. If there comes a point where I'm doing this as a gig, I can revisit that at some point. But for right now, any money that's going in that pot is just... it's going to sit there in Twitch's bank account until I can get enough of it. And then once I do, it's just going to the same place as the donation link at the bottom anyway. Well, here's the thing, William. You folks keep asking, and I'm not going to say no. But I don't see myself having a brand, is how I put it. You know what I'm saying? When you look at streamers, there are a few streamers out there who do it just as a fun thing or whatever, and maybe I'll do that for a while. We'll see. But I don't see myself getting big. Folks like, they like the sound of my voice. What's that term? ASMR or whatever? Do I have the right rasp in my voice? Smoked enough stogies over the years to get to the right point. But the catch is that how do I put this? I'm an introvert, dude. Dealing with people's exhausting. Which is why it's hilarious, of course, that I stream, right? And why I very obviously and clearly enjoy it to at least some degree, because nobody in their right mind says, hey, I'm going to stream for 3 hours a night, and then puts 5 hours and 45 minutes in like I have tonight. So, as I said, I'm not going to say I won't do it. I don't want to promise you a channel, you know what I'm saying? That's, I think, what I'm worried about. I think I'm going to get folks who subbing and who want to say, hey, you're doing a great job, we like what you're doing, and then if I end up not doing this, they're subbed to a channel that's not doing anything. Depending on how I test that day, I either come up as INTJ or INTP. Fairly reliably. Real strong I. Real strong N. Real strong T. Neither strong P or J. I really do, man. I bounce back and forth. And I think what it really comes down to is, you're going to laugh at me, but there's a bit of a dad mode to it. I can almost feel the switch. In a sense, it's almost shit, man. It's Mr. Filch from Harry Potter. You want to see some punishment, you know? You have a distinct and firm opinion about how things should be. Come on, you guys have heard me. I've talked about having a firm opinion about things. But at the same time, you asked me about plans. I want to be the guy that goes along. I'm happy to have a plan, but I don't necessarily want to be the guy that makes it. I want to be able to pencil mine in and go along with whatever you're doing. And I'm good with that most of the time. That's why a variety show might not necessarily be a good idea, because you guys are just going to end up in all kinds of crazy stuff. 1 minute it'll be one thing, and you'll be wondering why I haven't played with it. What are... Oh, that's right. Gather plants. God damn it. I need to turn the miners off. Okay, now the miners will go back to mining. Well, maybe I am, maybe I'm not, boss, but my therapist ain't said so, so we're going to go with not until otherwise informed. That's how I'd phrase it. But hell, if you're curious and you're actually looking for stream, I got an idea for you. Here you go, guys. If you're looking for things I might be able to stream for you sometime this weekend, there you go. Something on that list. I can't promise everything. Some of that stuff doesn't run stable. I've been having a lot of problems with some of it. But it's on that list. I'm willing to show it off. Still got to do Dwarf Fortress, of course, for a few hours. But because I do want to do the event. So much talking, so little Dwarf Fortress. Oh my god. There, they're butchering the animals like I said they would now. And there go mule calves and what all. And somebody's tanning hides. Yeah, introverted, intuitive thinking judgment. INTJ. Perceivers tend to be... I don't want to use the term laid back, but they tend to be more pencil it in and flexible. Maybe might be the word I'd use. I've never been anywhere near the E side of the spectrum, though. I have always been an I. Ever since I was a kid. Yeah, and INTJ is Field Marshal, if I remember right. It's funny because, I'm telling you, like I said, I can tell you when the switch happens. I can feel it almost. It's almost physical in a sense. I'll give you an example. How often do I say that? I'll give you an example. My aunt and my uncle live nearby me. And they have a grill that they're picking up at the local store. And so they asked me to use my truck to deliver it because they don't have something they can put it in. It's kind of bulky and it won't fit inside their, SUV. Even if you lay the seats down, it's too big, it's too tall. I get it. We're cool. No problem. I have played Dungeon of the Endless. Hold that thought. So I go down to help them get it. We put it up in the back of the truck, and immediately the discussion turns to how we're going to get it home. It's not a long distance, but you got to drive it home. They didn't bring any tie downs, and I don't have any either. So I tell them, look, I'll get up there and I'll hang on to it. I said, my wife's going to drive. She's not a lunatic. We're not going very far. It's all on low speed city, low speed suburban streets. It's not like we're going through stoplights or anything, even. We're going back roads all the way from point A to point B, and it's maybe a quarter mile, maybe, on a good day. Um, well, you know, my aunt and uncle start to object. Well, no, you can't do. Well, I have ratchet straps. I just didn't have them with me. I wasn't thinking. This is before the surgery, even, guys. So remember, when people call me up and they want something, I'm a raging ball of nerves. I'm not a nice person to be around. I'm a get it done asshole at this point. But they're asking me about getting it done, and like I said, it's a grill. The damn thing's made out of aluminum. The whole thing probably weighs maybe 50 pounds. It's not even as heavy as the water heater we drove home. That said, we strapped the water heater down. Like I said, I got ratchet straps. We just didn't have them with us. No tie downs, no bungee cords, no nothing. But again, I don't mind the illegal ride in the back of my truck to get home. It's a quarter mile, and I'm just helping somebody. Fuck it. It's no big deal. We'll be fine. So I tell them I'm going to ride in the back, and they immediately get concerned. Well, you can't ride in the back, blah, 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 blah. And I finally said, okay, fine. And I named my aunt, and I said, my aunt wants to get in the back and hold on to it. I said, unless you've got a better option, And my wife's, the subject came up of, well, who put you in charge? And I said, well, you all did the moment you asked the question and looked at me. I'll field marshal if I have to. I don't necessarily prefer it. I want to be the power behind the throne, not the guy, shouting orders in front of it. Architect is a good word, but at some point, rubber's got to meet the road. And rubber meeting the road is the INTJ. Yeah, well, that's right. The moment you asked for my equipment. Yeah, that's right. But I didn't go there. I didn't push that button. I simply pointed out that there are 4 adults in this conversation. One of them asks the question, and all 3 of them look at the same person. The moment that happens, whether they meant to or not, whether it was intentional or not, you've put the guy you're looking at in charge. He's in charge. You're all looking to him to get the answer. Whether it was my truck or not, but the moment they all look to me for the answer, I'm in charge, whether I want to be or not, whether I intended to be or not. But nobody else had a plan, so somebody had to have a plan, and it was my plan. And if anybody else has a better plan, I'm happy to go along with their plan. But until you do, here's the plan. That's INTJ, INTP in a nutshell right there. And a real INTJ who was strong on their J would not want to back down and pencil in the plan. They would have wanted to plan it out in advance. You would not... An INTJ is not necessarily going to want to back it off. I'm not saying they won't. I'm just saying your inclination is going to be have a plan, make a plan. If they all look at you and somebody else comes up with a better plan, yeah, what I mean is if I had said, well, I'll hold it, and my aunt had said, well, no, we have some bungee cords, I'm not going to stand there and go, oh, well, I've got to hold it. Fuck no. Yeah, my play usually is best, because usually I do know best. But at the same time, I'm not strong enough in that inclination to not stand back and go, wait a minute, let me think about this for a minute. Is there a better way? I have a shirt, and I love my shirt. Somebody got it for me. It says, to save time, I'm a programmer. To save time, let's just assume I'm never wrong. Now, I like the shirt and I don't like the shirt, because the reality is the shirt implies that I think I'm perfect, and yeah, right. It's like I've said to people, I'm not perfect. I get wrong answers too, but I am not wrong often enough to make betting against me on things I know about a winning proposition in the long term. That's kind of how I'd phrase it. So now, William, back to your question, and I didn't mean to neglect you so long, and I apologize. But I have played Dungeon of the Endless. I think it's a wonderful little indie game. It's probably the only thing in the Endless saga I am any interest in playing at all. I have tried to play a couple of they have a 4X game. What is it? Endless Space, I think. I don't know. There's something about it where it just doesn't jibe. Yeah, there's a whole it's like a whole franchise, the Endless franchise. It's a little strange to me. I've poked at it, but I don't think I liked it much. And I can't say it's bad. I can't say that. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is it didn't seem to fit me with me. I didn't click with it and never really went back. Dungeon of the Endless was the reason I looked into it. But I don't think it's for me. Dungeon of the Endless is cute. If you guys have never played that one, that's a fun little tower defense RPG hybrid kind of thing. You laugh, man, but Dwarf Fortress is up. We're playing. It's just we're playing really slowly. I'm picking crops. We're just on pause. We've actually harvested a fair number of them. This was a big brown square before. Now it's kind of thinned down along this one side. And don't laugh, man. I did 4 days of this stream without hot water. I don't mean my dwarves that didn't have hot water. I mean, I didn't have hot water. The hot water heater went out. And between being jerked around by plumbers and other related issues, it took me like 4 days to get a goddamn water. Go get a goddamn water heater and put it in. I want to double check that Oh, those are just residency petitions. That's cool. Wow. I mean, to put this in perspective, guys, that right back there, that right there, that announcement right there with the little green arrow, that's the one where we dropped the wagon. A new water heater that I could go to the store, pick up, and install myself would run me about $600 retail. Maybe there's somewhere around here I could grab one wholesale and get it a little cheaper, but I'm probably going to run $500-600 parts. But what happened was, so all right. Everybody loves stories, so let me back you up a second here, okay? Let me tell you the story of how this goes down. Shit, we had a holiday not long ago, and I stayed up the night before. We streamed, and I stayed up late. I thought, hell, I'll have some fun. I stayed up. I played Total War Warhammer. I was having a blast. Skeletons swarm everywhere. It's blob skeleton army for the win. I'm having a blast. I'm taking over places. I'm painting the map. Manfred is suppressing Nergash. We're having a great time. I go to bed. It's late. It's like 6 in the morning, 6:30. Maybe almost 7. I go to bed. I've barely been asleep 15 minutes, 20 minutes tops, half an hour maybe at the outside. My wife shouts for me from downstairs. The water heater supply line has pinholed and has begun spraying water all over the laundry room. Yeah, you got a deal on the install on the water heater, I'm just telling you. By virtue of where I'm around, or things around here. So, I go downstairs because she can't reach the main. I get the water shut off. I get it all taken care of. It's off. fuck it, it's late. I'm tired. I'm so exhausted. I'm barely keeping my eyes open. I go back upstairs. I go back to sleep. I get the water cleaned up. You know, the whole night. She goes off to work. I go back upstairs. I sleep. I get up. I start calling plumbing companies. I don't really want to deal with it. I'm willing to spend a little bit of money. I figure to not have to deal with it. You'll reach a point in your life, if you're not there yet, where sometimes it's worth it to chip the extra money and just not have to deal with the hassle. And I can replace a water heater, but I didn't really want to. So if I can have somebody do it at a reasonable time frame, I'm willing to get by with a day or two. It's just cold water. You don't necessarily have to shower every day if you're not going to see folks. That's right. Water heaters are heavy and bulky, and it's a lot of work. But I called someplace. And they said, well, you know, with the pandemic and everything, low population of plumbers, high demand for services, we're kind of backed up. We can put you on standby. I said, that's cool. They said, you know, we can't guarantee we can see you today. I said, you know, that's cool. I said, what are we looking at? And they said, oh, we could certainly get you in by, you know, Thursday, maybe Friday at the outside. I said, okay, you know, no big deal. This is Tuesday. I can go a day or two with no water heater. It's not going to kill me. Shit, man, I've scrounged in my couch cushions for gas money and eaten ramen noodles, so I had something to eat. I've been worse than no hot water in the house for a day or two. Shit, we don't even need to do laundry in that time frame. It's all good. So, they put me on standby. Tuesday comes and goes. Wednesday comes and goes. Thursday comes, and at this point I'm starting to get a little, you know, how do I put this politely? Irritated. Irritated is the polite way to put it. It's 4:30 or 5, they tell me. They're going to get a hold of me. They call me back. They tell me it's going to be 4:30 or 5 that afternoon, and he'll get in touch with me. I said, okay, great. 5 o'clock comes and goes. Don't hear from him. I even started streaming that night. I had actually started to broadcast to you guys when he called. I realized my phone has gone off because it's been off, and I've plugged it in, and it has a voicemail. So it's the service tech calling me at 7:30 and 7:45 in the evening now, right before 8 o'clock. He says, well, tell me about the problem. And so I tell him about it, and I stop the stream to do it, because theoretically you go back to see the stoppage. So I explain the problem, and I say, look, you know, I've replaced the flammable vapor sensor. You know, I understand that it says it's got a flammable vapor lockout. I said, there's no fucking lockout. There's no flammable vapor in the air. This isn't the damn flame situation problem. Jesus Christ, this fucking thing would have ignited when the furnace kicked on by now. We'd all be dead. It's not a flammable vapor situation. The fucking controller's shot. I said, but I can't replace the controller. Or at least I'm not comfortable replacing the controller. I really don't want to hook up the gas valve. I don't want to fuck with it. I'd rather have a professional do it, pay the peace of mind. As long as it's not too expensive. And they said, well, we can send somebody out. You know, let me see if I've got the part on the truck. I says, wait a minute. I says, part on the truck? He says, yeah, I don't... That model of water heater, we don't carry those. We have to order it. I said, okay. So he goes and looks. He says it'll take him 10 or 15 minutes. Well, 10 or 15 minutes from 7:45 is 8 o'clock. What do you think happens at 8 o'clock? So, of course, dude doesn't have the part on the truck. You knew that. I knew that. He knew that. I don't know if he knew that I knew that, but we all fucking knew that. So now I'm fucking pissed. Because I know he's jerking me around. He probably doesn't have the part in the truck, but he was probably supposed to get a hold of me 4 hours before he fucking did, too. But it gets better. He tells me I've got to call back in and schedule the next day. And I says, wait, stop, hold up. I said, I've been on call for 3 days. I says, y'all call me 15 minutes before you knock off for the evening. You don't have the part for the repair. I says, you don't come out and do service, and now I got to call in and reschedule? How's that work? He says, oh man, I can't roll your stuff over to the next day. You got to call in and talk to the dispatcher. I can't. I'm going, oh, what a crock of shit this is. But I called in, because now we've gone from irritated to annoyed. We are terse and touchy when we speak. That predatory thing that lurks in all primates is sitting there with its canines out going, you know, I haven't eaten in a while, and you're starting to look tasty. But I talked to dispatch. But it turns out I'm not talking to dispatch for the plumbing and the water heater folks. Oh no, I'm talking to the HVAC dispatch, not even to the fucking dispatch that does the shit. She answers the phones, but she doesn't handle the dispatch. What the fuck? Come to find out, though, I'm still on the schedule. They're going to come back out. But they don't carry parts for that water heater, and it'll take them 2 days to order it, so they can probably have the part by Monday, or I can go get the part, and then they can install it that day. So I told them, sure, I'll go get the part. I'll call you as soon as I got it. And I got off the phone and called another plumbing company. And I had the new plumbing company send somebody out. So they were going to waive their estimate fee, because everybody who does plumbing for you wants to charge you $89 just to come out and look. You know, and I appreciate that plumbing nightmares exist, but my shit's a pretty goddamn standard suburban installation, and there ain't nothing fancy about mine. So they agree to send somebody out, and, you know, given the circumstances and that it's probably just a small repair, they're going to send somebody out and they're going to waive the fee, and I'm in seventh heaven, man, no fee, and the guy's going to come out and look at it and tell me whether I need repairs and replacements. So, great, send somebody out. So they send out a kid who is less than half my age, I'm betting. Probably seen half as many water heaters in his life as I have. I bring him in, put him in front of the water heater, say, here you go. Let me know if you need anything when you're looking this over, getting your estimates together. I said, I'm in the other room working. So I go back in, across the kitchen, sit down at my desk, and just eyeball him between my monitors, because he's sitting in the laundry room and I can see what he's doing. And he's doing his work. By his work, I mean he's taking pictures of things and he's looking at things and he's texting people, and he goes outside at one point and makes a phone call, comes back in, he's taking pictures, and I can hear him talking to somebody. He's talking to the master. They've sent me the fucking apprentice. Okay, so he's a novice. I don't panic yet. He's just new. Just new. Fine, he says. I've got your estimate ready, sir, he says. He says, okay, lay it on me, boss. And he says, well, you've got a lot of oddities in how that ventilation is rigged. He says, it looks like somebody's rigged up a power vented model, but they did it with an atmospheric vent, and we've got to take all that atmospheric venting out and replace it with a power vent model, and replace it all that single wall aluminum piping with PVC, and it's probably going to run about $4,000 plus all the work underneath the roof and all. And I'm thinking to myself, you fucking moron. It's not a goddamn power vent. It's a fucking power damper. There's a fucking little thing where if you fucking pull the flue back from it, you put your finger on it, there's a little disc of metal that's got a little motor attached to it that opens up so the flue can vent properly. There's a fucking motor under that damn thing, but it isn't powered. It just fucking turns the goddamn vent open and shut. That's it. The whole fucking thing's been rigged on a goddamn atmospheric vent for 6 fucking years, and none of us have suffocated. It drafts perfectly well, thank you very much. So he gives me this $4,600 estimate to replace my fucking water heater, and I introduce him to my front door and send him on his way. Because I don't mind paying for the lack of, sweat and tears and blood, but $4,632.99 is a little fucking rich for a goddamn fucking water heater, if you'll pardon my fucking French. Jesus fucking Christ, man. I'm a skinny-ass fucking programmer, and I can put in a goddamn water heater. Shit, man, we're living in the goddamn age of YouTube. Everybody can put in a goddamn water heater nowadays. Well, this ain't a fucking goddamn on-demand water heater. I'm not re-rigging the system so it provides passive floorboard heat. We're not changing over the whole fucking system so it's suddenly going to supply a commercial demand or something, so I got to worry about flow rates or something. I'm literally swapping one 40-gallon commercial goddamn water heater for another one. Fuck's sake. I can go down to the local hardware store and buy one for $500, which is what I did. Went out and bought one. I tried to buy the same goddamn model since it worked okay. It wasn't the goddamn water heater's fault that it blew up. It got pinholed on the supply line, which, again, wasn't the water heater, and drained into the fucking controller. Of course it did, because that's the way luck works. Remember, we discussed that earlier. And I love my parents, but my dad loves to take over projects like this, and I don't know if you've got a dad who loves to take over your hardware projects, but my dad is a smart cookie for, let's call it, roughneck suburb engineering in the same way that I do code. He's learned more about carpentry and masonry and general do-it-yourselfish stuff than I'm ever going to know. Man can disassemble an internal combustion engine, put it back together again, and not get it wrong without trying. A little beyond me. But he loves to take over my projects, and I personally hate it. So I tell him, look, I'm going to do this myself. Don't. I got this. It's good. It's all good. I got it. I go and buy a water heater. Can't get the same model because the store that sells that particular brand of water heater, the one I bought it from originally, they're out. They just don't happen to have one. They've got one at another store, but it's fucking half hour away. I'm not strapping a water heater in my truck and driving it a half hour if I don't have to. It's not that critical that I get the same model, so I'm not gonna. I go to another hardware store, get a different model, same size tank, whole 9 yards, bring the damn thing home. My wife and I lift it in and out of the truck. The fucking tailgate doesn't work. Worked fine the other day. Now it's jammed up, stuck somehow, rusted, I'm not sure. Doesn't matter. We lift it over with the tailgate. We strap it down, we take it home. We take it home, we unpack it, we unstrap it, we set it down. Easier coming out than it was going in. Kind of like sex, I suppose. But anyway, we get the damn thing home, we bring it in, we wheel it in, I've already disassembled the other one. I've already drained it. We drained it while we were at the hardware store. Wheel it out in the garage, wheel the new one in, slide it into place, and I'm ready to hook shit up. My dad calls, hey, I'm going to come by and take a look at the water heater. I'm like, okay, come on by, fuck it. I'm tired of arguing anymore. You know how parents are. Shit. I stop arguing. He comes by. We spend the next hour letting him hook up the gas line and the supply lines for the hot water and the cold water, hook up the water softener again, and spill a bunch of PVC cement all over my linoleum floor because he's not paying attention to where he set the shit down. It's a mud room. I don't care about the linoleum. It's all good, but it's hilarious that my water softener now has yellow racing stripes. But I have hot water, and like I told the wife, I said, by the time Dad thought to call back and start to intrude in the process, I already had the new water heater in, a new hookup kit all ready to go. All I had to do was just hook it all up. The only thing we did differently is we bought some new fittings for the sediment trap on the gas line, rather than trying to reuse the old fittings. Simply because getting them apart and putting them back together again was going to be a pain, and the fittings are $2, $3 at the hardware store. You just go buy a couple of pieces of pipe and you're done. Little pipe goop, little Teflon tape, and away you run, right? It's... So my wife would totally disagree with you because she loves my dad in the sense that my dad knows all these things, knows how to fix things. I'm not an unhandy guy, but physical maintenance around the house ain't my bailiwick. I grew up thinking about abstract problems and got good at it, is kind of how I'd phrase it. Yeah, well, it's not any better when it's your dad, I assure you, man. It's your house, you're paying the mortgage. Dad coming in and taking over ain't kosher. I don't care which dad it is. I don't care whose dad it is. And it really is a taking over. My wife wanted to argue about it at one point, and after this last project, she really did have to admit, she came to me and said, wow, your dad really did kind of take over once he came in here. I was like, what did you fucking expect? I was like, that's what he does. And it's not, if he were clueless about it, it would be awful. I'd be horrified. But my dad's not clueless at it. He's good at what he does. He's very much a do-it-yourselfer kind of guy. I know a few things, but I'm not in the same category as my dad in that sense. Small projects, your average suburban house maintenance kind of shit, yeah, I can get that done. No problem. If it involves heavy plumbing and electricity, I call a professional. I don't mind wiring shit, but I'm not running my new breaker panel. I don't mind plumbing shit, but I'm probably not going to sweat copper pipe if I don't have to. but I'm not calling a plumber because my toilet needs a new fill valve, or I've got to take the tank off and replace a seal in a gasket, you know. I change my own oil, I change my own brakes, that kind of stuff. Minor stuff. I have replaced a transmission. I don't recommend it, but I've done it. Yeah, that's kind of how I view it, Chime. Like I said, it's one thing when I can guarantee that I can shut the breaker panel down and know that there's no power on the line. I'm a lot more comfortable with that. But doing the actual wiring on the breakers itself, that's when we call it professional. Permanent orange afro is not really in my job description. And make no mistake, I've touched live current before. Not 220 volts, mind you, but I've run electrical current through my arms a couple of times. Do not recommend the experience. And the other thing is, the reality is that it's not just that you can't see it. If you make a mistake when you turn your plumbing on, and you turn it on slow, it's probably not going to immediately be a horrendous disaster. Because let's say you've got a leak, you're going to catch it pretty quick. Gas piping, as long as we're talking connect to the main and not run your own mains, I'm okay with that. You can test it. You can spray some water on some soap on the lines and make sure it's not leaking. I'm comfortable with that. Electricity, though, makes me uncomfortable. I can't see it. I'm fine if I can shut the breaker down. I know it's not getting in, but I ain't taking my chances on that, boss. Like I said, permanent orange afro. No thanks. I've talked about getting a wheel in a kiln before, and if we ever do that, I'm having an electrician put the panel in. I'll run it from the panel, no problem, but I'm not putting a panel in on different phase, and nope. That's what professionals get paid for. It's kind of like me telling my dad how to drive a semi. It ain't gonna happen. I might know the basics. I might be able to get in and make a better fake at it than most people would, because I know more about it than most people do. But I'm not going to tell a professional how to drive a fucking semi. It's not going to happen. And I'm not going to drive a semi professionally, because I'm not qualified. Not capable. Knock yourself out, William. If you do jet back in and have a question, feel free to ask. I really should be knocking off for the night anyway, guys. It's like 3.5 hours past when I'm supposed to knock off my stream. It's like 1 in the morning here. So I'll tell you what, William. I'm going to dump you guys on another channel if there's one out there. Let's see if there's another Dwarf Fortress channel out there. And do that whole go to bed thing that I should have done a long fucking time ago. And, of course, the only folks out there are the folks who are following Dwarfs 24/7. I can hand you off to one of those channels. If you guys want to just watch Dwarves and kind of listen to the theme music, as it were. But otherwise, whether you're staying for the raid or leaving now, I'm going to be back. Oh, there's nobody on this late, mate. There's nobody. We're into the wee hours for the U.S. Yeah, we're in the wee hours for the U.S. at this point. It's probably 10 o'clock Pacific now, I'm thinking. No way. There's nobody out broadcasting Dwarf Fortress this time of night. The two guys who have channels that run after mine are basically bot channels that are doing 24/7. They're following dwarves around a fort, basically. I don't even know if there's any audience participation because there's really nobody monitoring them as far as I know. I say I'm pawning you guys off on them because I kind of am. I don't have anybody to hand you off to in terms of a streamer. Oh, did it not work? Come on now. What the hell? Did I type it wrong? No, no, that's it. It didn't do it. How about that? Yeah, man. Do. Send me a message, man. Like I said, we'll get together this weekend. I'll run you through Dwarf Deep Rock Galactic again. Yeah? If nothing else, give me a holler. We need to talk anyway, I'm sure. It's been a long time. But in any case, whether you guys are... I wish the raid thing was... Well, what's weird is I can usually do it from chat. Literally. But whether you guys go for the raid or not, or whether this works or not, or whether we just call it here or not... Yeah, no, I'm under Stream Manager. I get it. I get it. Oh, bummer, man. We need to talk. Like I said, hit me up. What's funny, though, is... Yeah, see, I can do it from there in chat, theoretically, but it should be the same as doing it through the chat through Open Broadcaster. It just didn't seem to take it for some reason. There we go. Took it that time. That works. Now, come back tomorrow night at 7 and tell me what you think of the 24/7 channels. Like I said, I've never actually tuned into one. I'm kind of curious what you guys think. And I'll catch you guys on the flip side tomorrow. I'll see you around.